While I'm certainly not the world's greatest specimen of health, I do try to take care of my body, or at least be proactive and take steps to limit the damage my very American diet and lifestyle can incur. And when Athletic Greens came into my life, it provided another logical, easy, high-quality step I could take to, well, feel better, to feel good even. Can you imagine? It's real, and you can learn more right now at athleticgreens.com/sacred. So I started taking Athletic Greens' so-called AG1 formula because I wanted more energy. What is Athletic Greens? It's a powder you mix into water, and it's easy to drink. It actually tastes pretty good, too. Within are 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. And those who use Athletic Greens truly love it. It's earned more than 7,000 5-star reviews online, with more coming each day, and you can count yours truly amongst Athletic Greens' legions of satisfied users around the world. My friends, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into flu and cold season. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 205. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend? You have something dangerous on your desk there. I see, if you're watching on video, is some sort of blaster.
Oh, yeah. I got it's a Call of Duty like ray gun with lights and stuff. I got this ages ago. It's like a custom made thing for a video that I ended up never. It's for a sequence in a video that I ended up cutting because it was just too long.
Nice.
So it's completely useless, but I have it and it works. I like the lights on it. It's cool.
Yeah, I like it. I love fake toy guns, man. I was don't I have? Yeah. Wait, just to remind people, I have this Uzi from when I was a kid that looks like it's a fucking Uzi. Okay, and it's missing its barrel. Or whatever. It's ridiculous. It's from like 1982, and it's a Laramie gun, so it's from the people I think that made Super Soaker later. But I was talking to Micah when we were in the pool a couple days ago, and I was like, I really want to custom order like fake guns that used to look like when I was a kid. And then I was wondering, I'm like, would I just get cut down by someone because I had like a, we used to play with guns that were indistinguishable from
right.
and it was seeing the orange and all that. It's like, you're ruining the immersion of my campaign here. Because I remember I would try to make little short films in college, and all we had were those guns with the orange. But you're not legally, like, you can't actually like paint over those. No, you're not supposed to.
It's like a big problem if you do. So I was like, I remember one time I just tried to make it black and white, but that didn't work because it just looked like a white tip, and I was like, it's all ruined.
I know the quality's not good for you guys right now because we're dumping it all to Zencaster, but can you fucking they sold this. It's missing its tip. It broke off at some point, but these were the kinds of guns we were playing with as a kid.
It's insane.
So I got a Super Soaker. Micah's dad, I think, bought it for. It's a Fortnite Super Soaker. And but I'll allow it. It's fine. Dude, it's the best we can do right now.
They don't make those like they used to. Let me tell you. I remember the ones when I was growing up that they needed like a strap because they were probably half your height as a kid.
Yeah.
Good
and
shit.
they would, dude, if you pumped one of those bad boys up, they'd fucking take your eye out.
Yeah, dude, it's good stuff, man. I love water guns.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's insane, man. Yeah. Like, I remember I had one that was like an alien gun that shot slime as well. Oh. And I got slime in my hair, and it was in my hair for about 15 years. I swear to God, like, I always felt like, what is that?
It's like gum or something in your hair.
It was like phantom limb syndrome.
Oh my God. It's so funny because I loved Nerf and all that stuff when I was a kid too. I don't know if they still made them for you guys. I assume they do, like the swords where you they have like the little on the hilt. They have like the little targets, and you joust with them. That was like an early Nerf thing. They had.
I got no idea.
Oh, it's super cool. It was like a fun little thing where you would like sword fight. Maybe they stopped doing that because people were getting killed with that too. But
right.
Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking about that. Anyway, welcome to the show, Dustin Furman. How are you today? I'm sorry I haven't introduced you. It's been like 3.5 minutes.
That's okay.
Sorry about that. How are you today, my friend?
I'm great. I just I had like a cold over the weekend that kind of annoyed. Like colds at this point now, it's more just like annoying. Like you just have it and you're like, well, fuck, now I have to deal with this for the next 2 or 3 days. But I've successfully fully recovered. This is the first day I think I'm like back to 100%. And so it's going to be, I have a busy few days ahead. I mean, we've got today's kind of a marathon, and then tomorrow, actually, where I'm seeing Thrice in Pittsburgh, I got tickets for that. And so, and then next week, I mean, we're in like basically fake E3 kind of right now, because this would traditionally be that time.
Yeah, the worst time of the year when you're in games media, but much better on the YouTube and podcast side.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
But yeah, no E3 this year, obviously. So I'll just stay at the top. If you guys haven't seen the notes, State of Play will be covered in the show. We're recording before State of Play. We're going to put that into the news feed as we go. But I was thinking too, how did we get into guns? Is because of Chris's ray gun there on his desk. That's how we got into it. I thought I was going crazy. I'm like, why did I go down this random? I mean, I go down these random routes sometimes, but I couldn't even begin to discern that one. But I did. I got there in the end. All right. Sacred Symbols, PlayStation Podcast. We do it each and every week. Thank you for being here. Early ad-free access, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We appreciate you. More than 12,000 of you there supporting us. We couldn't do it without you. Of course, Sacred Symbols Plus is twice weekly. That's exclusive to Patreon. We put some of them on YouTube later, but you can get all of those episodes. I just had Rick Hogan, our legal analyst, to go over the Raven unionization, the new lawsuit against Sony for sexual discrimination, or gender discrimination, I really should say, and more. And then I had Tom from Moore's Law is Dead on, not only to congratulate him for being exactly right about PlayStation 5 Pro, but talking about the PSVR 2, which we'll learn more about, unfortunately, probably during State of Play, so we couldn't include that. All of our individual 200 lists are out now. I'm sorry, 25 lists. I put 200 lists here. That was for episode 200, I guess.
Episode 200 lists.
Right, exactly. Top 25 lists for our PS4 games are all out on Sacred Symbols Plus. I published mine, or we published mine, to the free feed on YouTube as well. A lot of people can't take it. Dustin, a lot of people can't handle it. And I don't it's like basking. It's like when you look at a deity, like a deity appears before you with some flash of light, and you don't know what to make of it. You have to look away. You're like, how can a gaming order be so good?
Now, here's the thing, Colin. You're saying that you're referring yourself as, a deity here, so I have to push back. Does the deity constantly talk about how the ants below him aren't correct? I mean, we've seen 2 or 3 times you pop in the Discord. It's been mentioned on the show. It was mentioned on the show. I'm feeling maybe a little bit of self-consciousness. I don't know. I don't want to presume, but
I don't know how the audience can produce a list as bad as they produced and then have the audacity.
Oh, the audacity.
Come at me and tell me about my list. You understand? Anyway, go check it out. To each his own.
I love that word.
What?
Audacity.
Oh, it's a great word.
Not because of the program, but because it's for some reason it's always intrinsically tied to this fake Harry Potter book that I saw on Twitter a long time ago. It's like Harry Potter and the audacity of this bitch.
Oh yeah.
It's just such a good image. I love it.
Yeah, the 25 fine. Have it your way, Dustin. I guess have it your way. We have more episodes coming up about eFootball, some spoiler casts. We're gonna have Gene Park back from Washington Post and a bunch more. So thank you for that. And we're gonna get together a Quarry spoiler cast and review discussion as well when that comes out. I think that's next week, so we'll get to that sometime in June, I assume. So thank you for being here. Much love. Big news, and I didn't write this in here, but I should have. By the time you're hearing this, Super Perils of Baking, my new game, is out. It's out on everything. I say my game, it's from my studio, Lilymo, that I own 49% of. It really was the work of Barry Johnson and many others, talented artists and etc. Ben Smith, our producer, and so on. We're really proud of it. It's our 5th game. It's a remake of our first game. It is a side-scrolling 2D SNES-style platformer, very much in the spirit of Super Mario World. We are really proud of it. It's getting good reviews so far, great reviews. And I wrote the story to it, and it's all in verse. It's all a storybook. It's made for adults and children, and hopefully parents to play with their kids as well. Lots of secrets in it. Every level has a secret, which we're proud of. Lots of throwbacks to our old games, and more secrets, trophies on PS4, trophies on PS5. The PS4 list easier, the PS5 list harder, so make sure to take that into account. It's only $10, whether you buy it on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, or PC, and we really appreciate your support. I wanted to say this too. thank you again for buying our games, because our games sell pretty well by indie game standards. I mean, there are indie games that sell millions of copies and hundreds of thousands of copies. We're not there, but there are indie games that sell hundreds of copies, and we're certainly far away from that, and we really appreciate it. Except for Twin Breaker, which I did take a little bit of money from when we launched it, I've actually dumped all of my money from Lily right back into the next game. So every dollar you send us that I would get goes right back into the game to be able to pay our artists, to be able to pay our sound guys, to be able to pay our producer, for Barry to be able to live his life. We just want to make the next game. And so that's always our mantra. And hopefully we have a big hit along the way somewhere. And maybe Super Perils of Baking will be that. But we'd really love your support. So please check it out. And thank you for all that have bought it. You could pre-order it on a PC, I think, and Xbox, which was interesting. I wonder how many people did. Okay. Let's get into topics of discussion here. People wrote into a few with a few thoughts. I wanted to start with Phil McCarthy. Said, hey guys, how is the form? My question is simple. Is Dustin the secret sex symbol of Last Stand Media? Recently, while getting ready for my mother's funeral, I don't know if you're kidding or not, but I'm sorry if you are. I was watching Sacred Symbols YouTube, only to hear my wife behind me yelping, "What a sexy fucking smile." I presume she was speaking about the bespectacled wet dream that is Chris Raygun, before she pointed at our beloved round-headed Dustin, which has led me to believe maybe he is Last Stand's secret sex draw. Dustin, how do you plead? Respect as always from Ireland. Phil, if your mom really died and you were watching this show during the preparations for your mother's funeral, God bless you and Jesus be with you.
I didn't mean to laugh. It was just the sequence of...
Who knows if he's telling the truth or not? I mean, you can't write something like that and assume that I'm going to think that your mother's dead.
It's like when Norm Macdonald goes on Conan and he's like, I bought a farm. It's like, no, you fucking didn't.
It's so good. So I wanted to ask you, Dustin, how do you feel about this? You are attracting women. You're attracting married women, it looks like, and foreign women. So this is an interesting trifecta. What do you make of this?
This is an interesting trifecta. I didn't even consider that aspect of it, but I'm a married man, of course. So Phil's wife. I mean, I'll give you a polite wink and a nod, but nothing more. So thank you. I don't know. I mean, I feel like as far as Last Stand's sex draw, maybe Cog. I mean, Cog's built. I mean, that's kind of that's where I would probably go first. But I don't know. Women are into all kinds of different things. It's consistently been a mystery to me and most men, I would say, probably women too, actually. So shout out, Phil, and shout out to your wife. Make sure she listens to this. And here's the wink,
nice.
But nothing more.
Nice, but nothing more.
Nothing more.
But nothing more.
No DMs. Okay.
Now you're tempting fate.
I said no.
You're gonna have a secret correspondence?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I would never do such a thing.
Okay.
Unless Phil wants to DM me.
Yeah, okay.
I can talk to Phil. That can be the secret correspondence.
That was genuine offense. I heard it in your voice. I was like, so real.
It was. No. So when I feel a little bit like chop meat here because it's like she assumed it was Chris. I mean, what about me? What am I? Just fucking nothing? I'm nothing.
You're elderly now, Colin.
Yeah, I know.
That's what it is. Yeah, I'm elderly on the inside too. I'm probably gonna die super soon. Yeah, I mean, I eat bacon constantly, so it's probably not a good start. But
gotta watch that cholesterol, that heart health.
I don't even know the meaning of the word, literally.
Yeah, me neither. They tell me I have high cholesterol. That's like the thing that's wrong with me, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. But thank you for letting me know.
Your blood pressure is some number over another one. And I'm like, is that
it? Right, dude. People talk to me like that all the time. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. When they're like, your blood pressure is 120 over 9. I'm like, you're giving me a fraction? Like, I don't know what you want me to do. Do you know me?
Math or something?
Do you know me?
Get out of here.
You're lucky to get any math at all out of me. And you're giving me a fraction? I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. I don't know what it means. I always, every time at the doctor, they're like, your heart, I'm like, is that good? When it's like telling me your bilirubin count is, I'm like, did I go to med school? Do I know what you're talking about?
Yeah, just tell me if I'm good. All I need to know is like, if I come out of that room, all you need to tell me is, am I going to die or am I okay?
Right.
Those are the two. That's it. That's as binary as it needs to be.
They call it the clean bill of health, as in I pay you for your expertise, not the clean analysis of health in which you go over it to me like I'm a chemist.
Yeah. You're the
why am I so upset about this? This is strstrange. I don't know why I'm so upset about it. All right.
I don't know.
Dave Ramos wrote in. It said, hey, Sacred Boys, when this episode drops, I'll be in my car with my girlfriend driving to Atlantic City for our birthday weekend. And of course, I'll be listening to Sacred Symbols on the way. Her birthday is June 3rd, mine the day after. Would you guys kindly wish my girlfriend Victoria a happy birthday? Well, happy birthday to Victoria and Dave. Make sure to treat yourself with a very nice present. Super Perils of Baking on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, and PC.
So wait a minute.
Yeah.
Our birthday weekend. What does that mean? Are you both
his birthday's
born
one
in the
day
same...
and her birthday's the next day, so it's their birthday weekend.
June 3rd and 4th. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's so strange. Like, what are the odds? Like, I feel like that just doesn't happen all that often.
No. That's
Like,
there's probably math that would indicate how you can figure that out, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
The odds, as it were.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to all the, I'm just leaning into this now. Shout out to all the ladies that are forced to listen to Sacred Symbols in vehicles or whether there's someone's listening to while they on some kind of loudspeaker, just to have to listen to our fucking voices for 4 hours.
For hours.
And they have no idea what we're talking about. So shout out to all the ladies out there.
It's like Guantanamo when they said that they would like play nothing but like what was it? They would play like a specific song.
Yeah, I'm
over and over again at Guantanamo. I want to say Justin Bieber, but I don't think that's right. I think it was actually something a little bit less obvious.
11 popular songs the CIA used to torture prisoners in the War on Terror. This is an actual story. The Real Slim Shady was one of them. Dirty by Christina Aguilera. There's not I Love You by Barney, the Barney theme.
Oh no. Oh my God.
That's so Barney. Effective.
Saturday Night Fever by the Bee Gees. The Meow Mix theme. So like meow, 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 meow. I don't know, man. That's the CIA.
That sounds like a YouTube video challenge. Like, can I survive the Meow Mix theme song for 24 hours?
No, it would be like in the dark.
30 days.
It would be like survive CIA song torture. Impossible.
Yeah. Impossible? Question mark.
It's a Mr. Beast video where he gives you $10,000 a day if you survive.
Wow.
The Central Intelligence Agency. What are you doing? Okay. What else here? Yeah, so happy birthday, Dave, and Victoria will move on. Kabuto Kishi wrote in and said, hey, boys, Dustin was very short and dismissive about the Slitterhead Shuffle choreographed dance appearing at a future Last Stand Media Live event. Think about the merchandising opportunities. If this thing blows up, it could be a Fortnite emote someday. You could witness Naruto domed Thanos. What is that? Oh, Naruto domed Thanos. I know what you're saying, because there's all these different characters with a sniper rifle and shotgun LeBron James to pieces and then Slitterhead Shuffle on them. Every single time that creates brand awareness, baby. We don't own Slitterhead.
You just got to change it to an
That's the problem.
Can we copyright
We've made this
Slitterhead?
term that we cannot do anything with.
I didn't mean for this. When I mentioned that it sounded like a slur, it's because it just did. I didn't expect it to just forever be intrinsically stapled to the show.
Yeah.
But it is. The Slitterhead Shuffle.
Colin, I made an executive decision in the Discord that I felt comfortable making. And that was that there would never be a choreographed dance at a Last Stand event. That is something we will never do.
Yeah, I've done that.
That's part of it. We're not doing it.
It's not really me. Let's say that.
It's not any of us, I don't think.
When is Kichiro Toyama going to release Slitterhead? I don't know. I'm just reading about it now. They announced it at the Game Awards last year. I remember now.
Yeah.
But of course, he's best known for Siren and for Gravity Rush. He worked on Snatcher at Konami too, which is the maybe the most obscure Kojima game. I wonder if they'll ever release that again. Probably not, because then they would have to acknowledge Kojima. Okay, let's see what else is here. Oh, okay, yeah. I wanted to read this one. Mighty Max. Hi, CDC. It's happened a few times now over the last few months for various reasons. Colin had to step away from the mic and leave his sons to fend for themselves. While Colin is definitely Sacred Symbol's main attraction for many of us, I do enjoy the banter Chris and Dustin put forth for us in his absence. Colin, would you be so kind as to go get yourself a glass of water, or perhaps a nice little pee break, so we can enjoy your son's entertaining ramblings without their dad's supervision for a minute? Love you guys, and thanks for the awesome content.
So is this where, are we supposed to talk shit right now because he's gone, or just unhinged?
I think we're just supposed to talk. I want to talk. I want to get your opinion on this.
Sure.
You wouldn't consider eating fingernails cannibalism, right?
No. Well, are they someone else? Okay.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like where it's definitely not when it's your own, because it's like whatever. Yeah. But the second you eat another person's fingernails, that's like a level of weird that I think kind of creeps into cannibal territory without necessarily being explicitly illegal. You know?
Yeah, you could say that maybe it's cannibal light at best, but the same thing could be applied to hair. If you eat someone else's hair, is that going to be cannibalism? And you breathe in other people's skin particles and stuff all the time, just in the air.
Yeah, but you don't breathe in globules of other people's hair, you know?
Yeah, the intention is
Colin?
important.
Oh, good, thank you. How was you guys talking?
Productive, good. For sure.
Yeah.
Good. I'm afraid of this next one, guys. By the way, all I did was get up and go into another bedroom and just look out the window and count to 30. I'm dropping something here in our chat on Zencaster for this next one. Joey writes in and says, does Jim Ryan look like Tommy Pickles? A horrifying addendum. Upon researching if Jim does indeed look like Tommy Pickles on Google Images, I discovered a Rugrats Tommy Pickles adult costume. My screen was suddenly taken over by an abomination standing on one leg holding what appears to be a pacifier. Check it out, but don't say I didn't warn you.
What kind of pacifier is that? It's a screwdriver.
It looks like, it's a screwdriver. He's ready to kill you.
Yeah, it's because Tommy Pickles always has his trusty screwdriver, which in retrospect is a very bizarre tool for a baby to just brandish constantly.
Does he really? I don't think I even remember that. That's so interesting.
He does, yeah.
I don't remember that.
He has a yellow screwdriver, and he uses it to dismantle the very prison by which him and his friends are.
That's how they get out. I see. Okay.
That's how they get out. And they use it to fix, I don't know, reptars or fucking something. I don't know.
I don't know what's more offensive, that this costume exists or that it's $44.99. Because it's literally, I don't know what that is. Dustin, do you have any thoughts before we hopefully speedily move on from this?
I am definitely disturbed by this costume for sure. I mean, it's just, it's been used for reasons outside of Halloween parties. And here's the thing. Even if you use this costume for a Halloween party, you show up, people are going to think you're weird.
It's on site.
It's too much. But the only thing that I will say about this, though, is that it just confirms in me that this year is the year we do sacred symbols in costumes. And we have to and then do a vote or who has the best costume, something like that. We got to spice up the show a little bit. And maybe, Colin, if you show up with the Tommy Pickles outfit, I will forfeit all my votes directly to you.
Interesting.
Instant win.
Interesting. Well, you guys know, I think I told you when we do play in the UK, hopefully in 2023, I have a very specific idea.
Oh,
and I cannot wait to do it.
Yes.
We'll see you there. England and Scotland and Ireland, Northern Ireland, Wales. Okay, fine. And mainland Europe too, whatever. Okay. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, there's one more. Chris, this one's for you. Dylan Michael wrote in and said, hey, Colin, I know I'm being a dirty, rotten snitch here, but somebody had to do it. On the last episode of Chris's Snark Tank podcast, it was affirmed that the CBS sitcom The Big Bang Theory is objectively better than The Last of Us Part 2. Do what you will. Good day. Real? Chris, is this true? I haven't gone to the source. I'm assuming this is true.
That was a joke, but I think we mentioned specifically, like, if Colin ever hears this, he'll die probably. But Big Bang Theory is not better than anything.
I once knew a person I've known a few people that worked at NASA, because there's a bunch of stuff like Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California, and this person that I knew was very smart, but then I found out this person liked The Big Bang Theory, like very much. And that's so I wanted to warn any astronauts that were going to potentially be on any craft that this person worked on. Beware, because this person isn't as smart as they seem.
It is a really disheartening thing when you find that out about somebody that you otherwise thought highly of, because that's a show that should appeal to you, you know? That's a show that should, but like, it's made for dweebs and nerds and people who are like interested in video games and shit. But it's awful. And I don't know anybody who is actually interested in those things who likes it. It's always people who like have nothing to do with that shit that like it. It's like old people in their 60s who are like, that's what people who
my
like
grandma
video
likes
games
that
like.
show.
It's insane.
Yeah.
How?
It's bad.
Does she understand like the Halo Knight joke? No, she doesn't.
They're Trekkies, though. My grandparents are hardcore. They're like old school nerds. So
they're Gene Roddenberry nerds, which is pretty OG, but
that is pretty OG,
as you might say. Man. But I don't know. To each his own. To each his own on all things, for sure.
Yeah, but not really.
But right, that's exactly right. And Big Bang Theory is just one, because I've tried. I really have, probably half dozen times. It's on, or and I'm just like, this is really bad. And there's an infinite number of shows on that I could be watching right now. So,
oh yeah.
Now back to the source material here from Dylan Michael about the Big Bang Theory being better than The Last of Us Part 2. Apples and oranges. I don't like the idea even of comparing a TV show to a game per se. So, whatever. And he's trying to snitch on Chris, which I appreciate. Thank you, Dylan, for writing. The reality of the modern era is that credit is king. No, you shouldn't be spending more than you make, and you shouldn't be buying things you cannot afford. That's not what credit is. Credit is all about buying up front and returning the favor later, responsibly and with intent. And using credit is necessary to, well, build your credit, a kind of mysterious catch-22. With Chime, you can get going on building your credit and creating a better financial future at chime.com/sacred. So here's the thing. Not all credit cards are built equally, and the better your credit is, the more advantageous a credit card's many perks can become. With a secured Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card, you can get started on building your credit rating steadily, so long as you make on-time payments, which should be a rule of thumb for any credit card, period. Do you hear me? Of course, that good behavior means that you can work with Chime's handy credit card without annual fees or interest, building your precious credit history all the while. Why is credit history important? It's what allows you to rent an apartment or lease a car or even buy a house. Bad credit is an absolute no-go. Your credit stays with you, and it's vitally important you treat your score with care. The higher it goes, the better you're doing. My friends, it's time to continue your credit journey with Chime. Sign up only takes 2 minutes and doesn't affect your credit score. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, that's chime.com/sacred to get your secured Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card to build your credit with no annual fees or interest. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by Stride Bank NA, pursuant to a license from Visa USA. Chime checking account and $200 qualifying direct deposit required to apply for the secured Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card. Regular on-time payment history can have a positive impact on your credit score. Impact to credit score may vary, and some users' scores may not improve. Okay, so I built a new in-ground pool in my backyard, and I finally got to use it over a recent warm weekend here in Virginia. And though my Italianness allows me to withstand sun damage with the best of them, and while I get one of the very best tans of any white man you know, the reality is the sun can be and is very harmful to your skin. It prompted my mind about what I can be doing better to tend to my own skin, which is of course where Curology comes into play, a service you can learn more about right this very minute at Curology.com/sacred. With summer days floating in my pool, probably drinking too much in my future, so too is Curology's skincare regimen, which will make sure that burning furnace 93 million miles away doesn't do too much damage. See, while Curology's treatments, ointments, and creams can solve a myriad of skin issues, current or potential, for me it's all about that goddamn sun. But let's start with the basics. If you want ultra-easy skincare that's actually made for your skin, Curology is the way to go. You'll get a custom prescription cream made for you by a dermatology provider for your specific goals, whether that's tackling acne, clogged pores, skin texture, dark spots, fine lines, or something else. You start by taking a short online skin quiz, and if it's a good fit, they'll ship you your formula right to your door. Now friends, my dry, sun-tattered skin sucked up Curology's lotion like gulps of water, and the smoothness and texture difference is clear. And while I won't feign having serious skin problems right now, I did in fact have basal cell carcinoma for my youth on Long Island, where my parents for some reason never once told me or my siblings to wear sunscreen. The 80s and 90s just kinda hit differently, I guess, and so does Curology, whose high-quality skincare products made a difference for my skin, and can make a difference for yours too. Too bad my parents didn't know about it, or maybe I wouldn't have had a piece of my face cut off. See, I want smoothness, moisture, and comfort. I got that with Curology. You may want fewer pimples or decreased lines or something else. That's why I encourage you to get started with Curology just like I did, with a free 30-day trial at Curology.com/sacred. Just pay $5 for shipping and handling. That's Curology.com/sacred. Curology.com/SACRED to start your free 30-day trial. Cancel anytime. Prescription subject to consultation. Boys, some news to get into, some smaller news items before we get into what we're playing, and then the news of the week. And again, State of Play will be down in there. We'll record that. It'll be there. Don't worry. I wanted to start, a lot of people are reporting this, but our buddy Sammy Barker over at Push Square is one of those sources. It seems like the PS Plus Premium 50 megahertz or 50 hertz rather PAL versions of PS1 games that were being released in mainland Asia are not being released in Japan, which is an NTSC region. This indicates that we might be worrying about nothing, that by the time we get these games in North America specifically, which is another NTSC locale that will have the appropriate versions of these games, that doesn't really solve the problem though, right, Dustin? Because there are no games, there are no TVs anymore that run at that run like that, right? And they abandoned, PAL wasn't even a thing for PS3 at that point, right? Or PS something like, I don't know. Something changed at some point. I don't know exactly what's going on there. I'm not European. But what do you think of this? Because this seemed like heartening news to a lot of people, and there's videos of Ape Escape running in Japan and NTSC.
So here's my overall thoughts is that, first of all, the only way that they could have a Japanese language version of this game is to run the Japanese NTSC version. And so when I saw this tweet that's linked in the Push Square article, I was looking around a little bit, and to my understanding, Sony, when they did the PS1 Classic, put Japanese NTSC games on the PS1 Classic, but because the PAL versions had English, that's just why we got everything else. And so there's still I would say, high possibility that because the PAL versions have English in them, that they're like, well, they have English. Why would we want to do another version that's NTSC when we can just use this PAL version we already have that has the English language? So it's possible Sony just takes the easy route, since we've seen them do that with PlayStation Classic. But the reason why I still think it might be possible is that the biggest barrier that I mentioned last week was the idea of implementing trophies into multiple or two different like source codes of the game. Not different source codes, but different versions.
Yeah, they're SKUs.
Yeah, different SKUs. And so clearly they did it. I don't know how difficult that was, but maybe it's not as difficult as I think, and they can get the NTSC version, slap the trophies on there, and then it's like, well, it's not really a big deal. But the offer still stands. Jim Ryan, I will apologize on the show. Kiss your ring. I will have Lockmore. Well, no. I was going to say, maybe I can do a Photoshop of me kissing Jim Ryan's ring or something in shame, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think Sony will keep the PAL versions, unfortunately.
What if, while you're kissing Jim Ryan's ring, he's wearing the Tommy Pickles outfit?
Oh my God. Now that's a Photoshop right there. Yeah. Okay.
I feel like we just glanced by that whole thing about, does he actually look like Tommy Pickles? I don't think so. I don't want to say, because I don't think so at all. I don't think so. Well, I don't think so either. But I think it's fine to make fun of people, what they say and what they think and all of that. But I don't generally like making fun of people's aesthetic. And while some people might say, well, Tommy Pickles is very attractive. I'll remind you that Tommy Pickles is he's an infant.
Yes.
So
yeah. Well, he's also just a horribly misfigured Cro-Magnon-headed weirdo. Like it's such a gross creature. Like everybody on Rugrats is ugly. You know, like I think it's almost on purpose.
Yeah, it's that style. What are they? Klasky,
Chupo or something.
Something like that.
Something like that.
That's their whole. But Dagan always references them. That's their whole like aesthetic. Is that weird look?
One thing I want to bring up in response to this. So first of all, I have no faith, because the PS2 version of Ape Escape 2 is PAL, and that's for sale. Imagine something that you're getting for free as a service. You know,
right.
They're probably not going to do much work. But and I didn't know this until recently, because I started recently like looking up into like what the difference is between PAL and NTSC, specifically for Ape Escape, because it's the thing that I'm most excited about. And I've only ever played the NTSC version. And when I saw the PAL version, I was dismayed to find out that everybody in the PAL version, the English PAL version, is British. This has become a British game all of a sudden.
Oh no!
Which is like, I don't want that. Like, no offense. Well, no, not necessarily no offense, but like, you know, minimal offense to like Britain. But like, it's not what I grew up with at all. Like, it's like, imagine if you grew up with like Inglourious Bastards. Like, what a great movie. And then like 20 years later, the only version you can get is one where there's like a British dub. That it fucks the whole thing up.
Yeah.
Everything's torn asunder from that. And it's just like, oh man, not only is it a worse frame rate but I have to hear this fucking Cornetto trilogy nonsense going on.
Jeez, I didn't realize that this was going to create so much drama and internal turmoil for you.
Dude, there's
so
some people.
Terrible.
There were comments, Chris. I don't know if you saw them. People are like, "Oh, it's not a big deal. The PAL versions aren't a big deal. It's what I played my whole life." I'm like, man, your whole life must have sucked then with these half standard, slow versions of video games. I mean, it's just, I'm sorry, Europeans, but it's not.
You need to understand
significantly worse.
The people who think I'm overreacting like really need to understand this isn't like 5 frames a second less or like 10 frames a second less. This is like literally the game as a baseline runs slower. Like the faster 50 frames per second PAL version runs slower than the 30 frames per second NTSC version. It is literally a slower game. It is an easier game, which makes so much sense when I would complain to my British friends about how difficult I thought Ape Escape was. And they were like, what you mean, mate? It's not difficult at all.
I'm trying to do my maths over here, mate.
Just use your DualShock and it's like, oh my God. Like, no wonder. It was you're playing at like half speed. And it's just, I don't know, man. Like, it's so disappointing. But I have no faith that they're gonna do the. I would love to be wrong, but you know, I very little faith.
Mate, you're talking to me about playing Ape Escape in your flat.
Ape Escape. You mean monkey? You mean monkey get you?
Yeah, monkey.
That's the PAL version. What it's called, Monkey Get You.
That is actually what it's called in Japan.
Yeah.
What? Oh, I didn't know that.
It's called Monkey Get You.
Dang.
Which is awesome. It's an awesome name also.
All right. This happened right before we started recording. BioWare and Electronic Arts revealed that Dragon Age, the new Dragon Age game, which is assumed to be out maybe next year, as soon as next year, is called Deadwolf. And they wrote a brief post and it says, "Who is the Deadwolf? Solus the Deadwolf. Some might say he is an ancient elven god. Some say not. Others say a betrayer of his people or a savior who now seeks to rescue them at a cost of your world. His motives are inscrutable and his methods sometimes questionable, earning him a reputation as something of a trickster deity, a player of dark and dangerous games. Whether you're new to Dragon Age stories or you've experienced them all, using Solus's namesake no doubt suggests a spectrum of endless possibilities on where things may go. But at the core of this, like every past game, is you. If you're new to Dragon Age, you have no need to worry about not having met our antagonist just yet. He'll properly introduce himself when the time is right. But we did hint at his return when we announced the Deadwolf Rises back in 2018. So there's more if people want to read. Dragon Age. We haven't seen a new Dragon Age game since, 2014 on PS3 and PS4, so it's been a long time. BioWare, certainly a studio in absolute peril. I don't know how else to explain it. I think that the only reason that they probably are still alive is because they are BioWare, and I think that it would cause Electronic Arts massive drama to undo BioWare. It's not like Pandemic or one of these other studios. I think they'd pay a price reputationally for that because BioWare is so storied. However, Anthem is in the past. BioWare is working on, I think in Montreal, they're working on Mass Effect. I think in Edmonton, they're working on this, if I have it right. I'm sure they're circulating, and there's a team in Houston as well. Chris, we were talking a little bit before we actually started recording, since this happened when we were getting set up, that because they said, I was joking around, and they say, we suspect you'll have questions and they'll be answered in time. And I'm like, I don't have any questions. You know, I'm good. I don't really get Dragon Age. I'm not trying to be mean to those that do, but I just never felt like the series ever really hit its stride. I think that if it did, then we would have gotten more of them quicker. So I think that it kind of speaks for itself. But what do you make of this Deadwolf? And are you anticipating or interested in this game at all?
Not really. I think we have a similar kind of experience with it, where it never appealed to me specifically. Like I was never drawn to it. I was curious about it, but I never actually gave it a shot, which, you know, honestly might be a fault of mine, but it's just never been a franchise that's called to me really. So this is, I mean, I'm glad for the people who are interested in it. I know Inquisition has its fans. I know there are people who, like, you know, didn't it win Game of the Year in 2014? I'm pretty sure.
It did. Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I mean, by whose authority?
Also, I've said before, I don't think 2014 is an especially good year for games.
But it's a particularly bad one, actually. But I think, I think they are going back to Dragon Age specifically because Anthem was so bad. Is my genuine opinion. Like I do think like I don't know if they would go back to this well if they didn't stumble upon another success. I think part of this feels, and maybe this feels a little mean. This feels a little mean to say, but it feels a little desperate. Also, going back to Mass Effect as well, although that I think is a bit more justifiable, just because I think people are actually clamoring like in a massive way for more Mass Effect, even after Andromeda, which is like kind of crazy if you think about it. But you know, I'm sure it'll be interesting and maybe it'll be good. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's hard to say because as far as I understand, Dragon Age, the like I guess Deadwolf or whatever is that what it's called? Yeah. I think has been rebooted at some point because it was announced in 2018. Dragon Age Inquisition comes out in 2014. Anthem comes out 2019, I want to say. So Mass Effect Andromeda 2017, kind of a failure, puts them in peril. Dragon Age at this point I think is rebooted. And what they announced in 2018 is that rebooted version. Then when Anthem falls off, which I think they see in slow motion happening already, that's when I think they confirm that they'll go back to Mass Effect. That's when I think that they decide, to port their games and all of that and so on and so forth. I think that's how the ping pong works, but I don't really know for sure because the reality is we haven't gotten a meaningful BioWare game in, if you count Inquisition, it's been 8 years. I would say Mass Effect 3 would be like the last massively important game, and that's a decade old. So it's hard to know like what's even happening there. But Dustin, I'm sorry, I kept going. What do you think about this? Any interest for you in this Western role playing game series? I feel like it's so competitive. I don't. They're gonna have to really come out swinging to make this relevant. I think
this is one of those games or the franchises that the three of us are all on the same page. In particular, the only one that I played a decent amount of, and it wasn't even that much, was Inquisition, and I didn't really understand the appeal to it. So I'm not particularly excited about this one. And people always say that go back and play the old ones, and maybe I'll check them out someday. But my gut reaction about this is that I just think the name is boring.
Yeah,
we've got, I don't know, like right now they're Dreadwolf, Direwolf, the White Wolf. I'm trying to think of other.
Game of Thrones. Maybe I'm just in Game of Thrones mode right now because I'm watching it and I'm reading it. But when I saw that, I'm like Direwolf. Like it just doesn't remind me of Dragon Age. Maybe it's because I don't know the lore enough. But I agree with you. We'll talk later about another game, a Star Wars game with a horrible name, and I'm like, what are you guys doing, man? You can use it. You can make up words too. You don't have to use real words. Like we made up Arbroxia, although David Jaffe said he hates that name. I personally like it. Anyway, we'll find out more. It says we'll find out more about Dragon Age Dreadwolf later this year. I think there's been some rumor reporting that we could see it next year. I would hope that they take their time and maybe release it in 2024, although who knows? That might be too close to Mass Effect. All right, guys, we have some more news here to get through about Will Arnett voicing Sweet Tooth. So this has come out. We knew Will Arnett was involved in the Twisted Metal show. We didn't know exactly in what capacity because I think he's also acting as like one of the 7 million executive producers of the show. But the Peacock TV series that will be based on Twisted Metal will have a version of Sweet Tooth voiced by Will Arnett. And it says, quote, the character in the show is described as a hilarious and terrifying hulk of a man who is as emotional as he is cunning. A lover of chaos, this majestic, rage-filled killer dons an ever-smiling clown mask and uses Las Vegas as his own personal kill ground, all while he drives his infamous doomsday ice cream truck. It's been long rumored that Arnett would voice Sweet Tooth in addition to serving as an executive producer on the series, though it was never formally announced until now, end quote. And of course, Anthony Mackie and some others, Nev Campbell also, which is interesting, going to be in the show. Chris, I don't know if they confirm it. I don't know, because it says Arnett is an accomplished voice actor and all of that. They talk about BoJack Horseman in this story, the Lego movie in which he stars or co-stars. Yeah. Is this a cartoon? Like, is that the secret behind this? Because then I heard that David Jaffe said production began this week, and that sounds to me like a live action thing. I'm a little confused about what we're getting.
Yeah. There's no, if it's animated, there's no way they just started now. But I think I would. The thing to me is like, because Sweet Tooth is under a mask all the time, he's under the mask, the clown mask. There is a chance that maybe you have somebody that captures the physicality of Sweet Tooth, but doesn't necessarily have the vocal chops to really deliver on that performance. This happens a lot. Like occasionally, like Oh my god, I know. I just had it on the tip of my head.
I was going to say
there were other characters.
David Prowse and James Earl Jones with Darth Vader.
Yeah, Darth Vader, exactly. Where like you have somebody who's playing the physical presence, and then the person who has the good voice maybe doesn't fill that physical presence, so you kind of merge them into this character, and that's probably what they're.
Imagine if James Earl Jones was Darth Vader. That would be so awesome. That was
actually really slow. Yeah, I think. I think I don't think this is a cartoon. I think that's likely what's happening. Like where they're just kind of taking these two people, the physical performance and the vocal performance, and merging them into some. Because he's always under the clown mask, unless that's his face. But I don't think that's I don't think it is.
No,
I'm pretty sure.
I get annoyed when I watch old movies because you can tell that they're dubbing a lot of stuff and it doesn't come off as working because of the technology and the limitations, especially with audio at the time. And we don't suffer from that problem anymore. So it won't be like unimmersive. And I
oh my God.
Yeah. I agree with you. I was going to actually ask Dagan about that because I'm like, they would have had to really start this a while ago if it was animated, but they're being so vague, but I guess it's because no one's really talking about it. We're just getting like rumors and little blurbs from Sony. I wish they would just be a little more specific about what we're actually getting here because they said it was going to be a comedy, for instance. So to me, I'm like, okay, so that could be, animated, but I don't think so. I don't know. But where are the sets? Where are the leaked images and all of this? I'd like to know more.
Yeah.
Dustin, what do you think about this? Are you looking forward to this at all?
I don't know if I'm looking forward to it. This is the one of the PlayStation Productions movie and TV initiative that seems to be the one I'm the most skeptical about, just because it's already like we've talked about a million times how adapting video games to TV and movies is difficult, and now they're doing Twisted Metal, which seems like probably one of the most difficult ones to do. But I like Will Arnett. I think he's a funny guy, and the stuff he's in, he's really funny. And it's funny, actually, two separate things. He's in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands as a character, and then like randomly he's in the new Chip and Dale movie, which I watched, which is actually shockingly pretty good if you're interested in that. But he was good in both of them, and so he kind of has.
That's the one with ugly Sonic is in it, right?
Yes, and it's amazing. It's really good. I really didn't expect to like that movie. I expected it to be fine, but it's got some Who Framed Roger Rabbit aspects to it. If you're mildly interested, I recommend checking it out. It's pretty good.
It looks like it's a fun. I don't know if it's necessarily a good movie, but it looks like it's probably like a lot of fun to watch. Yeah.
Will Arnett's character in it is who he is, which I will not spoil, is one of the funniest aspects of it to me. If you want to spoil it for yourself, just look up who he plays. But I highly recommend going in blind if you're going to watch it. But Will Arnett kind of has this, I don't know, in some of these roles, like thinking of Batman, Tiny Tina, and in Chip and Dale, he has like this either edgy or bad guy that's like trying to be evil, but is also kind of an idiot. And so maybe that's kind of the angle for Sweet Tooth, is that he's like this, insane clown in an ice cream truck, but is also funny. I don't know. But I think I'm still curious about it. I'm open to seeing what it's about. As we've said with Uncharted, who knows? We may be pleasantly surprised about it being decent.
More news to get through has to do with Killzone, believe it or not. And Push Square relays this, but and this is what they write, according to sources on the popular YouTube channel PSVR Without Parole, a Killzone VR game was in development at Supermassive Games. We know that the Quarry developer teased further projects with Sony all the way back to 2018, stating that it was working on several unannounced PlayStation exclusive. One of these allegedly was Killzone VR. And then they basically explained that PSVR Without Parole claims that Sony was unhappy with Supermassive's progress and brought the game in-house, for potentially switching it to PSVR 2. And maybe we're going to see it. Maybe we will have by the time this is either goes out, because we're going to have obviously our state of play impressions later. And we know by this point that Call of the Mountain is going to be there at the very least. So maybe some other first party things as well. Chris, Killzone VR from Supermassive. Now, we've talked about Supermassive's VR games aren't very good. Yeah. And the Quarry we're really excited about, but we know that the Quarry was with Stadia and then picked up by Take-Two. So they're trying to work with a lot of different partners. I'm surprised this didn't leak if it's true, but it makes sense why we haven't seen more about Killzone. Do you think that this is the solution for having a first-party shooter on PSVR 2?
I mean, if PSVR, yeah, but like as far as PlayStation itself, no. You know, like I don't know if you know what I mean. Like I feel like PlayStation itself needs a shooter more than PSVR does. Like PSVR it's all first person. Like it's the point. So like there's a positive aspect in having a shooter there. It's a it diversifies the library of course, but I don't know if they can really. I don't know if it's necessarily in service of what really needs to happen with PlayStation as an ecosystem, which is they need a shooter. I feel like, and I think they could have that, but I also don't think Killzone is that. I think Killzone is kind of like a perfect IP to get experimental with because it's kind of this weird. It's not like I always preferred Resistance. I feel like Resistance is like way like leagues more interesting.
Me too. I agree.
So it does feel like kind of like maybe like well we have this shooter IP. It's big, but it's not huge in as far as like Uncharted or God of War, or The Last of Us, or any of these other IP. So why not kind of mine it for creativity? Why not fuck around with it, get experimental with it, throw it into VR and see what we can come up with? I think that's a really smart use of the IP. But as far as like whether or not this satiates a demand for a shooter, I don't know if that translates super well, especially in VR, just because I feel like that line's a little bit more blurred than it would normally be. So many VR experiences are just first person shooters in one way or another, maybe not with guns, but like, the way you interface with things.
I'm not crazy personally about the idea of Killzone being revived elsewhere. I feel like there's no reason Guerrilla itself shouldn't be making that game.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. Like, well, see, my concern about Killzone coming back is, and Dustin, I'll be curious what you think of this as well, is I'm curious if there's an opportunity cost, because if they make it a VR game, then it makes it harder to visit Killzone on console as a regular game. And maybe you want, like you said, it's good to get experimental with it. I think we all want Resistance back. I feel like we will get Resistance back, but Killzone was one of those series where I really kind of was confused what they had to lose by just making Killzone games and trying to have some sort of shooter ecosystem that they can support. So I think personally, I would like to see a Killzone game, but I agree that I don't think VR is necessarily the best place for it. And if they brought it in-house, that doesn't mean that they're going to finish it. It could have been canceled. So I'm curious, Dustin, what do you make of these rumors? And actually, I should say, PSVR Without Parole, people have asked to have Brian from there on the show. I am having him on later this month on Sacred Symbols Plus, so look forward to it. Go on.
Mm. Yeah, I feel like if we don't think about this as necessarily like not that you guys were saying this, it's not like it's Killzone 4. I think that there could be an opportunity to tell a smaller story in the Killzone world through VR. In fact, you could kind of do it in the same way that Half-Life Alyx is. Maybe you're like some kind of special ops soldier or something, and you're going behind enemy lines. And so instead of like huge battles and using rifles and stuff like that, it's more like pistols and light puzzle solving, stuff like that. One-on-one interactions with different enemies, stuff like that. There could be an interesting opportunity for that, especially just because VR in Killzone is cool just in that it's so different. It would look so different from like a game that takes place in our planet, right? Like you're in totally weird foreign areas. So I think this could be cool, especially if it's done with the correct care. It's good to see, I don't want to harp on them more than I already have, but the Supermassive VR games like Bravo Team, it makes sense that they were pulled out, and it's very possible that they were given a very small budget and a small amount of time, and so that's why those games came out the way they did. But it's also possible that they're just bad. But I don't know. I think that it would be cool to experiment with Killzone in VR, but we'll see. Maybe we're talking about this hypothetically right now, and it's at the state of play because they're talking about a bunch of VR games.
Yeah, maybe.
So we may in a few minutes be like, oh, Killzone VR. Who knows?
I mean, that would be cool. I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
No, the thing that really limits Killzone's ability to kind of like spread its wings to me is just the name. Like it's a very. It sounds like a fake video game in a TV show. You know what I mean? Like Killzone, or like I can't imagine like a side story in the Killzone universe about like, I don't know, like a family like falling apart or something, and it's like it's like there's like
Family
dramatic
Zone.
heft, like there's like a dramatic heft to it, and then like it fades to black and it says Killzone. Like, you know, it's a very
Killzone.
It's such a macho title.
Definitely.
It's kind of funny.
The name sounds like if you watch like a cartoon episode where the kid is like trying to secretly buy a game from the store, and they had to come up with generic mature game Killzone.
Killcore.
Yeah,
You
right.
know?
Yeah, it's like I always thought it was weird because Killzone is a real military term, and I thought it was strange that they named this shooter about another planet with people that are not anywhere around us Killzone. Like I just, to me, I was like, that seems like a rah-rah Vietnam War fucking Hamburger Hill game or something. It doesn't sound to me like spaceships and Hellgast, and I don't know. I always thought that was the strangest part about it, was why the fuck I remember that when I first saw Killzone on PlayStation 2, I was like, what the fuck is this?
It's like Shell Shock,
right,
or whatever the hell that game
which was their previous game. That was their previous game. Guerrilla's game was Shell Shock 67. So there you go. That was they did. Who did they do that with? It was like IDOS or THQ or something. But yeah, and then before that they were called Lost Boys. But yeah, I feel like, because Dustin, you make the point that it couldn't be something smaller, and that's true. My only point is that if Killzone comes back, I think they need to bring Killzone back. $100 million Killzone game. You know, I don't. Because I don't think you can do it twice. I don't think you can, not like Horizon, where they're demanding your attention twice. I think they can do that. I wish Sony let things mature a little bit and say like a few million copies is okay, which is what every game of Killzone sold. And sadly, the last Killzone we got was Mercenary, which is a Vita game. So you can't even go and play that last game unless you have a Vita. So it would be cool to see Killzone come back, but I don't know. I think there are so many IP in the ether. We really should do an episode about what we think could or should come back, because I think going more obscure with some of these VR games would be cool. Colony Wars has always shouted space sim to me, like an Eve Valkyrie type game. You can definitely tap in logical ways, but when you're going with your AAA franchises, like if I saw a Resistance game, for instance, pop up on PSVR, I'd be like, that sucks, because that means we're not going to get Resistance 4. This is what you're going to get. And so we'll see what happens. Very exciting though. While I'm certainly not the world's greatest specimen of health, I do try to take care of my body, or at least be proactive and take steps to limit the damage my very American diet and lifestyle can incur. And when Athletic Greens came into my life, it provided another logical, easy, high-quality step I could take to, well, feel better, to feel good even. Can you imagine? It's real, and you can learn more right now at athleticgreens.com/sacred. So I started taking Athletic Greens' so-called AG1 formula because I wanted more energy. I feel chronically tired and worn out, certainly exacerbated by late nights and my insistence on eating only one meal a day. But by the time my daily workouts rolled around each day, I was shot. I went through the motions, but not at full energy. Not at least until I started taking Athletic Greens, which really proved its worth. What is Athletic Greens? It's a powder you mix into water, and it's easy to drink. It actually tastes pretty good too. Within are 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. I actually got lost reading about each individual ingredient on their website, but needless to say, this AG1 formula is built for health, energy, and overall wellness, and you'll be pleased to see the ingredients for yourself, all natural and organic. What's potentially most intriguing about Athletic Greens, though, is that it really is for just about everyone. Even people who are dairy or gluten-free or who are on keto or paleo diets can use AG1, and it happens to be vegan too, with barely a gram of sugar per glass as well. The price is right too. Athletic Greens cost less than $3 a day, a hell of a value considering all of the ingredients packed into each scoop. And those who use Athletic Greens truly love it. It's earned more than 7,000 5-star reviews online, with more coming each day, and you can count yours truly amongst Athletic Greens' legions of satisfied users around the world. Whether you're a health nut or not, taking fundamental steps to better your health is a no-brainer. My friends, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into flu and cold season. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Guys, Sonic Frontiers. I was just curious what we think of this. We actually had a few people write in, and Tight Whitey is one of them. He says, "Greetings, Sonic was never good, Colin. It just never was that great, Chris, and they just want to have sex with the big cat, Dustin." Last week in a Q&A meeting with investors, Sega CEO and CFO said internal targets have been set for Sonic Frontiers review scores. Today, gameplay footage was officially unveiled, and the reception has been, putting it mildly, somewhat subdued. Is there a snowball's chance in hell this game can be polished into something garnering critical acclaim, or is Sonic destined to take yet another L? Thanks for all you do, even if you'll never admit that Sonic 3 and Knuckles is better than Super Mario World. You are out of line with that. I mean, I don't even know what universe you exist. Never mind. I know it's bait, and I don't want to take it. Chris, we all saw the footage. I put it here in the link, but I'm curious also, Dustin, we'll go to you in a moment. What did you think of this? I was surprised by this footage. A lot of people are saying it's empty, which is one thing, but I was like, it's not running very well, which was what my bigger surprise was. There's like pop-up and all sorts of shit, and I'm like, that's not really acceptable in a game that's like this, that the draw distances are a little shadow. It just doesn't look very next gen, or current gen, I should say. But I'm the last person that should be criticizing Sonic. I have no objectivity with Sonic at all. So I'm more curious what you guys think. So Chris, let's start with you.
Well, I mean, I don't have much objectivity with it either, but at the same time, this looks terrible. It looks awful. It looks like it really, and I'm not the first person to say this, so this isn't like an original thought, but it's just accurate. It does have this Nintendo hire this man energy, where like it feels like somebody like rendered an Unreal Engine field and dropped hyper realistic Mario in it, you know, like and like, look at what a Mario game could be. That's what it looks like. It's like, hey, let's throw Sonic into an Unreal Engine field, and that's the game. That's what it looks like to me. And I saw a bunch of comments as well, like people tweeting like, this looks like a fan made thing. It looks like fans made this, and it running poorly. I mean, that's no surprise. Sonic's no stranger to that.
Dude, he comes down from a bar in the beginning, zooms down, and the ground isn't there. And then the ground appears. I can't believe Sega greenlit this. That was like what was shocking to me.
Yeah, like the fact that they showcased this, that they edited. I mean, I guess it's like, I guess props to Sega for being like honest about what the hell this is, because there is something to be said about that, where it's like, hey, they didn't smoke and mirrors you. They didn't like put together this hyper curated best moments of the playthrough that they recorded. Sure. But at the same time, why would you show this at all? It just looks so bad. Like, I don't know.
What do you think, Dustin? What's your thought?
Oh, it's terrible. It's no doubt like one of the worst debut gameplay for something so high profile too. I mean, not that we have high expectations for Sonic around here, but this is worse than I imagined for sure. There's a part, I have it timestamped at 2 minutes and 56 seconds that I just find so funny, where
2 minutes and 56 seconds.
Sonic, okay. So he's like speeding through, but you have this open world where Sonic's fucking playground is just built up. And so you see this, like all of these weird like lines and, you know, curly stuff that he like does his grind rail thing.
Yeah, it's like
or
it's like the very basic geometry. Yeah.
Right. And it just, go to
it's so fucking ugly, man. Like all 3D Sonic games are so ugly, like because they have to have these stupid rails all over the place and all these like random like multicolored bounce pads and like random rings literally throughout it's such an aesthetically displeasing world to exist in that I don't stand it.
Yeah. And here's the thing too, is just that even Sonic fans, I think, are not excited about this. I saw, not that it was a nationwide trend, but sometimes you can see like gaming trends or whatever. And there was a hashtag delay Sonic Frontiers. You have fans of your game asking you to delay it. This is like, usually it's fans that are like, oh no, you're delaying the game, I'm so upset. And this one, like fans like, actually, you might need a minute based on what you just showed us here, because this is not hot at all. And dude, the other thing too that's just so funny to me is that I know that there's the joke about games journalists that's like, oh, it's Sonic's Breath of the Wild. It's whoever's Breath of the Wild. It's like, no, actually, in this situation, it is obvious that they did the piano stuff. Like, they're trying to go for this minimalist. It's so funny. If you listen to the music and it's this peaceful piano stuff, and then you're like, like all these like coins pick up, and it doesn't make any sense. It's just,
there's a lot of just technical issues. Like I was saying, if you go to like 308, 309, 310 and just let it play and look at the right side of the screen, like a ton of stuff just pops in.
308?
Yeah, and then just play it from there. Keep your eye on the right side of the screen.
Oh, yeah, I noticed this.
And it just pops, everything just pops in on the right side. Like,
yeah,
this is crazy. That I'm not trying to be mean about it because I think it looks fun. Like, when I saw it, I was a little surprised how hard people were being on it because to me, having really only played Sonic Adventures in 3D as far as 3D Sonic games are concerned, I'm like, I don't really know what you thought this was going to be, but this seems like what I thought it was going to be. My problem with it is that it just doesn't look very good. Like, it doesn't run good. It's not beautiful enough. It's not. I thought Sonic was about speed and movement and graphical fidelity. That's what it was all about. Sega does what Nintendo don't, right? But that was the whole thing. But to me, this doesn't showcase Sonic in a AAA fashion, and I thought that's what they were going for. See, that's my problem. This seems like a THQ Nordic game, and there's a place for that. Oh. But that doesn't seem like a Sega game, like a Sega AAA Sonic offer.
This is worse than a THQ Nordic game.
Yeah, you're right, because THQ Nordic, we're going to talk about them in a little while, actually.
This is crazy. Like, I really cannot fucking believe how bad this is. If your game's not ready to show in like at least like a way that is honest and complimentary to your game, just don't show it. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, Sonic is going through like a bit of a resurgence right now,
right?
You know, like these movies are doing really well. The games, you know, people, you know, I don't understand them, but they do well. Just let it breathe, you know. That's kind of how I feel about it. It's like, just like show it when it's ready. This, to me, like, there are parts of this that are like embarrassingly bad, like to the point where it reminds me of like when Halo Infinite was first revealed and you had all that like grass popping in and like the Craig meme. But this is like somehow like way worse to me, because it's like, it's not even like, oh, you saw like a quick frame of like a character model's face that looks silly, like big deal. It's probably most games. But like, this is like everything's popping in, the floor's vanishing, it's chugging. What are you doing?
And Chris, something you said that I think is worth emphasizing is that for families across the world right now, Sonic is more popular than ever because of the movies. And they have not released a main Sonic game, right, since Sonic Forces. I think that's right. So this will be the first big mainline, whatever you want to call it, Sonic game since the success of the movies. And so there's a lot riding on this title. Now, maybe it doesn't matter because Sonic games weren't necessarily very great before, and they probably made a decent amount of money, and they don't necessarily need this game to be a 90 on Metacritic or something like that. But you still don't want to burn all of the kids that are into Sonic because of the movie, and they're going to spend $60 on this game. And if it sucks, then it's not good.
I'm looking now. Yeah, you're right. Man. 2017 was the last time we got both a 2D and a 3D Sonic game that year. Yeah. The year of Sonic, maybe it was. I don't know. But we'll see what happens. I think it needs more time in the fire, but I am authentically surprised that people thought they were going to get something that was not that from a gameplay perspective. Like, to me, I was like, that looks like Sonic to me. This is what you guys are always gushing about. So have fun. Guys, Final Fantasy XI came out in 2002 in Japan, 2004 in the West on PlayStation 2. Later came to Xbox 360 and, of course, PC. It is celebrating its 20th anniversary, and it's actually still alive on PC. Yeah. It was shut down in 2016, as I recall, on PS2 and Xbox 360. People were still playing it on both of those places. But there's a blog post I just wanted to bring people's attention to on PlayStation Blog, their official blog post. It's called Celebrating Final Fantasy XI Online, a 20th anniversary retrospective with the game's creators. And it's a very lengthy look at the game. It's very interesting. And they say, like, we'll hope you continue to join us for what Final Fantasy XI has to offer. I felt like this was weird. Are they indicating, Dustin, that are they going to bring this game to PlayStation 4 or something? What is the point of putting this on PlayStation Blog? That was my major confusion, because it's not a retrospective on a game that was a one-off that you can still play. Your PlayStation 2 version of this game will not work anymore. So I just thought it was weird. It's a cool piece. People should read it. But what do you think about its purpose?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to remember. There's something in the back of my mind that there is a Final Fantasy 11 event that's going to be happening in Final Fantasy 14. And so maybe this is just some cross-promotion type stuff. I can't imagine that they would bring it to PS4, though I know it is definitely still alive on PC, so I guess it could be a possibility, but it would seem kind of counterintuitive when your main moneymaker right now is Final Fantasy 14, and so I'm guessing it has to do with that cross-promotion, but who knows? It is kind of a weird move to do this extensive of a write-up.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's a really cool thing. You would expect to see Square Enix themselves do something like that. The game is still alive on PC. I was researching, actually, in preparation for the show, as I often do. This game got DLC in 2015. That was the last time I got DLC. Oh. That's amazing. 13 years after it came out. And the DLC apparently worked across platforms. So that's fascinating stuff. For all of you playing Final Fantasy 11, we salute you. A couple more items of news before we get into what we're playing. We can work quickly through this. CD Projekt reported in their own news briefing, in their own press release, that Witcher is in, or the new Witcher game is in active development now. And so we can look forward to that in the next few years. Don't really want to hear much more about CD Projekt in the coming time. Konami shut down Super Bomberman R's online mode. This will affect the various versions, including the PlayStation 4 version. So keep an eye out for that if you care. That game's actually surprisingly popular. So a lot of people were caught off guard by that decision, but apparently Konami will bring more Bomberman games in the future. And speaking of Konami, eFootball, I don't know why they insist on communicating like this as opposed to just doing it on their website, but they basically write these tweets that are like multiple tweets long about what's going on. But they're going to bring more paid content to console and mobile and PC, of course. In the winter of 2022, the game will be supported into 2023. eFootball is one of the most popular free-to-play games on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 in Europe. And I think that will maybe catch on here more as well. We've been talking a lot about it. But that's all for the small... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just have to say, Chris, you don't have to feel bad. The eFootball account, not verified either. So they're not the only ones trouble getting verified.
Are you trying to get verified? I still have no idea how I got verified.
No, I was just curious to see if I could.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, you need an article that's written about you." And I was like, "Okay, here's an article that's written about me." It was like super recent. And they were like, "This doesn't count." And I was like, "Okay, cool. It does, but like, all right, I guess just arbitrarily for no reason. Thanks, Elon."
Yeah, it's all fucked up. Who knows what's happening on Twitter? I have no idea how I got. I mean, it happened when I was at IGN. I think that probably had everything to do with it.
Okay. That probably does.
Okay. Let's talk about the games we're playing. Chris, let's start with you. Says you're playing Yakuza Like a Dragon still.
Yeah, I'm still going through it. I still very much like it. I think it's starting to get a little bit diverse as far as like party members are concerned. Like there's finally, I finally have like a decent, like a sizable number of choices between like, you know, who I can bring into my party. And it's so fun. Like some of these people are so fun. Like there's like this one homeless guy who has these like really specific homeless themed attacks. And it's just like very bizarre, but like I'm liking it. It's cool. I haven't had much time lately because I've been working on this big video that's kind of like a bigger production than normal. So I haven't gotten a lot of game time in, but like what little time I do have, I spend in Yakuza, because it's just so easily approachable. It's so easily digestible. I feel like it's a game that I can play for like 20 minutes or like 3 hours, put it down, not play for a week, come back and remember exactly what it is I was doing. It's so clear. And it's so nice to have a game like that, because I feel like so many games lately are so bloated and so heavy and require so much. And to be fair, like even games that I really love, like Elden Ring is like one of those games. It's like I haven't played Elden Ring in a while because I haven't had time. And I thought about going back to it, and I'm like, I have no fucking clue what the hell I was doing. And I knew that would happen, but it's like
it's one of those games that's a severe one. because of the skill level as well.
Most RPGs and stuff like that, but like this one feels just so approachable, and I'm really thankful for it because it's exactly the kind of game I need right now when I'm so busy doing other things. But I still very much like it. I know this is not like I know that this Yakuza game is not exactly like the previous ones. I don't know what exactly is different about them because I haven't even seen footage of previous Yakuza games outside of like clips of random cutscenes or that weird karaoke mini game. But I'm liking it so much that I am getting a little bit curious about like maybe once I'm done with it, maybe not immediately, because I do think it's one of those games where like maybe you'd get more value out of it if you maybe finished one and did like a bit of a palate cleansing tour of a bunch of other stuff before coming back to it. But I am curious about whether or not like I'd want to maybe try some of the other ones as well. Because it's just it's got such a weird personality, and it's very tangible. Like you can feel like, oh, this was written by like very specific people, and they thought very specific things were funny, and they thought very specific things had dramatic heft, and it's like such a unique perspective on this, and it's fun. I really like it a lot still. It has yet to bore me or bug me or rear the ugly head of tedium. So I'm really enjoying it.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Dustin, let's move on to you. What are you playing?
So first of all, I am playing Super Perils of Baking, which I've been playing it for over a week now, but I couldn't talk about it now because of till embargo. And I really like this game. Really fun. I like that. And Colin, you can try to help me out here, but I know that like basically you have when you're fully powered up, you have the hat, you've got the beard, and then if you get hit, you lose the hat. You can't throw. The whisk, right? Yeah. So when you're fully powered up, you can throw the whisk, and so the whisk is awesome. It's really powerful. And it's like it's not. I don't want to say overpowered, but it gives you the motivation to try to stay at the top level all the time in order to be able to hit enemies with the whisk. And then if you lower it down to just having one health bar, you have no beard, which I think is a very cute mechanic. So overall, though, I'm having a great time playing it. I'm playing it on Steam Deck, and I'm having no problem. So if you want to play it on a handheld that isn't the Switch, then it is good on deck. So far, I've been having no problems with it. And then, surprisingly, the other game that I've probably put in the last 2 or 3 days, I probably put 3 or 4 hours into is Silent Hill for PlayStation 1. And part of this was that I was curious about how emulation would do on the Steam Deck, and it's awesome. In fact, with Silent Hill in particular, I've had no issues at all emulating it. And I am surprised because when I first started playing this, my gut reaction was bad because it's very dated in a lot of ways. It has tank controls. Ugh. And the camera can be real screwy at points, but I felt intrigued enough to keep going. And as I was playing it, it just kind of, I don't know, you just kind of get used to some of those old mechanics again. And let me tell you, this game, what I'm enjoying so much about it, and I know I've heard this before, it's about the atmosphere and the sound design more than anything. It's really incredible what they were able to do in such rudimentary 3D at the time. And the other thing that is, so I'm playing on like the easiest difficulty because I just want to play to get like, okay, I want to know, we probably have new Silent Hill stuff on the horizon. This is a series I've never touched before, so I just want to be able to kind of check things out. And I think I am going to play through all of it. But the main thing, I was like, man, how did people figure out some of this stuff in this game? And I know I'm not the best at survival horror puzzles and stuff like that, but I have used a guide many times already in this first playthrough, or in the first amount that I've played so far, which is basically, if you've played this game before, I just finished the school. So I left the school. And so I did my first boss fight and stuff like that. But some of the stuff I'm like, man, I don't know how anyone figured this out. There's like this weird puzzle that involves a piano with blood on it and a poem. And it's cool. It made me sad because, not sad, But I did want to authentically buy and play this game, which is something we advocate for. But I went with my dad to a couple different game stores, which is going to get into the other stuff I've been playing. And I was like, maybe I'll pick up Silent Hill and I can own the disc. And I only saw one copy of it for $200. It's like, you know what? Okay, that game, I'm guessing that's not a shock.
Really?
Yeah, Silent Hill. And if you look on eBay, that's an accurate price.
Silent Hill on disc is worth $200.
Silent Hill.
I wish I didn't sell them. Like get rid of so many
I have Silent Hill on disc.
Yeah,
I had no idea it was fucking worth $200,
dude. Yeah,
I'm not getting rid of it, but
I think almost all of the Silent Hill games. I know Silent Hill 2 is also a pretty high value game.
Why are they like particularly rare? Like that's so weird.
It could be. A lot of games were limited back then.
Right.
But I don't know. It didn't seem the thing is at the time, and I was playing some obscure games, nothing seemed limited. Like I never had a problem getting anything I wanted at the time. And it was only in hindsight when you realize, oh, they only made, 50,000 copies of this or whatever. And it's like, I didn't know. I just saw it in PSM and went and bought it. So it's strange. A lot of role-playing games and survival horror games and weird shit like that on PS1 are becoming more and more valuable. And it seems like you got some other games for the console.
Yeah, so shout out. I went to this store in Ambridge, PA, which is like a suburb of Pittsburgh, called the Game Master's Realm. And I've decided that for a while I was focusing my collection on Super Nintendo games. And then I kind of, like with collecting, I kind of go real hard into it, realize I'm burning through a lot of cash, and then take a break for a while. And so I've had this reignited in me because I've been watching YouTube videos of like resellers on YouTube that go to game stores. One of them is Phoenix Resale, if you've ever seen him on YouTube. And I'm not interested in the business of buying and reselling games for profit, but I just like those videos because it's going to all these different game stores and seeing like this weird Japanese game is worth $400. And then these kind of like shovelware games, if you find them sealed, they can be worth a lot of money and stuff like that. I don't know. That has interested me. So I've refocused on PlayStation 1 and I'm starting small just by recollecting some of the games I had growing up. So the games I got were like A Bug's Life on PlayStation 1. I bought a jam-packed demo disc that I had that I played a ton growing up. I got some other stuff, just like some essential stuff. Like I got Hot Shots Golf, the original Hot Shots Golf. I got Siphon Filter, which I haven't touched that one yet. And then just playing, if you watch the video, I have like my original PlayStation 1 set up, playing it on original hardware and stuff like that. And it's been really cool. I started Ape Escape, but then I hit an infinite loading scene where it just never loaded. And then I looked at my disc and I was like, it's not. And this isn't one that I bought from Game Master's Realm, by the way. This is one I bought at Goodwill probably 10 years ago. And so I need to get that resurfaced or something. And I was like, you remember some of the things that you just take for granted now, like auto saving. I did not save for probably 2 or 3 levels in Ape Escape. And then I got that infinite loading. I was like, well, that's 30 to 45 minutes. That's just gone. So that's cool. But it's been cool reconnecting with some of these old games. And just like one of my favorite things about going to game stores and buying secondhand games is that, for example, in the Siphon Filter copy I bought, somebody on the inner pamphlet taped a thing where they wrote out all the cheat codes. And that would bother some people because they want really clean and pristine copies, which I do to some extent. But when there's something like tucked away on the inside, I actually kind of enjoy that because it shows like this game, someone had a history with this game where they taped it in and they loved this game enough that they needed that reference. And so it's like a video game, a used video game archaeology.
Yeah, there's provenance with it, even though you don't know the person. It's cool.
Yeah, it's like environmental storytelling. It's like when you pick up a book in Uncharted and it like opens to the exact page that you need, and there's like some weird note that's like, why would you even leave this for anybody? It makes no sense. It's like that, where it's like, this is cool that there's history in this disc, and like, I don't know, I like that shit. Yeah,
it's making me sad in some ways too, getting back into PS1, because I'm realizing some games that I had are worth, like, to re-get them is going to cost a lot of money. For example, Mega Man Legends 1 and 2. are not cheap. I think those, at least Mega Man Legends 2 is, I think, at least $100, maybe more. Which those two I definitely feel like I need to get. I had a fan send me Tomba 2.
Wow,
that's
just a pretty rare game, isn't it?
That's also like $100 game. So shout out. And I've been playing that as well. And so it's been great. It's been super fun just to reconnect with like my origin of gaming, really.
I still buy a lot of books, but there was a few used bookstores I liked in California, and I used to go to them. And often this one bookstore in San Francisco used to buy a book, and there would often be, like, for some reason, I don't know if it was like their thing or something, there always just happened to or seemed to be something in a book, like a receipt or a handwritten weird note. And I remember one of the books I bought had an Amazon printed receipt, but from like 1998 or something. The person who bought the book, it was just, I like stuff like that too. I think I like provenance, even if the provenance is not necessarily interesting or good, or I can make the product less valuable. I still think it's neat. And I find that a lot in the G.I. Joe world too, as I buy shit, people scribbling on things and all that. Well, Willie did write in, though. I wanted to bring this up. He says, "Hey, Sacred Crew, now that Dustin has played Gran Turismo 7, I have a question regarding the difficulty. How does GT7 compare to the Souls games for him? For me, getting gold on the license test and missions is very comparable, if not more difficult at times, than some of the Souls bosses. You need to have nearly perfect execution to get gold in some of the license tests and mission challenges. And for me, the sense of accomplishment for acing the track rival is that of the Souls games." I was surprised when you brought up Gran Turismo 7. And then I was surprised when you kind of dropped it. Are you still playing the game? And can you speak to like how you would feel about its difficulty, since you're such a canny gamer when it comes to these difficult Souls games?
I think I put in maybe one or two races since last week, but nothing too extensive to really talk about. And this past week, I've been playing more Steam Deck since my parents were here for over Memorial Day. So I didn't want to hey, I'm sitting on the couch playing GT7. Like, we're probably one of the most boring games to watch, most likely for them. So, I laughed initially at the Souls comparison because so many people, if something's difficult, it's Dark Souls. But there is something to it in that they're both require a high level of precision. And so I can kind of see that comparison, but it's true that Gran Turismo 7 is harder than Dark Souls to me because I have no experience with racing games. But the nice part about GT7 is that it is very adaptable on how hard you want to make it. You can make it brake for you. You can make it properly accelerate. You can make it extremely simple if you want. You can still play the full breadth of the game, but you can also make it so you're gear shifting and driving on wet tracks or whatever. Like it is definitely the whole spectrum of extremely easy that a kid could play, or the most advanced sim racer will have a challenge as well. So I want to get back to that this week because I was starting to find the groove. Like, okay, I'm starting to get a handle, like how the braking works and how you have to do the corners and stuff like that. There's a shocking amount of depth. It really shouldn't be shocking to me because I know that any kind of sim game is going to have an extreme amount of depth, but just it's still intriguing to me in ways that I did not expect.
Very nice. Thank you for writing in, Willie. As for me, I'm also playing Super Perils of Baking. I won't speak to it. I mean, I worked on the game, but I've been trying to just 100% all the stages and working towards my PlayStation 5 Platinum. Very difficult on PlayStation 5 to get the Platinum, but I'm going to try to do it. Still messing around with Gravity Rush, and I think I'm almost towards the end now. It's good. I just think the more I play it, the more I'm like, I didn't really miss very much not playing this game, but I'm glad that I did. It was a very notable absence in my experiences in terms of PlayStation exclusives. And then still messing around with Borderlands Game of the Year Edition, the PS4 port of the original game from 2009 with all the DLC. So that's been fun. Yeah, nothing new to really report, though, on my end either. Just the same old, same old. And Super Perils of Baking I played extensively, but I don't think I have an objective word to say about it. Although I want to say to your point, I'm glad that you understand like that we invoke Super Mario World in the game. So
yeah.
In Super Mario World, you have, you get a feather, and then you get Tall Mario and Little Mario, or Fire Mario. And then that's kind of the idea with the whisks is your fireballs. And you can even press triangle or whatever would be on your controller. And if you can store away Baking Hat to bring yourself to full power, just like you can in Mario. So we wear our influences on our sleeve, and we hope that you guys enjoy the game.
I have to say too, there's a balloon character who instantly I thought looked like Maddie, and I think it maybe is the mustache or something like that. I'm like, dude, this balloon reminds me of Maddie.
Oh, interesting. I don't know if that was intentional, but
probably not. But it still did. Also, I gotta say the minecart levels. When I saw them in the trailer, because I edited the initial trailer, I was like, because I thought of other minecart levels that I despise, but I was like, dang, these minecart levels are actually like really fun. They're like really good.
Like Donkey Kong Country. I mean, that was kind of where I
didn't know what to expect, but I really like sometimes in games you get like levels that are slightly different, whether it's a water level, a minecart level, or and you're like, oh no, I got to play this other way for this level, and I don't really want to do that. But in Super Perils of Baking, the alternate gameplay levels, we'll say, are awesome. The balloon character is really cool. I just think it's funny that there's this balloon guy with a mustache. Yeah. Oh, Larry, that's his name, right?
Yeah.
I would always get confused when games would showcase water levels in their trailers, because every time I saw them, I'd be like, I don't want to swim. I don't want to swim. This is an Echo the dolphin.
You don't want to swim in that game either, because it's horrible.
Yeah, I'd rather walk around as a dolphin.
Yeah, just walk the mean sands of your local beach. All right, my friends, that's all we have for what we're playing. Let's get into the news. As I promised, number one will be all the state of play stuff, so we will get into that now. All right. Oh, wait, I don't have to even do the greetings and salutations. You can just keep this all in. Wait, we're back. We just watched the state of play. I was about to just start the show again.
Yeah.
Well, here we are. As we promised, we would cut in with our state of play impressions, and we will do just that. Boys, I counted 15 games in total discussed and shown. And before I assume, let's just take them in order. But before we do, Chris, what did you think? I thought that was a incredibly strong, tight half an hour showcase of games. I don't know that you can now nothing from first party except for Horizon, and I understand that, but I don't know that you can really expect very much more than this. I thought this was, maybe we're just so thirsty right now, but I feel like this was very, very good. What did you think?
Yeah, no, I thought it was impressive. I thought it was probably at least like gauged on pure, based on like how I felt about it and based on what I saw that interested me personally, this is probably the strongest state of play that I've seen or that I can remember. They really did a good job. I feel like it was paced very well. I feel like they started strong. I feel like they ended on something that I acknowledge is a huge deal, but I'm not personally interested in. But like everything in the middle was interesting, and there were some surprises there that I was not expecting. I think it was it's a really solid showcase in my opinion.
Believe it or not, it's thunderstorming outside right now as we record. Yeah, so maybe a tornado will take me away again. Dustin, what did you think of the state of play for June 2nd, 2022?
There was definitely a lot more than I expected. And I was thinking about this in the context of they set up state of play to be these small scale things. And so part of me is like, well, Sony, I'm happy you showed us some awesome stuff at this state of play. But you also fucked yourself, because now we have a new, like, this is the best state of play so far when it comes to sheer volume of really exciting announcements. And so now any state of play after this, people are going to want it to be like this one.
Right. It's a standard.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's fucked.
That's good though. That's good. Right. Well, like we should expect more. Maybe we're too down. Maybe they're going to change. That's crazy. Right. I mean, I've been a PlayStation fan since the beginning. I can't imagine that's true, but
yeah, I feel like we should continue. We should continue to expect less.
Yeah.
So that we are this happy when this happens.
Right. I agree with you. I think that's very well said. Expecting less. Yeah. Then you're never disappointed. And they started with a banger. They ended with a banger. And I thought, dude, I really think, I don't know, like every game to me was interesting in some way. Like I could see myself playing everything they showed, which I don't think I've ever seen in any showcase ever. So I just think, again, I don't know if it's the hunger that we need something, but guys, let me just plant this little seed before we even get into the games. With the exception of Call of the Mountain, which is like not that important to a lot of people that are not going to play PSVR 2, obviously, they still haven't shown anything from first party. Like we still haven't seen anything from first or second party. No God of War, which might be there, maybe Achilles thing. I didn't expect it there. I don't know why anyone did. Dustin. Now let's begin with that. Sorry, that was a little harsh. Let me begin here though with Resident Evil 4 remake.
Wait, hold on.
What?
Didn't I say at the end of the predictions episode, I said God of War will be at the Keighley thing?
Yeah, but it was too late for you to pull out at that point.
Oh, well, I guess you make the rules. You make the rules here, so
yeah, well,
whatever.
Resident Evil 4 remake, my friends.
Yeah.
March 24th, 2023, PlayStation 5, PlayStation VR 2. Functionality in some sense. They were very clear about that. You know, they had some weird verbiage. But I was like, yes, oh yes, when I was watching this, Chris. I mean, this looks awesome. When I saw that shot of why can't I think of his name? The Leon, right.
Yeah.
The shot of Leon walking to the cabin, his baggy clothes. It's like not a very tight look. His jacket, that iconic jacket. It got me excited that the shot, there's this kind of bird's eye shot of what is clearly the very beginning section of the game. You know, when you go into that village for the first time and the enemies are attacking you and you don't know what's going on, that initial section as you're exploring, I think that's what they showed. And so I don't know, man. I think this looks awesome. It's soon. PlayStation 5. What do you think? Yeah,
I'm stoked. I think it looks really cool. I will say they did do the thing that I was worried they'd do, which is it doesn't have that washed out look, or maybe they upped the saturation for the trailer, and that was something that I did like about the look of Resident Evil 4 was that it did kind of look kind of like dead and washed out. This looks a lot more vibrant, obviously, because they want to show off modern graphics, and I think it works for the most part. I think that shot of the photograph in particular really impressed me for some reason. I don't know why, but like of the photograph of Ashley, I think, right?
Yeah,
is the president's daughter, where like the light reflects off of it like it would a real photo. And I remember being like, that looks like wildly good. Like even on the compressed stream. But even with the kind of washed out tone, not exactly highlighted, I still think it looks really gorgeous. I think they did a good job kind of accentuating the browns of that Spanish village. I think it's a lot richer looking. I'm stoked about it. But I also just love Resident Evil 4. I think it's just like such a good game, and I have all the more reason to play through it again in anticipation for it, because I'm curious as to what they'll change, or if they'll change anything, or like how they'll approach it, because it looks surprisingly faithful outside of like just like literal like really minor things like the hue, and the time of day of certain shots. Like there's that scene in the back of the truck when he's like leaning against the window. It looks like that takes place at like night.
Yeah.
In this new one, whereas like it took place in like the early morning or like the middle of the day in the original. So
yeah, it's a good
outside
point.
Outside of little things like that, it looks like they've remained surprisingly faithful, which is super. I'm just stoked. I'm really excited.
I'm looking at the PlayStation blog post now for it, and that shot I was talking about of him walking up to the cabin is actually the thumbnail for it. Yeah, I love that shot with all those baskets and shit and debris. Oh man, Dustin, Resident Evil 4 remake, March 24th, 2023, PS5, some PSVR 2 functionality. How do you feel?
I think this looks great. In fact, the main thing that stuck out to me is what Chris was saying, is just that I love it when games from this era get remade, because it's like they get remade and they suddenly get color. Like so many of these games from this era are like, they're not black and white, but it kind of feels
this
like
game
they're
is
like
very brown and gray, I would say.
It's like sepia. And it's like, man, there's like a slight fondness in my brain of that era, but I much prefer games to have color in them. And so that was like one of the main things that stuck out to me. I'm like, oh man, this looks great. And I mean, first of all, too, is that this is a PS5 only game, which is very exciting also. And I don't know what to say other than I just think that it looks awesome. The graphics look great. The like I said, the coloring looks awesome. It's coming in, what was that? March, right?
Yep, March 24th.
March. So it's, not too far away. And man, just Capcom continually setting the gold standard on remakes, I feel like. Particularly when you think of 2, 3, and now hopefully with 4, it's just that they were able to remain faithful, but modernize these games and make them beautiful and very fun. And it's just good to see.
Yeah, I think people would say that 2 was very faithful and 3 was less faithful than 2. And so I'll be interested to see what they do here, because I've argued in the past, I think it's most important that they get this one right. Resident Evil 4 is a completely famous game, and I would argue the best Resident Evil game. Although 7 and 8 are awesome too. And obviously the first ones are great too, but I mean, we're modernized now, and the expectations are different. I've long pleaded for a game or a way to play a modern, reworked Resident Evil 4, even if they just change the controls. Yeah. I just can't do it.
Even if all they did was just make it so you could play that exact same game, and maybe they just like shortened the loading screens to nothing and let you move while shooting, it would still hold up like fantastically, I think.
I agree. It's hard to play though on. I played it last on PS3, I think, but like I've said, the Wii version is actually the best surprisingly the best way to play Resident Evil 4 if you can access that one. So yes, Resident Evil 4 is the first game of our 15. Looks awesome. Number 2 is Resident Evil Village, which we can go through quickly. Obviously came to PS4 and PS5 in 2021. It's confirmed for PlayStation VR 2. Chris, big titty vampire lady in VR, yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. I was reminded. It was like the opposite of a Vietnam flashback, where I was like watching. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot. That was great. So yeah, I mean, I gotta be real. I don't know. Like VR is such a strange thing to me. I don't know if I can play through an entire game like Resident Evil Village in VR. I feel like it would take me so long, because I have to just take these like long breaks. Like usually it's like I can do like 30 minutes at a time, and then I take a break, and then I put it back on. I get like headaches, and I think it's the glasses probably don't help. But probably not gonna fuck around with that too much. But the fact that it's there, and the fact that it looks like it's just the entire campaign, and they've done some reworking of how physics works and how you interact with things. It looks cool. Like I'm impressed that they managed to get both of these into this state of play. It's really cool that we're going to have multiple, presumably multiple different Resident Evil experiences on PSVR by the time it launches. That's like super important. That can't be understated, I think.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was going to say, presuming, because remember, Resident Evil 4 was first in development maybe as far back as 2017 with some random Japanese studio, M2, and Capcom took it back. And that's when I think it was reported on. That might have been back in 2018 when it was even reported on. It's been, I think, long reworked. And I think the success the success with Resident Evil started again in 2017. And I think that they've just realize, especially with Resident Evil 2's reception and then Village's reception, that they're like, we gotta, if we just do it right, we're gonna get great scores, we're gonna sell tons of copies. There's no reason that this shouldn't be exactly right. And I see that with Resident Evil 4. I saw that with Resident Evil Village. I didn't think Village was quite as strong as 7, but I thought it was a much better game than 5 or something like that. So it's all good with me with Resident Evil Village coming to PSVR 2. Nice little supplemental content, even though we've already played it. Dustin, do you have anything to add?
Yes, definitely. The main thing to take away, I think, or one of the main takeaways from this trailer is, if you notice, individual hand tracking. And the reason why that's important is that the Resident Evil 7 in VR, it's been a long time since I checked that out, but if I remember correctly, you had to use the DualShock to play that game, and you like aimed with your head. And so it was like, it was like not quite normal, but it was still cool. But if you notice in this trailer, you can see the individual hands moving around. There's actually a shot at a minute in that looks like dual wielding, which think that's a little strange. But so I expect this to be a much better experience even than Resident Evil 7, simply because of that additional controlling, being able to individually pick up items, being able to aim and actually like look down sight and stuff like that in a more realistic manner. It's going to be a big improvement from that last one, at least in that way, as far as how you control and move around. So I think this looks fantastic. I don't know how I'm going to get through the dollhouse part in VR.
Oh, yeah, I'm not doing that shit.
Hopefully you can like switch to a VR mode. You don't have to play it just in VR. So I'll play that part on the flat screen and then move.
They have like an arachnophobia filter, but it just makes baby assets low res.
Yeah. That might also be scary.
Yeah, that might actually be terrible. The thing that it looks like they're borrowing a lot from the way that Resident Evil 4 VR works, which is like obviously just modern VR, the two hand tracking, the way you reload tactically, and like actually like you have to go through the animations yourself. It looks really fucking cool. But it also looks like it would scare the shit out of me.
I can't wait to see the telemetry. I wouldn't see it, but I can't wait for Capcom to see the telemetry of the people dying when the vampire lady comes at you, because they're all going to be like staring at her chest. Like there's going to be a big spike that will not align with the difficulty levels of the console versions with her on the screen, I bet, which will be fun.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Interested to see, by the way, as going back just with PSVR 2, what can we expect from Resident Evil 4 Remake there as well? It's worth noting it'll go live a day after this episode goes live on Patreon, Sacred Symbols Plus, with Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, our tech analyst. He stresses, guys, in that episode that PSVR 2 is incredibly powerful. Like he was saying, it's much better than an Index running on a good rig, and that people should expect a substantial increase in what this thing can do. I think I'm representing him correctly on that.
Better than I mean, that's $1,000 headset.
Yeah, I think that's what he. I think that's what he's saying.
Though.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Ben, when you're listening to this, just go ahead and see. But I think that's what he says. Specifically, like the value proposition here. Yeah, what did he say? He said something about like Half-Life Alyx running on PSVR 2 will look way better than it running on Index on a good rig. Is I think what he said specifically.
Yeah, I would think that the screens. I'm trying to remember what the Index screens are, but I don't think they're HDR.
I'm gonna write to him right now and ask him.
Yeah.
Let's see. Moore's Law. There we go. PSVR 2. Hey,
the Index
am I correct?
Is 1440 by 1600 resolution per eye.
He was saying it was almost. He was saying PSVR 2 might be better than 4K with both eyes.
Is it OLED?
Yes.
Yeah, that was part of the.
That's probably a massive. Sheet. Yeah, that's a massive jump because the Index is LCD.
Am I correct in saying that you said that PSVR 2 will generally be more powerful than Index running on a decent rig? Let me know. We're recording as we speak.
PSVR 2 will undivorce you.
Whoa!
It will bring your kids back to you. You'll be able to go to those baseball.
Can it undo
games,
my parents' divorce?
Whoa!
Can we go that far back?
Yeah, probably.
Wow, I'm getting deep now.
With OLED, anything's possible.
Damn, that's crazy. With OLED, you can see into the past, which is fucking crazy. You're seeing into the past when you look into the night sky, I guess. All right, game number 3. While we wait to hear back from Tom, the game number 3, The Walking Dead: Saints and Sinners 2, coming to PlayStation VR 2. Now, this is important because I was reading this on PlayStation blog. This game, which is called Chapter 2 Retribution, is coming to PSVR as well. So it'll be a PSVR and PSVR 2 game. I think you can kind of tell when you look at it.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah. Yes.
But I went and looked at that. Now, here's a little tidbit buried in the episode. Or I'm sorry, buried not in the episode, in the blog post. PSVR Chapter 2 Retribution comes in late 2022. PSVR 2 2023. I guess we might have a little bit of a hint there. I don't know that we should expect it in 2022, but they saw and talked about firm dating, so we'll see. I think that just indicates that we have a little bit of time.
Man,
now and then.
my money's so firmly in March. It's insane. I'm so confident in that.
March would make sense. That would,
yeah.
Well, let me think here. PSVR came out in October, but what am I thinking about March? Oh, March was Switch. So there's actually no reason why anyone would look at that and be like, yeah, you shouldn't release something that sold 100 million units in March. Anyone have anything to say about The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners 2 on PSVR? I haven't played it.
It looks cool. I'm not into The Walking Dead enough to jump into this, but it does look like a pretty satisfying zombie sandbox first person VR experience. Like it looks fun. I just don't care enough about the IP to really give it a shot, you know? Maybe that'll change when I get the headset and I'm just like kind of feverishly trying to find like everything that I can play on it, but as of right now, it's not necessarily the highest thing on my list, but it does look cool. Like it's intriguing on some level.
Dustin, this comes from Skydance and internally developed. So Amy Hennig, somewhere in the ether here, using that word a lot lately. What do you think of The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners? Do you have anything to say before we move on?
I played a little bit of the first one and I found it to be cool, but not really for me. Lockmort loves this first game, and many people refer to the first game as one of the best VR games, period. So keep that in mind for the VR fans out there, that even though it wasn't for me necessarily, that it is highly likely that it may be for you.
I'm so interested in games releasing on PSVR 1 still, not because it's not a viable or interesting machine, but because it doesn't seem like Sony cares about it. And we're really in this weird space. Like, why would you even bother bringing your games to PSVR at this point? We just saw what happened anecdotally, and no doubt literally, because I think the PSN profile stuff is clear. But when Moss 2 came out, I mean, that game bombed. And that's sad to see, but I think people are just waiting right now. I'd be surprised if anyone was buying VR stuff right now.
Yeah.
And with a very rare exception, but we are having that Brian from PSVR on Pearl on soon. We'll talk about that. Did you have something to say, Chris, before we move on?
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought you were leaning in. I'm sorry. All right, that's our third game. So number 4 is No Man's Sky. I feel like this is, and coming to PSVR 2 now, I feel like this is interesting because is it not a feel-good story, guys? Like, Sony is kind of, I think, responsible for what happened with that game, and Hello Games is kind of over-promising and giving them a platform I don't think they really deserved. At the time the game was in the state it was in, I think that now we're talking about a different sort of game. But to see them, and they've been on PlayStation Blog, and they've been active, and they fixed the game a long time ago, but I don't know, it's cool to see Sony be confident and be like, yes, we're going to give you a space, a somewhere prominent to show your game off again. Dustin, let's go to you first. Do you feel any love for No Man's Sky? By the way, when I was watching, I hadn't seen it in years. My first thing was like, oh, No Man's Sky. But then it became so kinetic and combat oriented. I'm like, oh, this can't be No Man's Sky. I didn't know No Man's Sky became so violent, for lack of a better term. Yeah. So talk to me.
Yeah, dude, No Man's Sky is the game that I like want to love and get back into. But the last time that I checked it out, which is well after they quote unquote, made it good. Well after that, it's just very, it's a lot to take in initially, because there's a lot, like, it's a survival game. So there's a lot of like, collect these resources in order to make this thing. And now that you made this thing, you got to collect these resources to make this thing. And then those things work together to make this resource, which then you use to make this. And it's like, not really my thing, because I'm just not into survival games like that, or crafting type games. But I really like the spaceships and flying around in space, especially in VR, sounds really appealing. And so I want to love this game. I know there are probably modes that maybe like a baby mode for Dustin, the Dustin baby mode of No Man's Sky. Maybe I can find that.
Man's Sky.
Dude, I was thinking baby. Yeah.
No Man's Baby.
No Man's Baby. Yeah. No Baby Sky. That's me. So I'm just thinking again about the OLED HDR screens of PSVR 2 and what this like super saturated space game will look like. And
yeah,
I will definitely have to check it out. I mean, I own it on PlayStation, I think. I don't know. I think they gave it away at some point, didn't they? I don't know. Either way, I would check it out on PSVR 2 for sure.
Okay. He says, so I heard back from Tom already. He says, I expect games purpose-built for the PSVR 2 to look and run better than a PC with an i7 and RTX 3070. That PC is a bit stronger than what's in the PS5 theoretically. So
that makes sense.
So I wasn't totally off base and didn't besmirch Tom's good name. Okay. No Man's Sky. Anything else to say? Anyone?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's in No Man's Sky got better and it definitely improved, but it's still like where it is now is still, like Dustin says, it's so resource oriented that even in its good state, it's just not really the game for me. There's aspects of it that I really, really appreciate. Like my dream game would be the mechanics of flying in space in this game and like flying into the atmosphere and landing on a planet. And then you step out of your ship and it's destiny. Like that is like the dream game that I've had concocting in my head for like ages, but no such game exists. And not yet. Maybe someday, but I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out. It does seem like a chill game. Like I know a lot of people who like really like to play it in just like a relaxation mode, and it's kind of interesting. Maybe there is a Baby Man Sky mode in it that I don't know about, but I think for right now I'll probably. I mean, I do own it, so I probably will check it out out of sheer curiosity, but not necessarily the thing I'm looking forward to or like chomping at the bit.
No, it makes sense there though on PSVR too.
Yeah,
and I thought it was already on PSVR, but I guess I'm crazy. All right,
it is.
Oh, it is. Okay,
yeah, it is. It's just not great, just because it's PS4 doing it. PS4 like barely ran No Man's Sky, and they eventually figured out how to do it in 60 FPS VR. So it's just kind of yucky.
Yeah,
kind of stinky.
I believe
it's like the implication of a game is there.
Yeah.
All right, game number 5, the only first-party game we see during the entire state of play. Horizon Call of the Mountain for PSVR 2, launch game for PSVR 2 whenever we see it. Felt bad for Firesprite here since they are clearly making the game, and Guerrilla had first billing, which I thought was kind of shitty. Reminded me a little bit of the whole... I'm pretty sure that us complaining about this at IGN, by the way, had some sort of... put some sort of change into this, because do you remember when the Order 1886 was revealed and there was a lot of confusion on whether Santa Monica was making it because their logo was shown like really prominently, and I was like, no, Ready at Dawn is definitely making the game, and they're like, no, well, and then you saw Santa Monica's logo like slowly be stripped away from future iterations of it. So anyway, it just reminded me of that. I thought that I just think that's weird. Obviously Guerrilla is managing Horizon though. This game looks really cool. It's interesting to see a male protagonist in Horizon just because we're so used to seeing a female protagonist. So I'm fine with that. The disembodied hands, I feel like, are unsettling, but also necessary in a game like this. I don't know. I don't know yet, but I feel like that's got to be some sort of very cognizant choice that you make, a conscious choice, I should say, of something you design and realize that in playtesting and all that you need something like that. And I also like that it's archery driven. It seems, you know what Wii game I really liked? It was on rails, but it was cool. Was Link's crossbow training. I thought that was a really fun game. And for some reason, I feel like it's almost nonsensical that it took them this long to get Horizon on a VR unit, because the archery just lends itself to that. In Horizon Forbidden West, I didn't melee fucking anything unless it was to override something. I never meleeed anything. It's just perfect for that distance fighting. So I'm looking forward to this one. Dustin, let's go to you first. Horizon Call of the Mountain, PSVR 2, Firesprite making their first party debut. What do you think?
Yeah, man. This looks awesome. Like for real. The I was just looking like, man, the landscapes in particular, if they look close, I mean, I imagine that's what they'll look like in the headset. And it's just, I love in VR when you can really get a sense of scale. And I was getting that from seeing it in 2D, like a large sense of scale. So I just can't even imagine what this is going to look like in headset. And I was just trying to figure out, I mean, we can't know from this trailer, but just like what type of experience this is going to be. Like if this is a tight, 8 to 10 hour experience or something like that. And even if it's, I don't know, some people in my Twitch chat were like, oh, this is going to be linear. And I'm like, yeah, so what? Like, if it's a really good, well-paced linear VR game like this, then that's awesome. Like, that's totally fine with me. And this game, in a lot of ways, I think is going to be about, and this makes it sound negative, I guess not, but it's like a lot of the experience of this is just going to be able to see some of these, the robot dinosaurs in VR. And
yeah,
that's going to be like totally awesome just because everything is different in VR. I remember one of the first times I ever used VR was on the Vive, and I did the Portal. There's like a Portal demo where GLaDOS shows up at the end, and it like blew my mind forever because I was like, seeing GLaDOS in VR is completely different just because of scale. And so to see these robots that we already know so well, but in a totally different way, will be cool. And I like to see, like, there's, like you said, the archery, there's like climbing in this. I feel really optimistic about this game. The only thing that I think that I would be careful about is just like, how long is it? Like, if this ends up being really short, then that's going to be a major disappointment. But I feel like we're past that in VR now. We have games. Surely everyone who's making a game like this is looking at Half-Life Alyx as the standard. This is what people love. This is what blew people away. We at least need to strive to be towards that level, which is why I would hope that this game is like, even if it's like 6 hours, that would still be, it would be a little on the short side in my opinion. But if we could get like a good 8-hour game out of this, that would be excellent.
I feel like, I don't know. I agree with you. Why can't we expect something else out of Horizon than just an open world game? We have that. We have that Horizon. Yeah. That Horizon exists.
We don't need it. Yeah. We don't need this to be that.
Right. Yeah. Chris, what do you think?
I am so happy that VR is in a place where they can start making genuinely good games, but they're not in a place where they can be like, let's make it open world because we can. I'm so thankful to exist in this period of video games for this medium, because at some point, man, like 10 years from now, it's going to be like, look at all the things you can do. And it's going to be the same exact problem that I have with open worlds now, except I'm literally in it and it's a panic attack.
It's like Westworld.
Yeah, it's like, oh no. I'm already in an open world experience. If I'm going to go into a headset, I want to, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You want to be a closed world.
Well, yeah. I want to be, if I'm going to literally take myself out of this world and like put my brain into a different sphere of reality, I want it to at least be guided and designed with intent and with a purpose to every step that you take, and consciously designed in such a way that like horizons are framed in a specific way, or like clouds appear in a specific way. There's an artistry to linear games that I think is kind of absent from a lot of AAA games now, because so many decide to make the foray into open world. And I think a lot of those games benefit from that foray into open worlds. But I do think, like, I don't know, especially with games with day-night cycles, you look at, like, I don't know, Far Cry in like the middle of the day, and it's just like such a bland looking thing. Whereas like you play a game from like ages ago, like from a long time ago before you had night cycles, and then you have this like really intricate skybox that was like painstakingly crafted. You have like lighting that was purposely placed there that's not dynamic because it's meant to evoke a certain feel. I feel like VR is in that space right now where they have just enough tech to really make something incredible, but they don't have the power quite yet to make something that is just balls to the wall, like out of pocket, big and unnecessary and bloated. And I feel like it's just such a special time to pay attention to this specific vertical of the games industry. I'm very excited. I feel like this looks like awesome. It has a lot of what I like about Boneworks, which is like the two-hand freedom, like the fact that like there's a scene specifically where she's like falling, or she's like gliding down a rope, but she's using the axe to fall. And I'm like, that's sick. That's awesome that you can do that. Mm-hmm. Because that's physics interacting with each other. When she does the Modern Warfare 2 thing, and she like with the axes and like pulls herself up the rocks when you're climbing and you can feel the scale. It's like, this is awesome. The one thing I'm not sold on is the lack of arms. Because I'm not really convinced that you need floaty hands, because Boneworks doesn't have that, and I feel like it adds a lot because it gives you a sense of like, it gives you just more of a sense of like your character, and you feel a little bit more in the world. But I mean, I'm sure they made the decision for a good reason, so it's not really like a make it or break it thing for me. Half-Life Alyx did the same thing, and it was fantastic. So
I must say that I always just think of like weird mimes with their gloves.
I think of
on
you know what, I think of I always think of Rayman.
Yeah.
Oh,
when I see it, it's just like, look at me, I'm a fucking freak.
Yeah, totally.
Like,
he was a freak, man. Oh my god,
Yeah.
he was a fucking weird French freak. All right. So Call of the Mountain will come to PSVR 2 at launch. I think that'll make PSVR 2 a pretty hot commodity, especially if they can get a few. Especially if you can get a few more good launch games in there as well. And then Game 6, I should have said that there are more. I mean, I meant new first-party games, but I guess there are a couple of more first-party games to talk about. One of them, briefly, is Horizon Forbidden West is going to get an update. As of now, it's already out. And this is for PS4 and PS5. Performance, resetting skill points, which is... I couldn't believe that you couldn't do that, but I realized that they would probably patch that at some point. A new, very hard difficulty setting. I think the game's pretty hard as it is. And then New Game Plus, which is key, along with new trophies. So that exists if anyone's interested. I won't belabor the point there, but what I want to get to is number 7. As far as I understand, this is Nix's first billing as a PlayStation studio, along with Insomniac. Spider-Man, 2018's PS4 smash hit. 20 million sold, goes to PC August 12th in remastered form. Chris, let's go to you first, since you are Mr. Spider-Man, of course. This game is going to sell millions of copies on PC, and Nix's just paid for itself probably already by porting it, and especially because Insomniac is free to not have to worry about that. So this is exciting. I was thinking about all the mods.
Oh, dude.
Too, which will be funny. So it's in that world and that with those physics and all that, I think it's gonna be very funny. What do you make a Spider-Man coming to PC? A bit of a surprise. I thought it would happen eventually, but that's a big one to put out. That's a big one to take out of your arsenal.
I think we all knew it was happening at some point, but just to see it actually confirmed is like really exciting. Like, I'm stoked about this. I'm gonna mod the hell out of this. There's already so many fantastic mods for games like God of War already. There's like I don't know if you guys saw the Kratos versus Master Chief.
I saw that. Yeah, very cool.
Like, this is awesome. There's one where you could play as Big Smoke or whatever from Grand Theft Auto as well. But I think just the thought of like modding Spider-Man, like getting like black suit in there, but even without the mods, like, dude, this is going to explode on PC. Like, I mean, maybe I don't know much about like how many people are on Steam actively or what, but like I wouldn't be surprised to see this like I wouldn't be surprised to see this sell as many copies. Like, sincerely, like, I think there's probably a lot of people who probably already own it who would actually download it on PC again. I know I'm one of those people. I'm buying this game on PC like 100%. And it's just, I mean, Spider-Man's so big and so huge that I can't imagine this game not just setting records on PC very quickly.
They share in the. I'm just looking at the PlayStation blog post. So Spider-Man PS4, purchased versions of Spider-Man on PS5, and then Miles Morales on both consoles. 33 million copies.
Yeah.
Holy. Yeah. First of all, there's no more copies to sell on PlayStation when you've sold 33 million copies of your first party game. I think you're done at that point. Maybe not, but I would say so. And so, going to PC loses you nothing. I mean, imagine if they brought it to Xbox and Switch. Like,
oh, dude,
they're not going to do that, but at least not yet. Maybe one day. I feel like Spider-Man would be like one of the games that would come first, like the original Spider-Man, but in 2025 or something like that. So we'll see. But Dustin, do you have anything to add? Spider-Man coming to PC in the summertime.
One of the most important things that when I was looking at this PlayStation blog is that it's not only the original, but also Miles Morales will launch on PC in fall 2022. So they are getting both as well, but starting first, of course, with Spider-Man Remastered, August 12th. And I was just lightly reading through this blog post, and it does seem like it will have ray tracing features. You'll be able to play with mouse and keyboard if you want.
Psycho. That's some psycho
yeah,
shit.
don't do that. Just don't.
I don't imagine.
Oh
my
god. It's like,
don't be a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
and play Spider-Man with a mouse and keyboard.
PC games are incorrigible, though, man. They're going to do it. You know?
Oh, they definitely will. Yeah. This is excellent. This is not what I expected. I did not expect this to be the next PC game. I did not expect it to be this soon, and even the release being in just a few months away. This is going to be exciting. This is going to be, like you said, Colin, like this will sell so many copies. This is, remember when we were going over that financial document where they're like, we expect to make this shit ton of money on PC. This is why. This is the game.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah, because for people that don't know what we're talking about, they made, I think, $80 million the last fiscal year on PC, a respectable amount of money from Horizon, Days Gone, etc. And that number is going up to $300 million in revenue.
That they expect to make.
Right, that they expect to make. And they forecast these things that they could change. Spider-Man is going to be a serious part of that, but not enough. So that's if you're a PC gamer, it's very exciting because there's probably several more big games. I would assume if I were a guessing man, I would say Bloodborne is going to be one of them.
God,
Sackboy is definitely coming out.
Stop saying it.
That's not going to...
It hurts me.
That's not that Sackboy's Big Adventure is definitely coming. That game keeps leaking. That's not going to really sell any copies. But then, I think Bloodborne will be one of them. And then I feel like, I don't know, maybe you go back and remaster. We were talking, I think we talk later in the show actually about Resistance or Killzone. Like you go back to the well. I don't know.
Yeah.
The thing about this though is if you're a PlayStation fan and we're PlayStation fans listening to the show and you care about the health of the company, which you should if you want them to continue to make games, this is just free money. Just free money. And Nix's is not even an asset that is going to make anything. So it's perfect use of your assets. Good use of money and resources. Have Nix's work on a high profile game like this. Like Dustin said, Miles Morales will come in the fall. So that's number 7. Big surprise there. And then, guys, number 8 is Stray.
Yeah.
And Blue 12 finally has a date, long delayed, coming July 19th. And it's a Game Pass style day and date game on PlayStation Plus, Premium, and Deluxe. So that'll be interesting. I think that's the first one we've gotten since Shadow Warrior 3. And this game looks fucking dope. I gotta say, Dustin, I'll go to you first. Stray, Blue 12. I mean, this game looks totally awesome. I don't need to see any more about it, and I'm really amped about playing something different and unique like this, and quiet, a little quiet.
Yeah. I think this game looks just overwhelmingly cute and charming, and for that reason alone, I will play it. But on top of that, it looks fun. It looks visually striking. This is one of those games that, I don't know, maybe it's just a bright color thing or with lighting that I'm like, man, I cannot wait to see this on my OLED, like in 4K.
Yeah.
That's in HDR. Like this looks like just a fantastic candidate. If you have a great TV, this is going to shine on that. And I almost like, I don't want to see any more at this point. Like I'm just ready to play it, and it's not too far off at July 19th. So,
will you get it on Premium or Deluxe, or will you buy it a la carte?
That's a good question, actually. I guess it depends if Ape Escape is NTSC or not.
Yeah, fair enough.
And we'll find out.
We'll find out. We'll know soon, maybe by next episode.
It's literally all my purchase hinges on.
Yep.
Like it's the main.
I mean, I'll buy it if that's not if it's if I don't end up getting premium.
Yeah, I assume it's a $24.99 game. I don't know for sure. Chris, I know you've been looking forward to this game, Stray. We've been eager to see more of it. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering what you think.
Yeah, I was sold on it the second I saw it, just because it looked so bizarre and weird, and I like the color composition of it. I think the aesthetic is just like really cool. It looks like it plays really fluidly too. I don't know what it is exactly, but I like that. You know, it's intriguing to me. And yeah, I'm with you guys. Like, I don't want to see any more of it. I've always been pulling for this one, and I think it'll be cool.
It gives me a little bit, if people remember the PS3 exclusive PSN game from Japan studio, Tokyo Jungle. It reminds me a little bit of that game, and just that you're kind of ambiguously playing as an animal. That game was much more arcadey than this game seems, but they kind of seem to embrace the game Chris, actually, I noticed that they show you getting like a collectible, and I thought that was funny. I think they also show like a menu of some sort. So
yeah,
it's not trying to be like Journey and you're a cat, which I like. It's like, it's like be a game. That's okay. It's okay to be a game sometimes, most of the time, all the time. All right. Number 9, Callisto Protocol.
Ooh.
From striking distance. This game has a date this year, December 2nd, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. We learned last week, as we discussed on the show, that though published by Krafton and the PUBG Corporation, this game is no longer a PUBG product. It's just its own standalone story. It takes place seemingly on the moon of Jupiter Callisto. And I like the date. And you know why? Because it preempts Dead Space by 1 month. And I think that's very smart, because if one thing is clear by looking at the Callisto Protocol, Chris, it's that it's Dead Space. And so that makes me very, very excited to play it. What do you make of it?
Nah, I very, very sold on whatever it is I saw. Like, I actually don't. I mean, we talked about this before as well. I don't need to see more of this. I was already kind of interested and on board before I saw any of it. But the imagery of it, I like the way some of these monsters look. There's a specific shot where like the main character's like walking by one and its eye opens, and it's like it actually kind of like got like an unsettling, because I wasn't sure. It does this great job of like making you think you saw something, which is awesome for a horror game. And if a trailer can do that, that just has me very, very amped about like what we're going to be seeing from it. And I'm really happy that it's no longer a random PUBG tie-in. Really grateful that they didn't like. I don't even know how you would tie that in.
Yeah, I don't know anything about what PUBG is about, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't think it's about anything. I think you might as well just like, you could just as easily just pretend it is, without even having like the label, because it's about that connected to what the fuck PUBG is. But I think it looks great. I think the lighting and the sound design is really solid. I feel like the playback on the trailer was a little, a little wishy-washy. That might have been just my stream.
It looks like that now for me on the YouTube video.
It didn't look as clear as some of the other ones, and there was a lot of jaggies. You know what I mean?
A little
like
jittery.
It looks a little jittery. Like, that might be like a render issue. I hope. Hopefully, like by the time it's all out, it runs perfectly and flawlessly. But even with that caveat, I think it looks gorgeous. I think the art style of it is cool. I'm sold on the premise. I like it.
I like your optimism. Dustin, as I go over to you, because I'm optimistic about it too. I do hear in the rumblings like some pessimism about this game. Kind of unproven studio. Also, coming from a kind of a location that, in terms of its publisher, where it's like, well, you're not really in this space. We don't really know what to expect out of you. And clearly a game that somewhere along the line changed, which is not necessarily good. It became, I don't know, to your point, Chris, like, I don't know what this was going to be in terms of what you thought you were making that was going to connect to that. But I don't know. I have no idea what pub. Like we said, I don't know what any of it's about. It's just strange.
It's probably just in name only, honestly.
Yeah. I would assume so. And I think PUBG's, I don't want to say it's stars falling. I don't think that's fair, but I think it's not as relevant. That's not a selling point like it would have been 5 years ago. So, or not even that. So,
yeah.
Dustin, what do you have to say about the Callisto Protocol? Are you interested in it when it comes to PS4 and PS5 on December 2nd?
I'm interested. It's, I was surprised at how like violent this trailer was.
Yeah.
In the actual trailer. 'Cause like, I'm wondering if this is just a taste of how violent this game will be. I'm looking at the trailer now, and it's like right around the 1 minute and 40 seconds. Someone's just straight up like their head is being stomped. And I don't think it's like one of the creatures. Like, I think it's another just human that's getting completely stomped.
There's another shot where the guy like puts his arm cannon up to the guy's head and just blows it off, which I thought was awesome. Yeah, I was like, I like violence personally. Yeah,
and I like it too. I like this his face basically gets eaten off by one of the monsters at 144, and that intrigues me. I'm I'm down for like ultra violence every here and there in horror. So,
dude, Dead Space is pretty damn violent. Like from what I remember anyway.
No, it is violent.
But like look, man, this game's definitely wearing its inspiration on its sleeve.
Yeah, I'd say.
And I thank God, man. Like it looks awesome. Like I say all the time, like there are certain games that come around every so often where you're like kind of annoyed that people aren't copying it, you know? And I feel like Dead Space is almost one of those games where it's like it's Dead Space and Shadow of the Colossus for me. Like the fact that no one's ever tried to capitalize on the scale of Shadow of the Colossus in the way that Shadow of the Colossus did bothers me, and the way that no other horror game tried to capitalize on third person, you know, kind of tanky horror in the way that Dead Space did since Dead Space.
Aside from like, I guess, Dead Space Evil. 2 and 3.
Yeah, including itself.
Yeah.
I'm stoked about this.
Well, we'll see.
And I'm stoked about Dead Space.
Me too, dude. I really do think the release date's intentional. December 2nd. I think it's important they hit it because I think they can really capitalize on that, especially with Glenn Schofield being involved. You know.
So. Yeah, I hope they don't. I hope they're not trying to hit that release date to rush it out before Dead Space, though. That is a concern of mine. Because like I could see it being like, we got to get this out before Dead Space. It doesn't matter if it's ready. And that might be just like industry cynicism, but I mean, it's happened enough times that can't help it.
I think that there is a reasonable reason to. I allow myself to introduce myself. There's a reason for them to have an urgency, though, because if it comes out after Dead Space, they are going to be called a facsimile of Dead Space, and you can see it. So I think that's why they're like they. I do feel like there's a little bit of urgency there, but I agree it shouldn't be compromised in that way, if necessary. All right, 10th game, guys. I got to say this is maybe one of the more interesting games that I saw here. Rollerdrome. This comes from Roll7, known for Ollie Ollie World, the one-time PS Vita exclusive from 2013. Or Ollie Ollie, I guess, was first. Ollie Ollie World's the newest one. This is a cel-shaded, like half pipe shooter. I was reading about it on PlayStation blog. It's fucking cool, man. Like you get ammo back by performing tricks. Like the better your tricks are, the more ammo you get. I think this game looks neat, and comes to both PS4 and PS5. And the cool thing about it is that it's pretty soon, August 16th on both consoles. Dustin, what do you think?
This game definitely looks really cool. And it's funny just because both my mom and Holly are quad skaters, like roller skates. And actually, before the Last Stand event, Colin, you and Holly were skating around the neighborhood. I mean, you were in inlines, but Holly was on her quad skates. So that was kind of fun.
It's true.
But I think this looks crazy cool. It kind of reminds me, I mean, obviously, there's like some Tony Hawk elements because you're on pipe, half pipes and stuff like that. But with the slow-mo and stuff, I'm like, this kind of has like a Max Payne kind of thing to it as well. And yeah, this looks super, super cool. I can't wait to show it to both my mom and Holly. It's funny. I checked out that Ubisoft roller skate game that they just kind of plopped out.
Roller Champions.
There was hitching in the tutorial that kind of was making me feel ill, so I promptly uninstalled it.
Nice.
So that's my impression of that game.
You don't release games out of your fucking farting it out like that if you believe in it. So I mean, that's all you need to know.
Roller skates are very difficult to render.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
like
hitching.
Whoa! No, remember that? That was
that
was the Assassin's Creed thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's like, remember the guy was like, it's too hard to animate men and women.
Yeah.
We're so upset about that.
Funny.
Chris, do you think Rollerdrome looks like your kind of game?
I gotta say, this was the one that I wasn't feeling. Not necessarily because I don't like the premise. I think the premise is cool. But when I first saw it, I thought it was Sable. Because the art style is very much that. It's like that kind of cel-shaded, but also like with like occasional dotting to imply texture and shade. And I thought like, oh, they're cool. They're doing Sable, I guess. And then it switched to this weird, like really stiffly animated roller skating game. And I was like, I think it looks cool. I just feel like it's a bit, I don't know. The art style, I feel like, demands more finesse in animation. I feel like it looks too stiff for how nice it looks. But that's just like a personal thing. I think it looks interesting, but it's probably not for me. I like the premise a lot, though. Like the idea.
Yeah, I think it's them also. I haven't played Ollie Ollie World, but looking at Ollie Ollie World in videos, it seems like perhaps they reworked whatever physics and whatever they figured out for that game into something that's cogent enough to, make a little bit of money on the side while you're working on what your next big game.
Yeah.
And so I think that's how they were able to get something like this out pretty quickly and quietly. And so I think it looks pretty cool. I'll wait to see what people think before I jump in. But August 16th, the calendar's filling in a little bit, which is nice.
Oh, yeah.
With some of this stuff. Because we have, again, Stray, July 19th, Spider-Man to PC, August 12th. Resident Evil 4 is early next year. Callisto Protocol, December 2nd. So yeah, and this is August 16th. So yeah, we're working it. And the next game, though, Dustin, people were curious about what you thought of this one, Eternights, which comes from an all remote studio, apparently, called Studio Psy. They wrote a little something on PlayStation blog. It's a game where you hold hands. And
you do.
I'm curious what you make of this.
So yeah, I am cautiously very intrigued by this game because I don't know if people know this about me, but I am a fan of the anime romancing here and there on the occasion. I do like some mild dating, some dating simulation. Obviously that's a big part of Persona as well. And so this game, the fact it bills itself as a dating action game, blending a love story with adrenaline-driven combat. I mean, this has my name on it, it sounds like. So the reason why I'm a little cautious is that I think that it looks a little budget in some ways in the trailer. Like I don't know if it's going to be as good. Like, I don't know. There's something about it that seems budgety. I don't really know how to describe it because I'm saying that now and I feel like I should justify it, but maybe
I think it looks like an authentic A-level Japanese game. I think it looks like Scarlet Nexus or something like that. Like that level of that, and that's a fun game. That level of quality, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, I'm very intrigued by this game. Press R2 to hold hands. Groundbreaking, new technology in gaming, and I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Chris, when you said that what was that game called? I turned my page already.
Rollerdrome.
When you were saying that was the only one that didn't look interesting to you, I thought that you would have said that about this.
Honestly, I forgot about this one.
Okay, fair enough.
You already removed it from your mind.
I so swiftly deleted it from the cache. I think it's just not for me. It's very clearly like this. This was never going to be for me. Press R2 to hold hands is it reminds me of fucking was it press F to pay respects?
Yeah.
Look, I mean it's neat. It's cool that I think mixing weird genres together is cool. I do think it needs to happen. But it really is the anime art style of it that really. And the presentation of it, I can't do it.
I like the name. Eternights.
Eternights, yeah.
It would be cool if it was Eternights with a K and it was like a giant robot sort of thing. But nonetheless, some of the things here in the PlayStation blog post sound interesting. Like you said, a dating action game, managing your calendar. Says there are deadlines for you to beat the dungeons, and it is important for you to manage your time wisely. So it sounds kind of like that too.
This is what I want in my escapism. Deadlines.
The dungeons you will explore are filled with mystery and danger. As the deadline looms, you will have to quickly overcome traps, puzzles, and dancing mini games to make it through in time. And then animated cutscenes. We've crafted several 2D animated cutscenes that change depending on who you decide to date. So we'll look forward to Eternights on PS4 and PS5 early next year. Chris.
I just want to know whose life is so bereft of turmoil that they look to their fantasy to have deadlines loom over them.
Didn't we talk about this kind of with Persona? That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, there is something so fucking weird about Persona because it's really good, but why am I going to school and going to work as a Japanese teenager with a calendar? And I don't understand why this
Dude,
is. But I like it.
I still have nightmares about high school, about like being late and like going to the I'm like in the hallway and I'm like, oh my god, where's my classroom? I don't know where it is. I got to go to the main office to get my schedule, but I don't know where the main office is. It's a traumatic experience.
I totally
What is
agree.
going on?
I don't know. I think it's the nostalgia talking. They seem to be really in touch with that in Japan, but I don't know. I don't know if that's an accurate representation of it. Okay. What number is this? This would be number 12.
11?
12. Close. Street Fighter 6. Coming to PS4 and PS5 2023. Importantly, as we talked about in my episode with Vince Ingenito when we talked about fighting games, he was saying that he's almost positive that Street Fighter 6 won't be exclusive. And it doesn't seem like it will be, because if it was, you would know, because they would have said so. So I think it's safe to assume that this thing is coming to other platforms.
In another trailer that they posted, it has Xbox and PC in it. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I would assume, and Vince made, I think, the really insightful remark on our show that Capcom during Street Fighter V's development was in really rough shape. Capcom now doesn't need Sony's money like that anymore. And so I'm sure they're happy to work with them, like the PSVR stuff and all of the rest, but they don't need to tie Street Fighter 6 to just one platform. And I think that that's a big boon to Xbox, because Vince was saying on that episode that Street Fighter V's absence on that platform has essentially killed the fighting game community there, along with some other games that are more, more PlayStation centric, your Arc System Works games and so on and so forth. So I got to say, and Chris, will go to you first. I saw this. I was like, oh, when I saw it immediately with the billboards and stuff, you see like Guile, I think, in E-Honda. I was like, oh, Street Fighter, of course. Then I was like, oh, is this Final Fight? Because for a while, it looked like it was turning into like some sort of open world game, which I guess is going to be somehow folded into Street Fighter 6, some sort of career functionality maybe or something.
Like a hub world or something.
Right. And then it goes into Street Fighter 6 itself. We see a few of the fighters, including Chun-Li, who I named my cat after in 1993. R.I.P. She died in 2009. And a few others, Ryu and so on and so forth. Game looks fun, but I don't know. I'm really way more visually into the Arc System Works type games than I am into these kind of 2.5D games. So what do you make of this? I mean, it's going to be huge, obviously, but what do you make of it? 2023.
Yeah, I mean, it looks obviously it's Street Fighter, so it's a big deal. I am curious to play it. Obviously, like I don't think I would pass it up. I do have some history with Street Fighter, but like my history of Street Fighter is more in the 2D era. It's more like Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo and stuff like that, where it was obviously sprite based. And I remember when they made the switch to 3D models proper, it never really sat right with me. I feel like something about the aesthetic of Street Fighter got lost in there. I don't know, like. I feel like, I don't know, something about it's the same feeling I got when Marvel vs. Capcom went to 3D from 2D. It's just like there's something off about this, and I still feel it with this new Street Fighter. I'm not a fan of the art design. I thought it's probably going to be a good fighting game though, because I mean it's Street Fighter, and I do think the hub world is kind of an interesting idea. I don't know if I'm really excited about that as an aspect of a fighting game, but I mean it doesn't. I've seen worse hub worlds. It looks kind of neat. I'm sure it's like full of like Easter eggs and all sorts of Street Fighter stuff. This is something that I'm probably going to keep an eye on, but like I am definitely like probably in a lot more agreement with you that I find myself drawn more to things like Dragon Ball FighterZ, where it's kind of like it is 3D, but it's made to look 2D in some way, or like there's like a specific style to it that isn't just obviously 3D models. And also, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like Chun-Li's outfit sucks. Like it's just like it was like a long ass napkin or something. It was like very bizarre. It looked like unfinished and untextured almost, but I'm sure it's gonna be fucking huge.
When I see, for me, I see.
But I love Chun-Li also, so. But,
I mean, me too. I mean, like I said, my young mind, that was immediately what I wanted to name my cat when I found out she was going to be a girl, was Chun-Li. Although I called her Chung-Li, like with a G, for whatever reason, because I didn't realize that I was saying it wrong when I was a little kid. So when I look at fighting games these days, I'm most attracted, Dustin, to games like DNF Duel. I think that game looks fucking cool. Obviously Blaze Blue and Guilty Gear, those like kind of Arc System games. There's just I don't know, even if they're kind of playing with 2.5D models, which some of them do, and obviously these kind of more interactive backgrounds and all the rest, scrolling backgrounds, it's cool, but I always want that old school like nothing's going to look better than Street Fighter 2. Like that game looks so good. That game still, Street Fighter 2 still looks awesome, and Super Street Fighter 2 and all of that look awesome. And you brought it up, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is like a masterpiece of aesthetic. It's just Dagan always gushes about how it's incredible how the guys at Capcom like just made everything work, like just fit into this one situation where Servbot and Roll look like they belong with, you know, whoever, Iron Man. So
fucking Thanos and shit. It's really incredible.
Right.
That game is a masterclass.
I agree. And I agree when Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and everything kind of started to change. I think that was with 3. It didn't have the same appeal to me. Dustin, what do you think of Street Fighter 6? Is it something that you're going to investigate?
I don't think so. At least not right out the gate. Just because I know myself with fighting games. I mean, ironically, I did pre-order the JoJo fighting game today, but that's a bit of a different situation. But
yeah, that's a re-release as well.
Yeah, the thing about this, I will say, is just that the way it's funny because when they did this tease, a lot of people were like, oh, the characters look weird or whatever. Like there was something about that reveal that people kind of were grossed out by it.
Oh, and now no one seems to care as well.
Oh, well, yeah, the logo's still bad, I think.
Yeah.
But
not good.
It's it looks cool. I'm curious to see what the fighting game community thinks of it, just because it's such an important title for them.
One thing I will point out,
I'm sorry.
Just it's not a huge deal, but like I really like that splash screen, the Capcom splash screen they had with like the graffiti.
Yeah, that was cool.
Like when that was like sick. I hope that's the splash screen because it looks dope. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I like Ryu with the beard. I'm feeling it. Totally feeling it. Can't wait to see what Ken looks like because Ken's my boy. I love Ken. Love Ken. Okay, so Street Fighter 6 2023 on PS4 and PS5 from Capcom, not exclusive. All right. Tunic is number 13. I think this is interesting, guys, because though it is in the state of play, there is no PlayStation blog post. So I think that this has to do with, you know, the fine print on whatever exclusivity deal they made with Xbox in terms of the game coming to Game Pass at launch. But Tunic, of course, came out in March earlier this year and comes from the studio. Actually, it's the developer Finji. It says here on Wikipedia, I'm reading, Canadian indie developer Andrew Scholdice, and published by Finji, a company called Finji. So yeah, the game came out in March on Xbox platforms and on PC. Very well received. Looks awesome, and comes to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on September 27th. I'll be all over this game when it comes. Yeah. Dustin, are you going to play, or have you already played?
I checked it out on Game Pass, and I wasn't immediately enthralled with it. There's a lot. I'm trying to remember, like one of the big shticks of it is like there's like you have to figure out the language of the game, like you uncover different things and in order to learn more about the world and stuff. And it's cute for sure, and I love the aesthetics, but I don't know, it didn't grab me. But I know a lot of people really, really like this game, so if you're interested, it's probably worth checking out.
What do you make of it, Chris? Are you gonna play, or have you already played Tunic?
Yeah, I've played a little bit of it. I like it a lot. I think it didn't grab me at first either, but I kind of have that problem with a lot of these types of isometric. Like the only isometric games that have really grabbed me like immediately were like Marvel vs. Capcom. Not Marvel vs. Capcom. What the hell is it? Oh my God, Ultimate Alliance.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it was mixing things up. It was like Ultimate Alliance and Bastion and Hades. Those are like the only, like everything else like takes me a while. Like Death's Door took me like a few tries to really get into the swing of things. And this is definitely one of those as well, where I feel like, yeah, you probably have to push yourself a little bit in the beginning, but there's just such a calm like charm to Tunic, and it just like it is so gorgeous and such a joy to move through. And the combat is like really responsive. I've heard that it gets, and by the way, I don't know how seriously to take this, but I've heard it from people that I trust and know very well, that it gets like, it tricks you into thinking it's like a Zelda-like experience, and then it quickly becomes like a very Souls type deal where like there's dodge rolls and a lot of like, it's very combat intensive later on. I haven't gotten that far into it, but I would highly recommend checking out Tunic. It is truly like a gorgeous game.
I love the Zelda-like maps like that invoke the NES Zelda games, and there's just a lot of good stuff here. By the way, I said totally. It wasn't on PlayStation Blog. It is. I just searched for it and found it, but it is not available on the front page, and you can tell because no one has commented on it yet. But it does exist there. I wish the PlayStation Blog had a linear list of things that were published. It doesn't. It's so annoying.
Yeah, it's an open world list.
Right, in our open world life. Okay, so Tunic comes September 27th on PS4 and PS5. Count me in. Number 14 is a game called Season, A Letter to the Future. And it comes from a studio called Scavengers. This game is interesting. Classic PlayStation endorsed art game. So nothing new there. But on the PlayStation blog, it says in part, quote, the gameplay of Season, A Letter to the Future focuses on exploring, recording, meeting people, and unraveling the strange world around you. At any point, you can hop off your bike and equip a tool from your bag. Each captures a different layer, sounds and music, art and architecture, voices of old people, vanishing religious practices, the traces of seasons long past. Your tools help you peel back these layers until you're able to grasp the culture, history, and ecology underneath everything. Sounds pretty cool. Chris, what do you make of Season, A Letter to the Future, which comes to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 this fall?
I think it looks cool. I like the art of it. Like, I'm a sucker for good presentation. Like, anytime a game has like an amazing or like striking art style, I'm typically already more on its side than I otherwise would be. And this is kind of one of those where, like, I don't know if this would appeal to me necessarily, but I'm curious enough about it to possibly check it out, because it reminds me of a game that I checked out last fall called Lake, which was like this like indie game where you went around and delivered mail. It was like really weird. It was like supposed to be like a very peaceful, and it kind of was, and there was something there. There was like something about it that I did like, even though it was like kind of obviously in this very low budget kind of minimally diverse gameplay experience that didn't really have that much meat on it. And this looks like a little bit more of a fleshed out version of what I think Lake was trying to get at, which is just kind of like this. There's like interesting stories like spread out into the mundanity of just natural and everyday normal situations. Looks cool. I'm into it. I'm into the premise of it, and maybe I'll check it out if nothing else is more pressing at the time.
Yeah, we don't have a firm date yet, but we can assume maybe October or November.
Yeah.
Dustin, anything to say about Season, A Letter to the Future?
This was my skip game, I guess, if we each chose one. I don't know. Sometimes with indie games like this, like, I don't know. I'm not saying the style is bad, but it does not appeal to me. I don't know. I just, sometimes with games like this, it's almost too vague. So I lose interest just because I think it's because from previewing and playing so many indie games, from doing PAX and working with Handsome Phantom and stuff like that, that like sometimes I see these and I'm like, I remember all the boring ones I've played. And I just like, and this is wrong of me, but it's just my assumption is like, oh, this game will probably be boring like those other ones. But that may not be the case. This is just a trailer. So this will be a wait and see. I'm not going to say I'll never play it, but if it ends up coming out and being amazing, then maybe I will if someone recommends it, but not necessarily one that intrigued me off the bat.
Yeah, it's I think the problem with games like this is that people look at everything like this as pretentious. And
a lot of it is.
It is, but I don't think it's fair. Because I think a lot of games there are a lot of games that are pretentious, but there are many that aren't. Like, I think people look at a game like Gone Home and they're like, look how pretentious this is. And I'm like, I don't think this is pretentious at all. I think this is a very natural and interesting game. Or a game like The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, or is that The Vanishing Ethan Carter? I think it was called, right? That was what it was?
Yeah. There's a couple of them. There's like Return to the Obra Dinn as well.
Well, and I do like some of these games. What Remains of Edith Finch was on my top 25 list. I think it was like 24. But
then I think a game like Firewatch is like very pretentious. And
and
it makes it unlikable. And so I just say that because I think I look at everything like this very skeptically as well. You know what was a cool game was Virginia. That was a really cool game about the FBI agent.
Yeah.
That came out probably 5 years ago. But yeah, we're not missing games like this. But you can say the same thing about Lilymo's games too. It's like about like why would you make a 2D platformer? It's like, well, we think we can make a really good one. And so I want to try to be more open-minded with these kinds of games as well. But fall 2022, I don't think it's a great time to release it if you want to get my attention. However, the final game will get my attention regardless of when it comes out. And we now know that it's coming out in the summer of 2023. That game is Final Fantasy 16.
Knack 3. Oh,
sorry. Final Fantasy 16 from Creative Business Unit 3. I love that they actually are making that their developer name and gave it a logo. And has that logo ever been used in anything else? I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I missed it. But I thought that was hysterical. It's like, Jesus Christ, Square Enix, you are you're made up words and terms and names. You don't care. You don't care. You're like, oh, Tokyo RPG Factory. That's good enough. Final Fantasy 16, PlayStation 5 console exclusive in the summer of 2023. This looks awesome. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, this looks absolutely awesome. We knew that Final Fantasy VII Remake was going to be a massive inspiration for it, if not the basis for it. And you can see it. And I don't know, man. Like, I was trying to freeze the game and look at there's a lot of UI. There's almost a lot of noise on the screen. I wonder if they're going to clean that up, but I was quite intrigued by it. It's fucking beautiful. I did the battles with Shiva and Ifrit, and it's, I don't know. I'm blown away, and I can't wait to see more from these various characters. I don't think I need to know anything more about the story. They kind of flashed some things at the end with some character names and some summon names and all the rest, and it was cool. But unless I see this during the course of a show, like a showcase of some sort, I'm not going to watch anything else from Final Fantasy 16. I'm just going to go in totally blind. Dustin, I'll go to you first. What do you think of Final Fantasy 16 to end the show?
Yeah, man, I was a doubter. When we did our predictions thing, I said, no way. But here it is. And I'm glad, very, very glad to be wrong, because everything about this game looks awesome. The combat sequences look really stunning and very kinetic. And I love something in particular about some of these like cutscenes that I was noticing just looking back at it now is that how detailed everything looks. Like, in particular, there's like a shot that's like in a throne room, and there's like a painting in the background, and like all the details on their clothing and stuff like that. And I just I feel so strong that this game is going to be good, just because even though I'm not into Final Fantasy 14, at least not yet, because I really am thinking about playing it, is that the people that love that game and have so much confidence in it, now having that director move over to this game and hearing their confidence and their like just absolute faith in this single man leading this team. And obviously there's many people making this game, but it gives me confidence as well. And this trailer, man, I'm watching through it now as I'm talking, and I'm seeing all these different points. Like I'm towards the end of the trailer. I'm at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. I'm curious how this is going to work, because it almost shows like it has 2 health bars at the top of different summons, and so I'm wondering if there's going to be some kind of like summon versus mechanic in a way, which could be really cool. The only thing that's disappointing is just that, man, it's a lot. It feels so far away. I really thought, I was hoping for early next year, and it's okay. We'll survive. There'll be plenty of other games, but it just stung a little bit that this trailer was so incredibly good, and then it was just a little further away than I expected.
Chris, Final Fantasy 16, are you going to check it out when it comes out in the summer of 2023?
Yeah, it's no Destroy All Humans 2, but no. It looks.
But we haven't talked about that yet on the show.
I know.
For people that are listening to it.
I think, it's a cool trailer, but you have to understand, my most recent Final Fantasy experience is fucking Origins.
Oh yeah.
So when I'm looking at particularly when I'm looking at the combat parts of this, I'm looking for the things that bothered me in Origins, and I don't see as many of them, but it's just a mess of particles whenever you fight, and I think it does something to my brain where like I just don't know what the fuck I'm seeing. And like and the numbers too, in addition to it, and then like ability chain, Elconic punishment, and then like 0 Odins remaining, and like just I get overloaded really easily by these games. And also, it's the 16th one, and I know they're not like sequential, but I still feel like what am I gonna jump into the fucking 16th version of this?
It's funny you say that because I'm on the opposite end where 11's really not playable anymore. We talk about 11 a little later, or did we already talk about it earlier? I think we talked about it earlier on the show. But Final Fantasy 14 is intriguing to me in part, and Dragon Quest 10 more specifically because I've played pretty much every Final Fantasy. I've played every Final Fantasy game and core Final Fantasy game, not the like 10-2, 13-3 shit. I didn't play any of that, but I've played every Dragon Quest game but 10. So I'm on the opposite end where I feel like I should play them in order to have run the full gamut. But Final Fantasy 16 summer 2023 from Creative Business Unit 3. Thank you for that, Square Enix. I'm excited about it. Looking forward to it. And so 15 great games, or 15 interesting games. I don't want to say they're great. Who knows? For State of Play, which is, I don't know, sets a different bar, I guess, and a different set of expectations now. We don't really know what to expect.
Yeah.
But people have made the argument in the past that State of Play is more important and more relevant than we've been giving it credit for. Perhaps that's true. And this proves that I think this was a very tight showcase, exactly what Sony needed to do. I think what's most exciting about this, again, other than showing Spider-Man on PC and something like Call of the Mountain and the Forbidden West updates, is that we don't know what they're doing with first and second party. And imagine a showcase like that, 30 minutes, State of Play, with all first and second party games.
It's coming.
I think so. I really do. I don't know how they're going to do it. I think they're going to want to have a little more pomp and circumstance and glitz for their first and second party games, perhaps. In addition to wanting to talk about PSVR 2, a reason for them showing Call of the Mountain is to say, like, well, let's get maybe the least impressive game that we have in the roster out, and so we can just focus on PS5 console games. And so I think we'll see that. But next up after this is of any importance is Xbox, and they have a lot to answer for, I think, with this. But I think they're going to be able to do it, and we'll talk about that both on this show, and of course the Dukes will cover that as well. But are there any closing comments, Chris, before we kick it back to what we've already recorded?
No, I mean, like I was not expecting this good of a showcase, and I'm just happy we got one. You'll hear, like, I'm just like not, the second we get back to into the regular show, you'll hear I'm not particularly enthused about having to sit through another State of Play that was likely going to disappoint me, but I'm glad I was wrong.
Dustin, closing comments before we throw back.
15 minutes, or no, 15 games, 30 minutes, all killer, or at least interesting, right? That's the way to do it. I'm just tired of like these showcases that have like, even if it's good, it's like too long sometimes. And then you have Xbox that's putting like a whole section about trebuchets in their event. I don't remember what that was.
That was so weird.
It was like, why are we doing this? So
what the hell was that?
Was it Rise?
Was that for...
I think it was Age of Empires.
Oh, Age of Empires.
Yeah, it was Age of Empires. Yeah. It's like, this is a trebuchet, and this is
like this thing.
This is what they use, and it's like you were watching the History Channel all of a sudden. It's so fucking weird.
Yeah. So I just have to say that's. I mean, obviously we went through all the games. A lot of them, most of them, look incredible. So we're really excited about it. But I have to commend Sony for keeping a tight show with a great selection of games and not. Just giving us it's like the right amount of time. Exactly.
Right.
More shows like that.
Not a lot of fat. Yeah. That's the benefit of a show like this, is like you get to trim the fat. The only problem is that sometimes you get a State of Play and it's just the fat, which defeats the purpose of this event. So it's a little wishy-washy. But man, shout out to Capcom.
Yeah, they showed up.
Resident Evil 4, I still think looking through all that, Resident Evil 4 is the thing that I'm like, oh man. I'm like salivating over that. I can't wait to play that.
At the very least, it signals that, because Capcom is very friendly with Nintendo as well, but they're still very much with PlayStation with a lot of the stuff, even if they're not exclusive, which is just interesting to read the signaling on that.
Yeah, it's an open relationship.
Indeed, it's an open relationship. It sure is. It sure is. Thank you for that, Chris. So, 15 great, 15 interesting games. Like you said, I wanted to say great again. Thank you guys for listening. We're going to kick it back now to the rest of the show that we've already recorded for you. That's all the other news of the week. So enjoy it. And bye. All right, we're back. I can't believe that they went ahead and announced Final Fantasy 17. Can you guys believe that?
Whoa.
Before Final Fantasy 16 came out? They're
Dang,
like, Final Fantasy 17 out now.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't believe everything was so good and worth all the speculation and wait.
Oh God. I hope your sarcasm is ill-founded. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. Well, we don't know yet, but you will have already known since you're listening to it in order. All right. Let's get into number 2. Sadly, this announcement came soon after we published our last episode, but it still must be entered into the record. Publisher Electronic Arts and developer Respawn have officially revealed their Star Wars Jedi sequel. Its full name is Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and it's due out on PlayStation 5 at some point in 2023. As noted, it's the direct sequel to the 2019 PS4 turned PS5 game Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and we will again be playing as Jedi Cal Kestis. You may recall that a sequel to the popular Star Wars game, undoubtedly the best one published by Electronic Arts during its largely wasted period of exclusivity with Disney, was officially confirmed early this year. However, this is the first time we're seeing a name, a platformer release year, and a plot synopsis. According to a press release, quote, Star Wars Jedi Survivor picks up 5 years after the events of Jedi Fallen Order. Cal must stay one step ahead of the Empire's constant pursuit as he begins to feel the weight of being one of the last remaining Jedi in the galaxy, end quote. Like with Fallen Order, Survivor is being directed by Stig Asmussen, the art director of 2007's God of War 2, the director of 2010's God of War 3, and the director of the long-lost, expensive, and aborted Santa Monica PS4 game that we've never even gotten a glimpse of, but is often described as a space game. Respawn, founded in 2010 and purchased outright by EA in 2017, is best known for its Titanfall franchise, which spanned 2 launches in 2014 and 2016, the latter on PS4. Its mega popular PS4 and PS5 free-to-play shooter, Apex Legends, is one of EA's most important games, and it's also working on 2 other Star Wars-related games, one described as a strategy title and the other an FPS. Chris, I'm curious what you make of this. Dustin wasn't on the show, I don't think, when Fallen Order came out, but you and I spoke extensively about it. I think we did a spoiler cast about it as well. I could be wrong about that, but I think we did. And I think we both liked it. I was a little disappointed with the little things. It reminds me of God of War in that way. I thought the map system sucked. There were just so many bad systems in the game that they really need to clean up. But the combat's fun. I like the little ginger Jedi guy. I think he was an interesting character. I liked his friend too. I don't want to spoil it, but he had like a friend in the game that I really enjoyed. The voice acting was good. It seemed very high quality. Respawn is really one of EA's only interesting studios. So I don't hate to see this, but let me say this, Chris. Are they kidding me with that name? That was the game I was talking about. Survivor. You have this whole universe, galaxy of possibilities, and that's the name of it. It's just, I don't know about that.
Yeah. Something about this particular sub franchise is like interesting to me because like Star Wars, it's called Star Wars Jedi. These are the Star Wars Jedi games, and then like it's Survivor and then Fallen Order. I remember thinking like a long time ago, oh no, it's Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order or like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, but it's not. And it's like, but for some reason, it's always like, I always read it wrong every single time, even though I know the right way to read it is. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. It's been ages since I've played it. I remember really enjoying it, but also feeling kind of pulled away from it because just in general, especially at that time, I actually think I would like Fallen Order a lot more now that I've put like a decent amount of time into Elden Ring, and because like prior to that, like I didn't really put a lot of time into Souls games. I didn't really delve that deeply into Dark Souls. I didn't really delve that deeply into Bloodborne. I didn't delve that deeply into Demon Souls. So I feel like I would like it a lot more now. But generally, just Star Wars has this air of like, I didn't grow up with it. It was only kind of tangentially in my life. And then I try to get into it. And then I see all of the things that all of its fans see. But I also see this universe that I can't escape from either. You know, like there's like, oh, there's a new Obi-Wan show. And I was tweeting about it the other day because I was like, I haven't seen the original trilogy. I haven't seen the original trilogy in 10 years. Never seen the prequels. Didn't see Mandalorian. Didn't see anything. I'm going to watch the show and tell you what I think. Because I thought it'd be funny. But it's just this, it's so all-encompassing, Star Wars, that I feel like I bet this game is going to be good because it's Respawn and they kind of always nail it. Like, even with free-to-play Battle Royale games, they nailed it. Like, Apex Legends is, in my opinion, the best feeling, like, of the big Battle Royales. It's definitely the best feeling of between, I don't know how big PUBG is now, but, like, definitely between PUBG, Fortnite, and Apex. Apex is clearly the king there as far as, like, quality and game feel go. So I bet this is going to be great. But at the same time, I'm wondering, like, if I'm so put off from Star Wars in general because of its oversaturation that I should even bother playing it, or if I'm so accustomed to Soulsborne gameplay now that I should. And it's like this weird kind of I'm being wrestled between two places with it. I think I'll end up playing it and probably end up finishing it, but Respawn is no doubt the best studio that EA has.
Oh yeah, it's not even. I don't think it's even close. Yeah. Not even remotely close.
I wouldn't even know what number 2 would be, really. Honestly, at this point.
Codemasters,
I think a while ago I would have said DICE, maybe. Like yeah. Hey, a while ago I would have said DICE, maybe, but like certainly not now.
No, I would say I'm looking to make sure I have a full understanding of their studios, because I was going to say, yeah, DICE is definitely not in the mix anymore. BioWare is definitely not in the mix anymore. Like I said, they own Codemasters, which is a pretty substantially important studio. Yeah. But yeah, I'm looking now. Criterion, they're fine. PopCap used to be awesome. Oh, they own Motive. They haven't really done anything yet. Maxis, of course, very well regarded. But yeah, it's it'll be interesting. My thing with Star Wars, to kind of piggyback on what you're saying, is and I was actually talking about this in our Discord with some fans about the Obi-Wan show specifically, which I've not seen. But I'm just like, I'm not excited about Star Wars anymore. It's really sad for me. I've been going through my old Star Wars toys, putting them away. Like they're just in boxes, kind of well kept for never to be seen again until I die, probably, and someone looks through them. But I was enamored by this fantasy of space travel and aliens and all the rest, and I was just enamored with it as a kid. And part of me feels like, yeah, it's made for kids, so you're an adult and you're not into it anymore. But part of me also feels like, no, it kind of has lost everything that made it special, in my opinion. It's just so much content. And while I think people are excited about Respawn working on Star Wars, I look at these games and I'm like, I wish this was something else, like just your own thing. I wish that we didn't have to play a Star Wars game to get your quality offering. And I know for a lot of people that doesn't make sense to them, but for me, I would just rather this be a new IP and not have Respawn tied to 3 of these things. I mean, when you think about that, in addition to Apex Legends, it's going to be amazing if they can make anything else at all in the next 10 years, right? And so I just I think what kind of pushed me over the edge actually was the Obi-Wan show, just the coverage of it. And then apparently there's like a whole hullabaloo around the villain in Obi-Wan, and she's black, and so Star Wars tweeted this stuff, and it's created this whole dialogue and cycle of coverage. And I just realized that this just never stops. Star Wars fandom has been sapped of all of its joy for me. And in the Disney era, it's always been a toy commercial. Let's not get it mixed up. George Lucas was a very smart operator. He kept full licensing control of all of those movies. That's how he funded all of the movies, which he was also smart enough to fund himself. And so he always knew it was about money. That's why the fucking cantina is full of creatures. That's why Jabba's palace is full of creatures. That's why they put so much work into all of that stuff. It's to sell merchandise. I get it. But there was something, when you even look back to the prequels now, where it's like, this is kind of quaint now. Like, I would almost kill to go back to this era of Star Wars where there was like a cartoon and like one movie every 3 years or something like that. So I just get bummed out about it. And the discourse around Star Wars is tiresome and so sad from every different angle that I just think it's not fun. I don't enjoy the idea of participating in it anymore. And so this game is going to be one of the very few entrances in, because I'll certainly play it, but I'll be wishing all the while, Dustin, that it wasn't a Star Wars game. And I'm curious what you make of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Are you looking forward to it? And by the way, important thing to put a note on: PlayStation 5, not PlayStation 4.
Right. That's right.
Finally.
I hope that with this game that they saw the critical and sales success of Elden Ring and say, let's lean further in. Let's make this more of a Star Wars Dark Souls game than it already was, which it already was most of the way there. And they can still do that while keeping it approachable through difficulty options and stuff like that. That's the route they want to go. But I was thinking about this game and how I did play through all of it, and I remember thinking that it was pretty good and I liked it, but there were certain aspects I think that I at the time did want it to be more of a Souls game, and I think I didn't like some of the boss fights or something like that. But with this announcement, it made me kind of want to go back and check it out again, because now there is a PS5 version of the game, or I think it's also available on Game Pass, that's Series X. So there are even better versions of this game out now for people to check out. And so I am excited to see what they do. A lot of times if you have a promising game that's good out the gate, then sometimes the second one is like that classic one. You think of like Uncharted 2, which I know that's not everyone's favorite, but if you look at the total, I mean, a lot of people liked Uncharted 1, but clearly Uncharted 2 was a much better game in almost every standard. And so clearly there's a possibility for this to be many times greater than the original, which we really liked. So I am definitely looking forward to this. I'm also tired of Star Wars. I'm watching Obi-Wan anyway, but I don't know why. I can't not. So I didn't watch Book of Boba Fett though. I said enough. But apparently, if I want to watch Mandalorian season 3, I have to watch Book of Boba Fett. And this is what's starting to piss me off is this Marvel stuff. I was lightly interested in Doctor Strange, and Ben was like, oh, you got to watch WandaVision if you want to understand what's happening in Doctor Strange. And I said, okay, no, they maybe were going to get me to go back to watch some Marvel stuff. But when you got a reading list, and I understand these things build off each other, I get it. But when you start putting in multi-hour TV shows in there, I'm out.
That's a whole other. I will say, I saw Doctor Strange and really liked it. I don't know what the fuck WandaVision is or what it's about.
You weren't missing the context, the precious context.
You are missing context, but like it fills you in pretty quick. Like you get the gist of it pretty fucking quick. You don't have to watch fucking WandaVision.
People, stop watching Marvel. Watch One Piece. There's more One Piece out there, and it's better. So it's simple. It's on Netflix. It's easily accessible. If you just start watching One Piece, you're not going to have these problems like I am. So,
yeah, I will say, man, like, I don't know. It does feel like it's weird because I also feel like really good about the fact that Star Wars is finally free from the stranglehold of EA. You know, like it's nice that developers can go out and make their own Star Wars games, but I just think it's like an unfortunate timing where finally developers are free to make their own Star Wars games, but it's happening at a point where Star Wars is so oversaturated and so unfun to participate in that it's just this really unfortunate coincidence. Because I do think that is a positive thing. Like I'm looking forward to KOTOR. Like I think that's probably going to be awesome.
That comes from the LucasArts era, though. You know, like it's
exactly.
Different.
Yeah. But you know, and even this game, I bet it's going to be awesome. And personally, like genuinely, a Star Wars FPS from Respawn sounds awesome.
As opposed to that garbage Battlefront 2 campaign from Motive.
Yeah.
Awful.
I bet that FPS is going to be sick as hell. But yeah, there is just this toxicity around it where it's like it's weirdly political for no reason, and people are so heated and angry, and it's just like, oh my god, like every angle of it is annoying too. It's the people who complain about it. It's the people who like can't stop defending it. It's like, just watch the shit, enjoy it or don't, and move the fuck on. Like I just, it's so, from the outside looking in, it's a very very unapproachable IP.
Oh my God. It's ridiculous, dude. Especially because everything I thought I knew about Star Wars from the EU when I was a kid, the Timothy Zahn stuff,
it's gone, yeah.
Shadows of the Empire, all that stuff, it's not even real. So like, and none of it's real, but what I'm saying is like everything I thought I knew about Star Wars, like I had the Tales of the Bounty Hunters, the Tales from Jabba's Palace, all of those books outlined like shit that happened to all these different characters. And I think I'm always gonna hold that against them, that they were like, oh no, we're undoing that, just because it was like, well, what the fuck, man? I felt like I was doing something to immerse myself in a universe, and most of the immersion is now not real anymore.
Yeah. Now Obi-Wan's cousin Obi Won't You Blow Me isn't real, and it's all ruined.
Horrible.
Well, the thing about that extended universe stuff is I remember before the sequel trilogy came out, I remember hearing people like, the Emperor gets resurrected in all kinds of ways and stuff like that. I'm like, man, that sounds dumb. I'm glad they're getting rid of that.
And they made the same thing worse.
Somehow
Palpatine is returned.
Somehow he's back.
It's just not even interesting. You see, what I think I've realized about Star Wars, and Dagan and I have talked about this a lot, is that I think I've just realized that it's not interesting enough to demand this level of attention. None of the characters are interesting enough. I mean, Luke Skywalker carries 3 movies. Awesome. Han Solo, those kind of guys. I think it's enough already, but I know that I am not on the inside of this anymore. But dude, the dialogue, when I saw Star Wars tweet out that video or that text or whatever, and then Ewan McGregor saying whatever he was saying about the purported, whatever situation's going on with the black co-star in that show, I was like, that was the stupidest fucking thing you could have possibly done. I mean, that was what I thought in my mind, because I'm like, these like YouTube channels that exist on the fringe, all these guys, these different things, if you're just feeding them, they love it that you're getting under their skin. Are you kidding? That was tone deaf. It was like when Xbox Game Pass tweeted at Kotaku, tell us you don't like indie games without telling us you don't like indie games, when they were saying that there was no reason to have Xbox Game Pass. You just basically insulted your own product. Sometimes it's better not to say anything at all and just let it ride, because I don't think most people are throwing any hate at anyone on Twitter or elsewhere. But yeah, Star Wars is exhausting. And Vincent Cashwell wrote in and said, my slit is Star Wars Jedi Survivor was just announced, and I wanted to know what changes or additions you hope to see in the game. Personally, I hope we get the levels that feel more lived in, with increased friendly NPCs and possibly vendors all around. Thanks, gents. Yeah, I just wanted to throw in really quickly that the one thing that is exciting about this is just that Star Wars is dense. There's so many creatures and possibilities. They can really take advantage of it. If I were a designer on a Star Wars game, that would be really exciting for me. I mean, for anyone that was doing it, because I'd be like, wow, the beauty is that the deficit is that you're set to a rule set of in a universe, but the rule set is almost as big as normal life in its own way. It's like, how you can write so many interesting things. That's why I thought Battlefront 2 was so disappointing, because it was just it was like a mockery of what they could have done with a turncoat TIE fighter pilot and all that.
Oh, it's so blind. It's bland.
Yeah, definitely. Something that was made very quickly with, you could tell they had multiplayer assets. They made those multiplayer assets available to the team, and they said, you make a campaign with these. And that's what they did.
Yeah.
All right. Number 3. Sony has revealed June's PlayStation Plus games, which are free to PS Plus subscribers from early this month until Independence Day. The biggest game of the bunch is no doubt God of War, the 2018 PlayStation 4 reimagining of the PlayStation 2 era action series that began in 2005. Both the old and new God of War games came from Sony-owned Santa Monica Studio, and we currently await word on God of War Ragnarok's release date on PS4 and PS5, which we assume may be rather as soon as September 30th. This could be a sign that the sequel is indeed en route. Also available is the 2018 PS4 multiplayer Naruto game Shinobi Striker, as well as 2021's crossover fighter Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, which is available for players on both PS4 and PS5. While this is no doubt a strong offering, however, it's made substantially weaker for PlayStation 5-centric PS Plus subscribers, as God of War is part of the vaunted PlayStation Plus collection, or PlayStation Plus collection, a list of 20 high-quality games any PS5 player with PS Plus can download for free, both before and after this month-long period of time. So technically, many of us are only getting 2 freebies this month instead of 3. And Sir Deathspank wrote in about just that. He says, hey boys, can we talk about the PS Plus games for the month? While the quality of the games is good, it feels like PS5 owners are getting a raw deal. God of War is already part of the PS Plus collection. Also, at this point, if you own a PlayStation and haven't played God of War, you probably never will. I agree with him, Dustin, but I understand they're clearly advertising the new game. It's just getting people's attention on God of War again. I don't think they lose anything by that, but I am disappointed that PS5 early adopters are kind of getting injured by these various offerings when they're on PlayStation Plus collection already. I just don't understand why they don't just make a point to say the game is free right now on PlayStation 5. It has been since PlayStation 5 launched. So you've had plenty of time to play it. But I guess this is for PS4 people, maybe more casual people. Remember, God of War Ragnarok will be on PS4 as well. So what do you think?
Yeah, it's one of those things where I agree where it feels like a little bit of a raw deal for PS5 people, but at the same time, like the PS Plus collection, I mean, I guess it's part of a service you pay for. Like you can't get that unless you pay for it. But it almost feels like, well, you're complaining about the free thing that you already got for free, and now we're giving it for free to someone else, and you're upset that there's not something included. But PlayStation Plus is a service that we all pay for, so we do have certain expectations about what kind of value we should get out of it. And so if we're not getting the value this month, then yeah, it's a little annoying. But again, this is a marketing thing, and so I understand why they're doing it. I think there could have been a better way where they just did it as a bonus game. Other months they've done bonus stuff where they're like, oh, we're doing an extra game this month. This month it's God of War, anticipation of the new one. Like, it would have been easy to do that. But as we see time and time again, Sony just taking the easy route for this. But I'm curious to download Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. I don't think it'll be very good, but I think it'll be good for an evening with friends and some beers and hanging out, playing as Nigel, of course.
Nigel Thornberry.
Nigel Thornberry.
That
He's
old
in
son
the game.
of a bitch. Yeah.
You could also play as hyper realistic men in Tommy Pickles costume.
Oh man,
that's right. And they're adding DLC of Jimmy Neutron's dad.
Yeah, Hugh Neutron. It's so weird to me. It's so weird to me. That character's awesome. I love that guy's voice. It's a shame that because, or at least from what I've seen, there are no voice lines in that game.
No,
which is very curious when you have, a game about cartoon characters with distinct voices. That is something that I think Multiverses did really right, where the characters actually speak to one another and there's like banter and like you can hear these cartoons actually like express. It's weird to play like a Nickelodeon Smash Brothers clone and just hear nothing but silence. It's like really eerie. It's almost like a fucking nightmare. But I guess Hugh Neutron and who was the other one? My Life as a Teenage Robot. Oh, XJ9, I think, was in it.
Yeah,
I'm looking now the roster. Let's see, 20 characters.
Yeah. It's an entirely silent roster, by the way.
Yeah, SpongeBob, so Patrick. Yeah, the various turtles. Garfield.
Yeah. Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, famous Nickelodeon.
The only voice
Garfield.
In the game is Chris Pratt as Garfield.
It's Powdered Toast Man versus Nigel Thornberry. Be interesting.
Can you really imagine this for a moment? Like, imagine you're getting beat up by SpongeBob and he's just completely silent. That is.
It is incredibly unsettling.
I don't think there's a more disconcerting image that could ever be conjured up by the human brain.
It's a horrible thing to think.
He's got a stern look on his face too.
But otherwise, I think this month was generally fine. I just think I don't like to complain about, well, we complain about everything, but I don't necessarily want to complain about month-to-month offerings. I think I've been pretty light on PlayStation Plus since the very beginning as far as people being hard on it. But I do understand why people are saying, like, well, the biggest game of the month is we all have played it and it's already on PS5 if you have PlayStation Plus the entire time PS5 has been on the market. So I do understand why there's a little bit of consternation. They need to refresh that collection. Gotta be something they do. I think it's only 19 games now, by the way, right? Because Persona 5 was pulled out of it at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Chris, this next one's for you, number 4.
Yes.
Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed, a remake of the 2006 PlayStation 2 action game, officially has a release date. It will launch on PlayStation 5. That's right, PS5 and not PS4 also, a sign of the times, on August 30th later this year. Developed by German-based studio Black Forest on behalf of its publisher THQ Nordic, it is the team's second foray into the Destroy All Humans universe. You may recall that it also remade the 2005 PlayStation 2 original game for PlayStation 4. That iteration launched in 2020. Destroy All Humans and its sequel are notable because they were developed by Pandemic Studios. During the Destroy All Humans era, Pandemic was independent and had been working with the likes of EA on 2004's PS2 Star Wars shooter, the original Battlefront, LucasArts with the 2005 PS2 shooter Mercenaries, and THQ with its Full Spectrum Warrior RTS duology. It would unfortunately later be purchased by Electronic Arts outright. In 2009, the team would release both the PS3 RPG The Lord of the Rings Conquest and the open world game The Saboteur, and would then be shuttered by EA. The studio's IP would therefore live under several holders, and THQ would take Destroy All Humans. When the original THQ went under in 2011, it auctioned off everything it owned, and Nordic Games, which would later become THQ Nordic and set the seeds for the Embracer Group we know and love, acquired the IP in a fire sale. Black Forest, which was at one time best known for its platformer series Gianna Sisters, which came to PS3 and later PS4, seems to be the new Destroy All Humans studio, though it's unknown if they will now make a new core entry. The series last saw a new release with the PS3 game Path of the Furon, which came out in 2009, except for a surprise release of a brand new game, Destroy All Humans Clone Carnage. Likewise developed at Black Forest Games, Clone Carnage is a multiplayer-focused PS4 game that's available right this very second. I think it only costs like $13, so pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Chris, I obviously immediately thought of you when I saw this. The game looks awesome. You and I both noticed the same thing when I was watching the trailer too, which was the buxom babe in it. Not because she's hot, she is, but because I'm surprised that they're doing that. I'm just surprised that it seems like they're just making the game for the era, not only from the era, which I think is really fascinating. So what do you think? We're getting this game pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm excited about it, man. Like, there's such a charm to Destroy All Humans that I don't know if I can. It's difficult to describe because it is very of the era. You know, there is this humor in it and this sarcasm and just the off the wall nature of the story. Like, I remember playing Destroy All Humans 2 specifically, millions of times, it feels like, because there was a lot of creative stuff done with like weaponry and locations. Like, there's this gun that specifically places like a beacon, and then like giant asteroids come out of the sky and just pummel the Earth and just destroy. And the scale of it's crazy. And there's like underground plants that like pop up out of nowhere and eat people. It's just a really fun, weird game. And I'm surprised that they're being as faithful to that original like design and premise as they were. I fully wasn't expecting this to happen for a while, because I was like, man, a lot of this script is really like, it's not particularly appropriate. If you haven't played Destroy All Humans 2 in a long time, or you never have, it's about an alien who has a new dick. Like, that's the point of the game. It's like, oh, we figured out like the genetic mutation that prevents our species from being born without genitalia and forcing us to clone. And he's just like partying it up in the 60s and just banging all these fucking chicks. And he's like flirting with this Russian femme fatale. And it's just like all of these, like, not offensive caricatures, but like definite caricatures of different, like caricatures of London, caricatures of Japan, caricatures of Russia, with all of these like absurd stereotypical the first shot in the trailer is him in 1960s Japan asking a samurai if he knows any haikus that can take him to a base. And I'm like, I cannot fucking believe they're doing this. This if this was made today, it would be like heavily restructured, and that's not even necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, that's just like what I fully expected. I mean, if Leon Kennedy can't flirt with Ingrid in Resident Evil 4 PSVR or Resident Evil 4 VR, no way was I expecting even half of this game to make it into the final version, and it is, and it's faithfully recreated, and it looks fucking silly and ridiculous, and I'm excited at the prospect of these guys going forward with it, like making a new entry, because as we know, the NVIDIA leaks are real at this point. It's all but confirmed at this point. Destroy All Humans 3 is on that list. There is no Destroy All Humans 3. Nobody's really clamoring for Path of the Furon. That was made by a studio called Sandblast Games, which that was their only game, and then they vanished off the face of the earth. It was not good at all. So the prospect of them building off of like what they've done here and like building all of these assets, and especially them delving into like multiplayer possibilities, and then the idea of them maybe bringing forward a new Destroy All Humans 3, potentially like with those original cast members and with a new from the ground up next gen engine with like a fully fleshed out, thought out multiplayer mode that isn't kind of retrofitted onto old PS2 tech. It's like very exciting. And if they can nail the feel of this, which I think they probably can, and they can nail the tone of it, taking it originally for almost as if like Bluepoint were to make their own type of Soulsborne style game and kind of like nail that tone, I think it'd be cool. Like I'm all for it, man. This is very exciting to me. It's just such a weird series.
I'm actually, in watching the trailer, I went back and looked at the first one from Black Forest, the remake of the 2005 original, because I don't think I ever played those games. I might have messed around with them when I was at IGN later on when we were capturing footage for something or whatever, but I never played those games all the way through. And the first Pandemic game I ever played was Mercenaries, I want to say. And after that, it was the Saboteur. Yeah. So Destroy All Humans, I was like, this kind of looks like Ratchet and Clankish in some way. From when I looked at it through that lens, I was like, I think I want to go play this. So I think I might do that this summer, is play the original. I was looking at a trophy guide. It said 15 hours and then await the sequel and then really get into it. I think you're right. I think Black Forest is the obvious target to make this third game. And it seems like THQ Nordic, with a lot of their acquisitions, Embracer Group, their larger acquisitions with IP, they're letting teams kind of learn those IP, get them back out the door, and then move forward with a new game. And I think that's very smart.
I think it's a super smart strategy, because there are definitely like aspects of Destroy All Humans 1 and 2 that even in the remakes feel dated, and you can tell that like they're trying to add new mechanics that weren't in the original, and they do kind of conflict with the original design sometimes. Like AI is a little spot, like these remakes aren't necessarily like incredible, but like just the fact that like they're doing them and they're learning this series and the potential that Destroy All Humans has as an IP, especially for like a middle market game, is just really huge. And I think that they would be wise to learn all they can in these with these original PS2 games, bringing them forward and then just going in their own fucking weirdo direction with 3. There's no way whatever they do with 3 can't be worse than Path of the Furon. Path of the Furon was terrible. Not necessarily because it was that bad, but because it was like it didn't run well at all. Like that game was like in alpha when it came out, basically.
There was a Wii game too, right? That came out.
Big Unleashed.
Right, that's right. And that was when everyone was making like a Wii iteration of their series from 2006 to 2010 or so.
That was a weird one though, because it didn't even have the cast. It was like very bizarre. It was like these like it almost felt like a bootleg version of like the PS2 games, because it's like you had these impersonators.
Oh,
and it's like, what the fuck is this? So weird.
It could, dude. I'm so excited about the future of A and AA games, especially with Embracer Group. It just seems like it's absurd how many games they have and how many studios they have. But this nurturing what I would assume is a $25 million game, like Destroy All Humans 3 might be, or something like that. I think that's pretty neat. We'll see what happens. Chris, Dustin, do you have anything to add before we move on?
No, just Chris gets another one. Just another one. Chris keeps getting them. More for Chris's childhood. Okay, enough. more. God, you have given him enough. I was going to tell God to stand down, but I don't. That wouldn't feel right.
No, I don't know if he'd like that. He's Chris a vengeful God. Well, it depends on the Old Testament. Or the New Testament.
Man, it's not my fault. It's great.
Number 5. Electronic Arts' mega popular annualized football franchise Madden is, of course, receiving its yearly release late this summer. It'll be called Madden NFL 23, as you may have guessed, and it will launch on both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on August 19th. Making this iteration of Madden especially relevant is that it will be the first offering in the series released since legendary coach John Madden's death. The coach of the 1970s Oakland Raiders, he later became arguably the most popular sportscaster in the history of American sports. To celebrate his life, he will be appearing as the cover athlete on Madden NFL 23, the first time Madden has been on the cover himself since 2000. As noted by website SB Nation, the Madden cover athlete as we know it today began with Madden NFL 2001. However, Madden NFL 23 will come with some extras packed in. EA Sports games moves in cycles, where they add things slowly over various iterations, and the new additions this time, or the new big addition this time, is called Field Sense, quote, a new foundation for consistent, ultra-realistic gameplay, end quote, only available for the current gen iteration, so PS5. Another big addition is that of an expanded football career, also a major focus on, Another big addition is that of an expanded career mode, and of course, a major focus on Madden Ultimate Team. The original John Madden Football, as it was known, launched on PC in 1988. It first migrated to console when it came to SNES in 1991. Annualization began in 1991 as well when John Madden Football 92 launched on Genesis. The series first came to PlayStation in 1995 with Madden NFL 96. It has been released on every piece of PlayStation hardware, including both PSP and Vita, ever since. So there's that. I won't ask you guys about it, but I was very pleased to see this. I was thinking in the shower, actually, like John Madden's death really affected a lot of football fans. I'm a huge football fan. And I realized that as people die, like when people died when I was younger, famous people, we didn't have enough time with them to really care, or with the most part. And then slowly that has changed. Scott Weiland was probably still the saddest I ever got when someone died, the singer of Stone Temple Pilots, but someone I didn't know, of course. But nonetheless, John Madden's death was really a bummer, but they did a really cool Christmas special on him a few days before he died, which I thought was an interesting coincidence. It'll be good to see him on the cover of this year's game. So check that out in mid-August. Number 6, legendary Square Enix producer and executive Shinji Hashimoto has officially retired. Hashimoto came to Squaresoft in 1995 when the developers and publishers' Final Fantasy franchise already had deep roots across the NES and SNES. Though the first Squaresoft game he worked on is 1995's Super Famicom tactical RPG Front Mission. Oh yeah. And though he's also credited as a producer on 1995's SNES hit JRPG Chrono Trigger, it was with 1997's seminal JRPG Final Fantasy VII that Hashimoto became a producer on Squaresoft and later Square Enix's most prized IP. In addition to being the executive producer of the PS1 re-releases of the older Final Fantasy games, as well as later the well-regarded GPA ports of Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6, Hashimoto also worked as a producer on Final Fantasy 8 and 9 during the PS1 era, Final Fantasy 13 during the PS3 era, and Final Fantasy 15 in 2015. However, it's his work as producer on the Kingdom Hearts franchise that has perhaps most cemented his legacy at Square Enix. It was his idea to cross Disney and Square Enix properties, thus spawning the mega popular RPG franchise that began on PlayStation 2 in 2002 and which is still popular today. His final position at Square Enix, Final Fantasy's brand manager, was one he held following Final Fantasy 15's launch until his retirement. Dustin, I'm just curious, what do you think of this? I mean, this is the man who had the famous elevator ride with Disney executives and pitched them, and it's so amazing that it actually happened. I mean, think about that. I still find Kingdom Hearts, considering when it came about, to be one of the weirdest things that has ever happened in Square Enix and Squaresoft history, just because there was nothing like that. I don't know why someone was like, yeah, what if we took fucking our games and put Disney in it? And they're like, oh, okay, sure. And in an era where licenses were both very readily available, but also deeply protected. So he has an important legacy at that company. I was curious what you thought about his retirement.
Yeah, so speaking of the elevator pitch, I've seen this kind of get skewed in weird ways. Like, oh, he saw this Square Enix, or this Shinji Hashimoto met a Disney executive in an elevator and he pitched it then and there. Like, oh, he was like, what if we did a game together or something like that? Where I found the source of that, which comes from an IGN interview. And I don't think it's quite that extreme. It's like they met each other in an elevator because they were working in the same building. And then I'm guessing a pitch happened later on once they knew each other. But it is crazy how a small interaction like that eventually led to this huge, huge franchise that is loved by millions and millions of fans. And it's sad to see him go because clearly he's an OG that shepherded many projects. But it's nice. I don't know. For me, it's like nice to see someone that has like a very successful career working on many beloved projects. And then just like, you know what? It's okay. Go retire. Enjoy your life. You don't have to necessarily work. Like, obviously, you've given us enough at this point, enough of your service. So shout out to him, because just tons of stuff that we love he's worked on.
Shout out to you, Hashimoto-san. Enjoy your retirement. Right. Number 7, celebrated French studio Dontnod wants you to know that it's now called Dontnod. The difference is in the presentation of the same 7 letters. Dontnod was once one word, Dontnod, but it will now be presented more grammatically correct. So Don''T space Nod. We won't get into all the self-congratulatory and corporate-driven reasons Dontnod claims it's made this change. However, the studio does share a rather important detail buried in the logo change announcement. They've scaled to more than 300 workers across a staggering 6 games, most of which will be self-published alongside their own external publishing efforts. Dontnod, founded in 2008 in France, was at one time known for its third-person action game Remember Me, which came to PlayStation 3 in 2013. As was later reported by yours truly and others, Remember Me was actually supposed to be a PS3 exclusive game published and funded by Sony as a second-party title. At some point, PlayStation pulled their support of the game, and it was Capcom that stepped in late in development to bring it across the finish line. The studio has since largely turned away from those roots, however, and is best known now for their story-driven games, like 2015's Life is Strange on PS3 and PS4, its sequel, Life is Strange 2, which launched episodically across 2018 and 2019, and two 2020 games, the Xbox console exclusive Tell Me Why, and the multi-platform Twin Mirror. In that time, they also released the action game Vampire with Focus Home Interactive, which came to PS4 in 2018. These days, the Square Enix published Life is Strange is with Colorado-based studio Deck 9, and it's unclear what any of Dontnod's 6 projects are, and which, if any or all, will come to PlayStation platforms. I'm curious, Chris, what do you make of this as far as 6 unannounced Dontnod games? Internally developed across, I guess they have a studio in France and one in Montreal, so 2 different places. Do we want more story-driven games out of them? I assume we'll get a little bit of everything. Vampire was a little bit of a different flavor for them.
Yeah.
What do you think?
This to me screams like they're trying to diversify and maybe like try a bunch of different things and kind of see what sticks, because that seems to be the business strategy for a lot of developers now, where it's like, hey, welcome to PlayStation. We're going to make 10 live service games and maybe one of them will work, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe even some smaller developers are kind of looking at that style of maybe like, hey, maybe we don't have to spend millions upon millions upon millions of dollars on one game. Maybe we can do this more economically reasonably, and maybe we can make several things for a lot less and just see if maybe there's an audience for that. And I think it's smart, honestly. Like, I don't know what the point of the changing of the name is. I actually feel like it makes them less reliably searchable in SEO. But I think, I would imagine you'll see at least, I would bet of the games that they're making, like a majority of them are probably story-based games. I guess I would say. Like, I would say there's probably like a couple new ideas there, but I would bet 2 of these games at least are traditional Dontnod games at minimum, if not half of them entirely. But
it's a bummer for them that they don't own it, as far as I know. So like Life is Strange, so they have to make new things. They've worked with a lot of different publishers. I think that's why they're kind of intent on self-publishing now too. So we'll see. Maybe we'll get a Vampire sequel as well. I don't know. But Dontnod, congratulations, I guess, on your new name, which is also Dontnod. Dustin, I'll go to you with this one for number 8. In 1992, a Super Famicom JRPG was released called Romancing Saga. Indeed, it's the 4th game in the so-called Saga franchise, which up to that point was exclusive to Game Boy. In the West, we ultimately got those 3 games as the Final Fantasy Legend, Legend 2, and Legend 3, launched in 1990, 1991, and 1993 respectively, but we never got Romancing Saga. The series continued on Super Famicom with Romancing Saga 2 and Romancing Saga 3, launched in 1993 and 1995, also not released outside of Japan. But then in 1997, the franchise continued on PS1 with Saga Frontier, and it's here that in 1998, the franchise finally migrated west. I remember that very well because I bought it and I hated it. It was followed by a PS1 sequel in 1999 in Japan and 2000 in the West, and it jumped to PS2 with 2002's Unlimited Saga, which came to the West in 2003. And then we finally arrive at the game in question, a PlayStation 2 release called Romancing Saga Minstrel Song. In what would later become a proud Square Enix tradition, Minstrel Song, launched in 2005, is a ground-up remake of the 1992 Super Famicom game Romancing Saga, and now we finally come to the news. Minstrel Song is being re-released later this year on both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Word comes by way of publisher Square Enix, who revealed the full title is Romancing Saga Minstrel Song Remastered, and it will, quote, feature a host of exciting new improvements and additions, including remastered graphics, new quality of life features to improve playability, and new gameplay features, end quote. You may recall that 1993's Romancing Saga 2 came to PS4 and Vita in 2017, and 1995's Romancing Saga 3 came to PS4 and Vita in 2019, and so this will mark the first time the original is in some form playable on modern hardware. The most recent new Saga release, Saga Scarlet Grace, saw release on Vita in Japan in 2016 and was ported to PS4 worldwide in 2018 and 2019. Neither you or I, Dustin, are big fans of this game, but I actually have deep roots with it unintentionally because I had those Final Fantasy Legend games when I was a kid. Those covers are iconic because I think it was the first one had like a all blue cover, the second one had an all green cover, the third one had an all purple cover. They just really stood out on the shelves of Game Boy games. So I played them. They're very rudimentary old role-playing games. it kind of makes me want to give this series another chance, because Saga Frontier, when it came out when I was in 8th grade, was it just didn't like it. It's just, I feel like it's just one of those weak RPGs from that era. What do you think Square Enix is up to here? I mean, Saga was dormant for so long, and it seems like they're trying to push it back. I wonder what you think of it.
The confusing aspect to me, just because, like you said, I have no experience with any Saga games at all, but I was checking out like what was the original Romancing Saga like, what is kind of this franchise known for, and the video I watched from YouTube channel SNES Drunk, it was talking about how you can select a character and go like it's very open ended, and then you can like get other characters and stuff like that. And I was like, kind of sounds like Octopath Traveler in some ways. And so
yeah, I think it's literally 8 characters if I recall. So,
right,
same thing.
Yeah. So I thought that was weird that it seemed like kind of like Square was doing a Romancing Saga game in Octopath, but maybe not. I've not played Romancing Saga, so maybe someone can tell me why that's not the case. But in particular, Chris, did you look up the trailer for this game?
I'm looking
for this remaster. I want you to see the way the characters look, because I can't stand it. There's no possible way I could play this game with this. So the characters have like a chibi art style, but they have like more realistic looking faces and heads. And it makes my skin crawl when I like look at it. It's eldritch, as Chris would say. And
oh my God.
I knew that I thought of you, Chris, when I saw this. I was like, man, I gotta get a live react.
If you go to 120, there's like a really great character model there in the trailer.
I gotta look it up again so I can.
Like the bald guy.
Oh my Lord, this is unsettling. You know what's funny though? Like I remember, like as unsettling as this for some reason is nostalgic to me. I don't know why. Like it reminds me of it. Something about this like screams PSP to me, even though it's not. Like it has nothing to do with it. Yeah,
same era. Yeah.
Like it just reminds me of like the weird art styles that you would see on the PSP.
Yeah, it looks
like these fucking bizarre. Like, man, this is certainly it's a title.
Yep, sure is.
These are such big heads.
Yeah, I've never been down with chibi art styles for the most part, and this one in particular I find very offensive.
You don't like Tulip on PS2?
Tulip. I'm trying to remember. I can't even think of that game.
This is a very bizarre fucking game. I don't know if it's chibi so much as it is just like fucking disgusting and weird.
Yeah, but I mean it's Japanese, so it'll be. Some of us, I mean, we like the disgusting and weird, but this might be. I don't know. There's it shows the cutscenes in this game, and I know it's like intentional and it's not gameplay, but they run it like 15 frames a second. And I don't know why that was like the stylistic choice to make with these cutscenes, is that they look real choppy and gross. But I don't know. I don't want to try to sound like I'm shitting on this game too much, because I'm guessing that the real I don't know, meat and potatoes of this series is the pixel art ones and not the 3D ones, but maybe not. I don't know.
No, well, this is again a remake of the first one, so it's just a reimagining of that game.
Yeah.
All right. Number 9 is a wrap up. Brief. Website Gematsu reports survival horror title Karen's or Sharon's, depending on how you want to say it. Staircase comes to PS4 and PS5 at some point in October. White Day, a labyrinth named School, comes to PlayStation 5 at some point in December, and adventure game Saint Kotar comes to PS4 and PS5 on October 14th, my birthday. The website also reports on a trio of newly announced or dated Warhammer games, a 2D platformer called Shooters, Blood and Teeth that comes to PS4 and PS5 on October 20th, an action RPG called Inquisitor Martyr that comes to PlayStation 5 at an undetermined point later this year, and an FPS called Bolt Gun due out on PS4 and PS5 at some point in 2023. Website Push Square reports Biomutant's long-awaited PS5 port may be incoming, as it's been spotted in the back end. Of course, Biomutant launched on PS4 in 2021. The website also reports that the fighting game Tekken 7, launched on PS4 in 2017, has now surpassed 9 million copies sold, making it the best-selling Tekken game ever. I do believe a new Tekken game is also in that leak. I could be wrong. Okay. Guys, it's time to end our show as we always do with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. You can submit them over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We appreciate you. We put up a thread each Wednesday. That thread is deleted on Thursday, so it's only live for about 24 hours. Put your stuff in there. I read them. I organize them. We go on to the next week and so on and so forth. We'll start with Ruben Barrett, who says, "Hi, Sacred Crew. With the recent news of Starfield and Redfall's delay, and now the rumors that Fable's development has been hindered and downsized, plus the lack of content for Halo Infinite, and all the other issues surrounding Xbox, it got me thinking, we really haven't seen these types of problems with PlayStation. Sure, there may have been a delay here and there, but we've kind of gotten everything that's been talked about in a pretty timely manner and with great results. Do you think that due to the size and wealth of Microsoft and Xbox being almost a second thought for the company in the grand scheme of things, this could potentially create an environment where there isn't enough pressure or urgency across all Xbox to truly proceed? If PlayStation fumbles the ball, then Sony as a company would potentially be in a lot of trouble, where Microsoft could shut down Xbox and Microsoft in general would be fine. Do you think this safety net that Xbox is knowingly in could be a hindrance for them truly succeeding? And if not, what do you think it is about Xbox's internal culture that is letting these issues constantly reemerge and on the other end keep Sony fully moving full steam ahead? I'm sorry. Thank you, Ruben, for writing in. Chris, I'll go to you with this one first. I mean, because you have a deep Xbox heritage, of course. Mm-hmm. I can't escape from this idea that Microsoft just does things a little differently, and it's just not, it hasn't worked yet as far as games are concerned. They have the hardware down. They have the services down. They have this notion of commercialization and pricing down, but they just can't seem to get their games out. And that is the most important thing. I'm curious now that we have time to have had time to think about this Starfield delay, especially, and with the idea that in the next week, we're leading into a big Xbox event in which apparently there's going to be copious gameplay, according to many sources. I'm curious how you feel about Xbox right now, because it seems a little bit repetitive, where we assumed that they would have been out of this cycle by now, but they're still in it. And it's concerning that maybe there's some people there that get a lot of credit that don't really know exactly what they're doing.
Right.
So I'm curious what you think of Xbox's status right now.
I don't know. I think I feel like there is. I mean, the idea that he brought up Starfield and Redfall's delay, but I mean, and he mentions it in the context of on the PlayStation side getting things in a timely manner. I mean, God of War was delayed. You know, Last of Us 2 was delayed. Like, there's plenty. Like delays aren't the problem. Delays are good, I would argue, and delays usually end up better for the game. Like, people be like, "Oh, well, did a delay really help Halo?" I'm like, yes. Like, can you imagine if Halo Infinite launched a year ago? Jesus Christ, I don't even know what that would be. Because that game started development in 2019, basically, as far as I know, and as far as it's been widely rumored and pretty heavily confirmed at this point. But you know, I feel like it's a case by case basis, because on one hand you have Forza, which constantly kills it. You know, like they pretty much never miss, and even when they do have like a historically poor showing, it's not because the game is compromised in any way. Forza is like huge. Horizon was like the biggest thing in ages. It actually made a ton of money, and it sold a lot of copies actually as well. My biggest concerns with Xbox aren't necessarily with Starfield or Redfall, anything coming out of Bethesda, anything coming out of Turn 10 or Playground. I mean, apparently there are Fable rumors, but I haven't heard anything about that. My main concern is with 343 and with this what the hell is this game? Perfect Dark, which seems to be in like a lot of trouble in comparison,
no doubt,
to a lot of other things. I guess they also have like Everwild, which is that weird kind of thing that Rare is working on, which nobody really understands, and that might have been rebooted or maybe just redone entirely. But at the same time, Sea of Thieves is still going on, and that's still going strong. So it's like it's a weird mixed bag over in the Xbox environment. But I feel, generally speaking, that Xbox kind of is very. It's like this mix of being hands off in the wrong places. You know, like they don't manage a tight ship, and they don't really check in as much as they should, but they still demand deadlines as if they do check in. Because I remember hearing, and don't take this as gospel, but I remember I heard from a guy who heard from a guy that, I mean, they would ask about how Halo Infinite was going during the development cycle, and they would just take the people's word for it. You know, they wouldn't check, they wouldn't come down and check, you know. And then when it turned out that the game was in that state, they're like, what the hell? This isn't, we need this by this holiday. And it's like, well, it's not going to happen. It's like, all right, well, we got to delay it. But then they push for that date. And it's very weird. It's like they don't know how to, they have a management issue for sure. But at the same time, I just feel like their hands-off nature it's a good thing because it lets devs do what they want to do. But at the same time, you gotta be in there, man. You gotta make sure that they're staying on track, at least in some capacity. Can't just give them a blank check and just be like, hey, we'll check on you in 4 years when the game's due. You know, that's not how I'm saying they operate, but like, it's what it feels like sometimes.
I wonder I've wondered this for a while. How do you let that happen to your marquee franchise? Like, how do you let that happen? It doesn't make any sense with Halo Infinite, how you just botched it like that. They really did. I know a lot of people like it. It's fine. It is whatever. Weird. I'm sure, but I don't know. Well,
that's what's upsetting. That's what's upsetting about it is it is a great game, and the fact that it is in the state that it's in is the depressing part. If Halo Infinite just sucked, no one would care because it would be like, all right, whatever, that sucked, and then they'd move on, and then we'd be talking about different things right now. What's frustrating is seeing something good that isn't where it should be, where it could have easily been where it could have been, but just for no good reason, just couldn't make that. Like that game should have been delayed. That game should still not be out, in my opinion. Like, I feel like that game should have come out maybe this fall. And it would have been a good time, actually, in retrospect, for them to actually do that. Because they had Forza last year to kind of clean house. And I actually think they undercut Forza's success a little bit by pushing Halo Infinite out the door so quickly. I think, that game was exploding. That game was huge. Like, a bunch of people were playing Forza that would never have touched Forza in a million years because there just wasn't that much to play in general. And people were kind of discovering this new game. And I remember I was playing it and I was like, this is pretty good. But then 2 weeks later, Halo came out and I was like, oh, well, like, this is what I was waiting for. I'm not gonna keep playing this car game. And I feel like they kind of shot themselves in the foot in that sense, because I really feel like Halo would have been in a way better spot if they just delayed it again. I know that would have sucked. And it would have seemed weak, I guess. But like, the game would have been in a way better spot. And there's a lot of discussion as to whether or not Halo even is that marquee title for Xbox anymore. You know, it's historically important,
right?
For sure.
But if it's not that, then like, there's nothing. That's that.
Yeah,
important. Exactly. That's a problem for them. Because I like, people know I played the Halo Combat Evolved earlier for Knockback earlier this year and had a really good time with it. And it would be cool to see that series still thriving. And in a way it is, but I just see the writer, Ruben, wrote in and said that does Microsoft's the amount of money that's working there, does that just let them off the hook? And I would argue that the amount of money they have should mean that their game should be the best, like the absolute best games, because they have no financial imperative to rush anything out. While Sony has the financial imperative to make their games the best they can be, because they cannot afford to not make their games the best they can be. So they're two different motivations almost. I feel like people have made a lot of excuses for Xbox, including us. And I think it's time for them to, I think they will have something really fun to show at their event. But Dustin, I want to get you involved. What are you thinking about Xbox's current status? And are you interested in this event? Do you think it'll kind of turn their fortunes around, at least optically?
I think that the financial imperatives is an interesting dynamic, just because I think it has negatives for both platform holders, in that you maybe see some feeling of being relaxed from Microsoft, and then you see Sony, who nickel and dimes everybody from what seems like every angle they can, whether it's $10 upgrades or all kinds of bullshit that we've talked about on this show. But at the same time, with what Ruben says here about, do you think the safety net that Xbox is knowingly could, be a hindrance, blah, 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 blah. No, I didn't mean that in a negative way, but I don't think it's like everyone at Xbox is probably still trying as hard as they can. It's not like they're like, oh, well, if this fails, it's no big deal. It's like, no, a lot of jobs are going to be on the line. If you're working for Xbox and things aren't working out over and over again, then you would think someone at Microsoft would step in and be like, no, we can't do this. It's not like Xbox is just a fun project from Microsoft. It's like, no, their intent with that branch of their business is to make money. And so, yeah, they are afforded more flops because of that, I would say. But the people that are in charge will, I would assume, would eventually face consequences for that. I mean, that's why Phil Spencer has his job, I think, is that the rollout of Xbox One didn't really turn out so well. And I don't think Microsoft was very happy about that, the guys in charge. So I just don't know about this, like, super, like, oh, don't worry, we got Microsoft money from the top down at Xbox. There's still people that need to be concerned about their livelihood, right? But at the same time, it's like, I think the issues probably do stem from management related stuff, which is what Chris is saying. And the fact that they don't have really much of anything, though that could change. You know, like right now, everyone's like, oh, now that Starfield and Redfall aren't happening this year, then it's like Xbox has nothing. It's like, well, sure, maybe there's something at this event that we're going to see that's going to be a big deal. I know I've heard a few different things about possibilities.
There's also Hellblade. There's also Hellblade in the chamber as well. Like they do have stuff. It's just a matter of like they just got to manage this shit like way better than they're managing it. Like it's embarrassingly bad the way they're handling it.
That comes to my exit thought, which is like, who is responsible for this? There's no way that they thought that it was going to be like this for their games in 2022 after all the moves they were making. Someone has to, I don't want to say pay the price. I don't care what they do internally, but where does the buck stop with this? And it has to be Matt Booty, I would assume, right? I don't know that it's Phil Spencer. Like, there's a man in charge of these studios. They're not doing anything, or they're doing very little. They're not doing enough. Yeah, clearly, they're not. I'll say it again, and I don't care if people disagree with it or not. Just it's my opinion, I guess. But it's just like they have nothing that's on the level of PlayStation's best games. Nothing. Like, you can compare your racing games, I guess, but that's about as far as it goes, in my opinion. And if you're looking for quality AAA expensive games, Xbox still hasn't proven that they can do it. And I think that the games are in development. Just wondering where they are, and we'll see. It's been 4 years since they bought. Remember that fire sale of teams that they bought?
Yeah,
it's too long.
It's just confused. I feel like they just hire qualified people, but they don't hire the right people. You know what I mean?
You need managers,
like it feels. Yeah, but just like I don't even know necessarily that, because like, dude, like I look at Halo and I'm like, I could have done a better job. Like, and I don't know how any of this works, and I'm confident I could have done a better job. If you came to me with like, if you came to me with certain design decisions, I would have been like, that's dumb, and I would have been right, because what confuses me is these developers, and this isn't just in the case with Halo, it's a lot of developers too, but it's most in the case with Halo, where they're like, we implemented this new feature, we want your feedback, and it's like, you've had 10 years of feedback. What are you doing? Like, people have not been shy about what they want out of this franchise. It's like it's clear as day on the fucking. It's written in the fucking sky. Just look. Take the advice of the fans, and then you'll have something. It's just confusing. They just don't have people who listen. It's very bizarre.
Listen more closely. I think that's the tip, my friends at Microsoft. We'll see. I'm rooting for them to do well on the on that what is it, 8th or 9th or whatever they're doing an event, and we'll do a Sacred Symbols Plus about that, I think.
Yeah,
when the time comes. Okay, Kurt, aka Big Juicy, wrote in and said, "Hello, curmudgeonly Colin, Groovy Chris, and Tarnished Dustin. As a fellow physical game purchaser, I was curious if Dustin prefers to purchase the most up-to-date copy of a game. Example, I own Dark Souls 3, but recently purchased the Fire Fades edition so I could have the DLC and PS4 Pro patch to play 60 frames on PS5 on disc to preserve it physically for my collection. Another one I'm looking to get at a later date is of the Spyro trilogy with all 3 games on disc and no download required. As a physical game advocate, does Dustin buy the most updated versions of games later on, or do you not care about the best fidelity or most recent patch being a part of your physical collection? It's something I've been picky about lately." It's funny because I never think about patches being on disc, but they are. The only system that regularly updated from disc on patches was PSP for me. And it used to break if you had a hacked PSP, it would break your PSP if you updated with those UMDs, but you had to. So it was kind of a clever way to force you out of that system. But Dustin, I'm curious, do you care about these things being on disc, or are you less concerned about that?
I don't personally care for my collection, but I'm glad that they exist from a preservation standpoint. And this is a little unrelated, but it is a thought that I just recently had in relation to the Silent Hill thing that I was talking about earlier, is that one thing that I was thinking while playing Silent Hill, and maybe something that I haven't given credit for when we're talking in terms of preservation, is that preservation is really a two-way street between physical and digital, actually. Just in that it's important, I think, to have games physically in the event of servers shutting down, rights-related issues, things get pulled from stores, stuff like that. So yeah, having the Spyro collection all on disc, I think is great. I'm glad those are out there, that in the case that would get pulled from a store, then I would be able to go and get a copy of that on disc. I think that's important. But at the same time, digital preservation is more important, I think, than I've given it credit for, just in that I was thinking about, like, Silent Hill. I wanted to play Silent Hill. How do I do that legally? What are the means by which I do that? Well, it's no longer available on the PlayStation 3, PS1 classics. So as far as I can tell, there is no way for me to legally buy this game outside of spending hundreds of dollars to get an actual copy. And I find that ridiculous. I'm not doing that. And so, yeah, I downloaded a ROM for Silent Hill. I would gladly pay for it. I'd gladly pay for the PS3 Classic. I'd gladly pay for it on PC, whatever, but so there is an angle of preservation that's important for gaming that involves digital. And I think it's important. Like, it's one of those things, I don't know, ROMs are such a interesting gray area in a lot of ways. And that I do think that we should be buying old games when we can. But at the same time, it's like, if you can't buy it, then, like, I don't know. I've heard the arguments of, it's like, well, if you can't buy it, then it's not for you. The developers don't want you to buy it right now. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't necessarily see things that way.
I don't know if I see things that way either. It feels like, because there's some companies that just, like, lose their the code to their games, and then and then they're gone forever. And it's like, who does that help? That doesn't serve anybody. That just, like, you fucked up. And thank God that some freak in the 1990s was downloading this shit and put it on some random mega upload folder, and now, like, oh, that game gets to exist in perpetuity, because they weren't as irresponsible as the people who made it. I don't know. I'm big on game preservation, and sometimes that leans into the illegality of ROMs existing. Like, I support ROMs existing. Obviously, if the games are for sale, buy them. Like, I don't think I've ever emulated anything that I don't also own. Like, if I'm trying to get, like, I was making like videos about old PS1 games a long time ago, and one of the discs that I had, like, wasn't working, and also, like, just hooking a PS1 to a capture card a long time ago was kind of a bitch. So I emulated and screen recorded, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I used to capture old footage using something called a snappy that used to connect to your parallel port. It was like this totally ridiculous thing that's how we used to take screenshots on old strategy guides.
It's like those dazzles,
right?
Do you remember those? The dazzle?
Exactly. And I feel like we've gone into this before, but I disagree slightly in the sense that I think if a game is reasonably available, first of all, I would back up and say that if you're pirating games, it's illegal. Like, regardless of how you try to justify it, that's up to you what you do. I'm not going to tell you what to do.
It's like jaywalking.
Right, exactly. But I think that, well, let's use the jaywalking analogy. If I'm waiting for 3 minutes for a light to change, I'm just going to walk across the street. But if the intersection is well kept and it takes me 30 seconds and it's very easy to get across, and remember those old ones in Santa Monica, Chris, those old crosswalks where you can diagonally cross, which I used to love.
Yeah.
And so I feel like if you want to take that analogy to the full bore, it's like, well, if either the licensors or publishers are unknown or the games are not available in a reasonable way, including on PC, then I really have no problem, even ethically, with people pirating those games. But the second they appear on Virtual Console or the second they appear on PSN or something like that, I think that your wiggle room ethically is greatly eliminated. And,
100%. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And so even with something like, well, I was going to say Silent Hill, but it's because you couldn't find it, I guess, and it's not available anywhere else. Although I guess it is would it be on PS3 and Vita still? I don't even know. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I think it was removed.
Oh, okay.
I was looking and I think it was, let's see.
I believe it.
PSU.com, Silent Hill will be lost once again. Sony closes. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's available, but maybe it is. If it is available, then I don't know. That's the other thing. Let's say Silent Hill is available as a PS1 classic. Like I'll have to, because you can't use your credit card on those stores anymore, right? So I'm gonna have to buy a gift card for PS3 or something and load in the money or something like that and then do it. So I guess it's just, I don't know, it's so annoying. All this bullshit, but
let's move on. That's enough.
That's enough.
Austin Prentice wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Symbols crew. Been listening since the old Beyond days, so I'm well aware of Colin's taste and that he doesn't care for multiplayer games outside of a random infatuation like factions. However, the conversation about Final Fantasy Online last week got me thinking, what exactly does Colin not like about multiplayer games? As far as I can remember, there hasn't been an elaboration on this in a long time, if ever. Is it the pure fact that there are other people invading your space, the game design, lack of story? You like playing games like The Division 2 alone, but would you ever team up with Chris or Dustin if there was a game all three of you liked that had a multiplayer story mode? Curious to hear your answer, and I always enjoy listening to the show on my way to work at 11 p.m. That makes me want to throw up in my mouth. Keep up the great content, guys. Thank you, Austin, for writing in. And stay awake out there. So this is a great question, because I guess we don't really get into it. And I was thinking about it as I was putting the show together, boys, and I was thinking, I don't really know how to even explain it. I don't want to play on another person's schedule. I want to be able to pause a game and look at my phone if I want, for no reason at all. I want to just be able to like say I'm done and then I'm just going to put a game down and go do something else. And I often play to escape. What I've realized about how attractive a game like Destiny is to me to play, even though I don't think there's a way for me to really play it alone, or like we were saying, Final Fantasy 14, or the games that are made for people that I have figured out how to play by myself, like, The Division, as we brought up. Remember, I used to say, back when I used to play Rainbow Six back on the Xbox, the original Xbox, I used to kill my own team. Like, there was a single player team. I used to kill them in the beginning of every mission and play by myself. So even though they're AI driven, and you just pop them all in the head and that would be the end. So I just don't want to play on another person's schedule. I don't want to hear someone talking. I don't want to know that anything going on screen has anything to do with another sentient human being. It's just not why I play games. Thinking about playing like that stresses me the fuck out. It's like the same as me being like, I got to go to a party tonight. It's like, all right, I got to prepare for this. I got to get mentally prepared to socialize and talk. And who knows? Am I going to be weird? Am I going to? And that's the thing too, is that I just don't want to fuck things up for other people. I have played enough online, especially when I was at IGN and had to play all these online components for games I was reviewing, that I'm not very good at these games. And so I think that also just turns me off. It's like, as I've said, if I can keep a 1-to-1 kill death ratio or whatever, I'm like thrilled in a game. If I can do that, I'm like through the roof thrilled that I'm dying as much as I'm killing. That's like all I ask for when I play these games. And I think Factions was one of the only games where I was like actually really good at it. But as I said in the past, it's because I was playing it from before it came out. And I played it consistently online. So while people were learning the game, I was like 10, 20, 30 hours ahead of them all the time. So I think that that's kind of it, is that I want to play games by myself. I want to play them at my own pace, at my own skill level. I want to be able to make a mistake and not be embarrassed. I don't want to be blamed for something. I don't want to take loot that someone else had. I don't want to deal with any of that shit. And the only games that I'm really interested in playing with another person are local multiplayer games that I feel like are made for it, specifically brawlers and games like party games like
Overcooked.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Overcooked and stuff like that?
That's exactly right. That's exactly the one I was thinking of. Yes. Like that kind of stuff I can get down with. But generally, or like a game that I liked, a local multiplayer game I liked was Towerfall. I thought that was fun. Very simple to play, easy to play. So that's kind of my stance, but I'm curious. Let's turn it around and go to you, Chris. What do you like about multiplayer gaming? What's so attractive to you about it? You have a well-balanced gaming repertoire. I'm very unbalanced. I'm curious what draws you to playing with others.
I think the lack of I feel like it's almost opposite for me, where it's like you feel like online video games are like a huge commitment because you have to play on other people's schedule and you have to you have to communicate, which you don't have to really. Like it's usually for me, I'm like on a Discord call with like friends of mine, and I'm not talking to people in game. I could give a shit. But for me, it's the fact that it's so minimal of a commitment. Like I don't have to go in and remember the lore of of the world that I'm in. I don't have to remember like, oh, the quest line that I was doing or like story beats, or I don't even have to pay attention to what characters are saying because no one's really saying anything because it's a multiplayer game, and I don't have to and I can play for like 5 minutes, I can play for 10 minutes, I can play for 2 hours, I can play for 30, it's like there's no it feels like I can jump in and jump out as I please. But even beyond the casual approachability of it, there is the hardcore element of it, which is just like when you play a multiplayer game, you really feel that is, I think, when the mechanics of the game really shine. Like, because that is when other players get involved, and that tests how good you are really. Like, being good at a single player first person shooter on the hardest difficulty is one thing, right? Where there's AI acting relatively predictably, and there's value in that, being able to like, oh, I've learned the AI patterns and I know what counters what. But the ability to kind of like react on your feet, and players are doing things that you would do. They're jumping over things that AI wouldn't jump over, or they're pulling things off, or using unique combinations of weapons and equipment that AI wouldn't use. And getting the drop on those people is like way, way more satisfying than getting the drop on like an enemy AI that's been designed to only work in a very specific set of circumstances. I always say it's like there's normal difficulty, there's hard difficulty, there's very hard difficulty, and then there's multiplayer difficulty, which is like double hard because it's everybody sentiently like trying to fuck each other over or trying to like get one step ahead of the people on the other team. And I just think that's what's satisfying about it. It's like when you pull some weird physics-based shit off on, and you know that when you screw somebody over, that there's another person on the other mic going like there's something really satisfying about that, in a way that it's not satisfying to know that the computer doesn't feel anything when you best it.
Yeah, I get that. I don't
know.
The only online multiplayer game that I think I was engrossed with for years at a time was chess. I used to play, I don't even know if it exists anymore. It was called ICC, Internet Chess Club, and you had to pay for it. And this was like its own app. It was in the 90s and into the 2000s. Apparently Howard Stern used to play on it anonymously, so I probably played with him at some point. And I stopped playing on it after a while because there was a lot of references to like people using chess engines and shit like that to play the games. And so I think there are these different things that kind of dissuaded me from online play generally.
Right.
And I'll also say that I think that my age has something to do with it. I don't think that everyone my age shares it, but for me and my game styles, Dreamcast was the first console I ever went online with. That was true for a lot of people, but that was very rudimentary. You could use the Dreamcast keyboard to talk to people, but there was nothing else. I don't think you could even matchmake. I think you just like found your way into a game when I used to play like NBA 2K or whatever. And then when the modem came to PS2 in 2002, I actually bought it and returned it because I didn't really want it. I was like, I'll just play on Xbox instead. And I think I was just put off I was just in a place in my life playing my certain games, kind of settled in. It's kind of why, like, you know how they say like you never like develop your music taste past like you're 16, 17, 18. It's like, well, my game tastes were pretty solidified by that point. I'm very lucky that Medal of Honor and a couple other games came out to get me into the shooter craze before it was too late even. So I think that has a lot to do with it there too.
Yeah. I will say though, I do feel like multiplayer, that probably has something to do with it where I came across it too, because like I remember distinctly not being aware of the PC space at all. Like I was not aware of MMOs. I was not aware that it was even possible to play with people that were not in your immediate vicinity. I did not know that you could. I thought that multiplayer was exclusively couch co-op or couch PvP, split screen, whatever you want to call it. And then in 2005 when I got a 360 and I hooked it into Xbox Live, and I downloaded this demo from the internet on this wireless controller, fucking, and then like I launched into a demo, and then I was seeing other people, and they were actual other people, and that was such a seminal moment for me that I think a lot of people now probably take for granted because it's been around for ages, and there's probably a lot of people playing games now who don't know what a world was like before that was like commonplace, but at the time that was like really striking, and it like opened up the realm of possibilities for what games could be. And it's like that was the point where I was like, oh, this is like way more than I ever thought it was, because now it's like your first hint of a social life at that age, like when you're really young, because you can't go out and go to bars and like talk to people, but you can go into fucking Lost Planet and fuck around with that guy that you met like a day ago, and run around in the fucking snow, and you're just like, this is fucking crazy that this guy's probably in Germany or something. I don't know this guy's fucking name. I don't know what he sounds like. I'm probably never gonna meet this guy, but we're just hanging out. It's so weird, and I think that was like a special thing for me. So I always have a fascination and a love for multiplayer stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna remain all that good at it for that long, but I can already feel myself getting worse.
It's funny, man. I was I think the only kind of weird multiplayer thing that I might have really gotten into in the PC space was this old web game. I just was looking it up. It still exists. Like, I can't believe it. It's called Utopia. I don't know if anyone out there has played it. Utopia-game.com. It's an entirely, and I was just reading the rules. I'm like, wow, this is so nostalgic. You are like these various kingdoms that are put into these like fiefdoms, and you are just randomly associated with other people. You all have your own races and stuff, but it's all text-based and organized over forums and shit like that. Very weird, complex game. And I think I was in like one of the first 10 ages, as it was so called, like the seasons. And I was just looking, and they're in their 96th age. So it's apparently been going on a long time now. But Dustin, do you have anything to add before we move on?
Yeah, I feel like for me, like now where multiplayer sits in my life is mainly to talk and hang out with either people I already know or have some kind of connection with, just because I have no interest in putting on a headset and talking to people I don't know. Like, I will never, like, that's something that was cool in, when Halo 2 came out, to like, I don't know, shit talk or whatever over Xbox Live. But I don't want to do that at all now, but it's cool now just because it's a way for me to either connect with people that are far away or something like that, or with people like with Monster Hunter, I've been playing and connecting with someone I don't know very well in the industry, but he's been like showing me how to play the game and stuff like that. And so it's been cool, like kind of way to just like hang out with somebody, or in other instances who seemingly gets mentioned every week now, Jimmy Champagne. That's how we hang out, because he's in Los Angeles and I'm here. So like on the other side of the country. So that's the way that I stay connected with people that aren't close to me, is that you can hop on Discord. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you're playing a game together. That's the intention, but it's almost more of the social aspect is equal to me at this point, as far as, and sometimes it's the social aspect is more important than playing the game. It's just like cool to talk, and it's like basically an excuse for a phone call in some ways.
Yeah, that's what Left 4 Dead was for me for a long time. And Evil Dead is right now, actually, like just straight up, like Evil Dead is just talking with people and killing Deadites.
It's so it's interesting. I was going to say, I do everything in my entire worldly ethereal power to avoid any phone conversation that I can with any person. Just
how many times have we talked on the phone, Colin? Like
twice, maybe 3 times. I've called you a couple times just because it's easier.
Right.
Like it's an urgent thing. But generally speaking, people in my family know, like, if you call me, someone better be dead. Like that's
yeah.
You can text me, send me audio messages, whatever. I'll text you all day. I don't care. I don't want to talk on the phone. And the last person to really get the picture was, unfortunately, was one of my aunts, who I feel bad about, but I'm like, I love you. I just don't have anything to say on the phone right now. Nothing has changed. My life never changes. There's nothing to report. Nothing happening that's exciting. I'm glad to listen to you, but I got to be better about calling my dad, though. The good thing about being in Virginia now, though, the last couple of years is I don't have to call my mom anymore, which is one of the things that I really tried to be better about because I know it's important to her. Now I just see her. So there we go. All right. Agnes Zybergs wrote in and said, "Hi, guys. Blizzard released Diablo Immortal on mobile June 1st and the day after on PC, full crossplay. I played it myself for a few hours and was surprised how much better the game was than I expected. Do you think the game will arrive on PS5 anytime soon? Also, publicly shaming companies for bad decisions is helping games to get better. This game was supposed to be released on only mobile around 2 years ago. They took their time making a game that looks much more interesting than Diablo 3 and even released it on PC, which wouldn't have happened without massive backlash from fans. Hope to know your thoughts about this free-to-play Blizzard game. Keep up the great work, schmucks. Thank you, Agnes, for writing in." So when I saw this, I was like, wait, because I had been seeing this make this cycle, and I'm like, wait, Diablo Immortal, the game that the dude at the BlizzCon made fun of like 5 years ago,
don't you have phones?
Yeah,
is not out yet. Like, I couldn't believe that. And so I went and read about it, and it did. It came out to PC June 2nd, and apparently it's much better than it was maybe going to be. Dustin, let's stick with you. I'm curious about this. Do you think that, though toxified in some way, I think kind of overstated with that particular guy, he was making maybe an ill-timed joke. We're nerds, we're awkward, but there's like a brutality to that particular game that seems to have really helped it. In other words, I wonder if Blizzard would have just released this game and it would have died if not for people caring enough. And so it's all about that balance between being passionate, being reasonable, but showing people what you want and telling them what you don't want. And I think he's right that this got Diablo Immortal at the very least on PC. So, Dustin, what do you think about this long in development game that clearly was delayed and at probably great expense to make it better? And by the way, at the hest of a lot of people that were fucking nailing this game to the cross for a really long time.
So I've actually played this.
Oh.
I didn't mention it earlier just because I saw that this was a question, and so I thought I'd save it for now. And it's really fun. It's actually really good, and it's really fun to play on your phone, which I still take. I don't necessarily want to play games on my phone because I hate how it burns my battery life, and I don't like it if I get a text that you got to enter out of the game, stuff like that. So despite that, I played it on the touchscreen, and I thought it was fantastic. It felt more like a Diablo game than I could have ever expected. And so it's funny thinking back to that announcement just because the landscape of what mobile games are has completely changed. We live in an era where Fortnite is on phones. You have a PUBG phone game. You have a Call of Duty phone game. And all of them are highly successful. And so now it's just, you look back on it and it's like, well, of course there should be a Diablo phone game. Makes sense. I think that part of the problem also was that this is also came at a time when people always want a new official Diablo game, like a Diablo 4. And then instead you get handed this mobile game at a time when mobile games were not like this. And so, yeah, I understand the backlash. They would have been better served announcing a real Diablo game first and then this, or maybe alongside one another. But it's really fun. And I would imagine, I feel like it would make sense if the idea behind this game is it has a free-to-play model, so they want to get microtransaction purchases from it, that they would want to get it on more platforms. And so they're probably most likely, I would think, is a wait-and-see approach. Launch it on phones and PC, see how it does, and if there seems to be some success, which I personally think there will be just because it actually is fun to play, that sure, why not bring it to console? I feel like that makes sense, but Blizzard is also a weird company. You think they would have brought Hearthstone to console as well.
I don't know what that was all about.
And they never did. So maybe
You're
not.
Right. Chris, you have anything to add before we move on about Diablo Immortal?
No, I mean, I'm curious about it, honestly, because I was seeing people talk about it positively, which was surprising. But at the same time, now that you bring up the context that it was so long ago, that outrage was it's a little bit more believable now. But I'm glad that this is just it's nice to see something initially negative, which is just kind of like, just generalized outcry, and also just kind of a very dismissive reply to critique, especially at this BlizzCon thing, kind of result in something that is more positive than anybody probably could have anticipated. Because back then, I bet if that game launched on its original trajectory, it wouldn't be this good, like for sure. Like it's been been suspiciously long. So I mean, I'm glad it's good. I might check it out.
They couldn't have done any more to placate their core audience by putting it on PC. Like I remember when Diablo 3 came to PS3 and how big of a deal that was 10 years ago or so. And it's cool, but I think that they've primarily focused on placating the people that really matter to them, which are for that vertical of Activision Blizzard, which is of course PC players. But I wouldn't be surprised to see this game come over, man. Sony and Microsoft are loving their free-to-play games. Remember, what was it? $1 in $3 spent on PlayStation Network is free-to-play $1.
Yeah.
So scary times we're living in. And I think Sony anticipates that to become 1-to-1, which is fucking nuts, which is why, of course, they're making all of those. I mean, imagine seeing these metrics behind the scenes and being like, we, PlayStation must make games as a service. And I'm sure that didn't go over. I'm sure that went over like a lead balloon for a while, but they have to do what they have to do. Nick Believe It wrote in, said, all right, I just rewatched all the Forspoken trailers up till now, and hot take, there's nowhere near as much cringy dialogue as you think there is. Is that a motherfucking dragon does a good job establishing that Freya is from New York rather than Athia, and sets the tone as not having this highfalutin artificial fantasy dialogue all the time. Lots of video game protagonists say, let's finish this. And frankly, it represents Freya going from this outsider not knowing why she's there to this confident heroine ready to take on a final boss. Character development. As for, I just moved shit with my freaking mind, that does sound cringe because it's played over gameplay, but I had an epiphany. It wouldn't sound nearly as bad in a cutscene, and odds are that's where the line is set anyway. I want the game to shut the fuck up until close to launch, just as everyone else. But I don't understand how Freya's banter with her cuff, I don't know what that means, is any more off-putting than every game where the protagonist banters with an NPC, which often helps the game feel more immersive. Chris, excuse making for Forspoken, yes or no?
Look, man, that's a bad line. I just move shit with my freaking mind, bro. Like, that's a bad line.
Californians.
Like, it's a bad line in a cutscene, in the credits, anywhere you put it. That's a bad line because it's like it's just so generic and bland and dumb. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's probably not as grating as it seems. But at the same time, you have to understand, I hate protagonists that don't shut the fuck up, that just constantly talk. It really genuinely bothers me. So when every single line of dialogue I've heard out of a protagonist in every trailer that I've seen is something that on some level either I think is cringy, or I think is just hammed up too much, or I think is just generic and bland, that doesn't signify a fantastic experience waiting for me on the other end. I might be wrong. I might be completely overblown. It might be that I'm just too negative on it. This might be another Death Stranding situation where I'm making fun of it and I'm like, look at how pretentious this game is. What is this guy? What is Norman Reedus doing in here? And then I end up loving it. That's entirely possible. It looks beautiful. I think the gameplay, like moving around in Forspoken, looks fun and looks artistically like super complicated and really satisfying, and maybe it'll be cool. But all of my criticisms of Forspoken right now are with the marketing, and I think that's a clear. I can't criticize the game because I haven't played it. I don't know what the game is, so like I think I just need that to be very clear. Like whenever we're talking about Forspoken, we can't be talking about the game yet because we don't know what it is and we haven't played it. We don't have that firsthand experience. This is just to do with the marketing, and some games have terrible marketing, end up being great. Some games have great marketing and end up being terrible. That happens, and I'm just waiting to see what this is. But as of right now, I hate Forspoken's marketing. I can't stand it. Well, it's not as egregious as Spider-Man's, which like just constantly like. Do you remember when Spider-Man was coming out and it just like they didn't stop showing you things? And it's like hey, you excited for Spider-Man? Here's the Sinister Six, and it's like, cool, thanks. That's like at the end of the game, but cool. I'm glad I saw that in the trailer before I even got a chance to fucking play it. Even though we got that game early, somehow still spoiled.
Well, but Ella Balinska is the character that plays that Frey Holland character, and she went to the Guildford School of Acting. So I expect a little bit more range, and maybe we'll see more in the game itself. But October 11th
also
is when we find out. Oh, please go on.
Also, is that a motherfucking dragon? Is that like supposed to be?
That's the classic New York saying.
Yeah, the classic New York phrase.
We always
forget
said that
about it. Forget about it. I'm walking here. Is that a motherfucking dragon? Do you remember The Sopranos when Tony Soprano said his famous line?
Dragon.
Is that a motherfucking dragon?
Hey, Tone, is that a motherfucking dragon?
Tone, you won't believe this shit. There's a motherfucking dragon.
Dude, hey, bada bing, bada boom.
I love the memes where Paulie's trying to explain something to Tony. You know, like those are some of my favorite memes right now.
Yeah, that's like the Breaking Bad thing of them in the diner. It's just Jesse. What the fuck are you talking about?
Rob Pagan has the final inquiry. He says, "What's good, Slitterheads? Do any of you use strategy guides when you play games, either now or did you in the past? Official strategy guides from publishers like Prima and Brady Games seem to have fallen by the wayside with the advent of the internet. I distinctly remember using one for Pokemon and Halo 2 back in the day, but most people I know use YouTube and more interactive guides these days. However, I have noticed an occasional official strategy guide released with newer games such as Cyberpunk 2077 and Horizon Forbidden West. Do you think it can make a resurgence, or are they just relics of the past? Keep up the great work. Been loving all the Sacred Symbols Plus content recently. Thank you, Rob, for writing in." It's funny, man, because one of the many business ideas I have is to do a print strategy guide company. And it's like something I want to do, like, because I do think that there is a boutique market for it, just like I think there's a boutique market for physical games. There's no reason why there wouldn't be a boutique market for most, and for both rather. And as I've said in the past, while music, games, and some other things have been very susceptible to the digital takeover, books have not been susceptible to the digital takeover. People still buy physical books and put them on a bookshelf in mass numbers, nowhere near equivalent to how few people, for instance, buy CDs. So I feel like there is a market, like people want them. Now, I have a big problem with YouTube videos generally, because while I think they're cool and while they can be useful, I also feel like I only want to watch a video if I really need to see what you're showing me, but I would rather you explain it. And as someone who has a heritage with that stuff, I feel like it is a lost art. When I use strategy guides for everything. I love strategy guides. Whenever I have a problem with the game, I'll look one up. And there are sites that do them really well. Like the site NeoSeeker is pretty good. PowerPix obviously is a dominant site, PSN Profiles. But I'm annoyed by how much SEO scraping is done in this space too, where people have nothing to say, nothing to help. They'll just put they'll write, it's like the recipes where they do all the shit, the SEO, and it's like, you don't care, you just want the recipe list. A lot of that happens. It's like, it literally will say shit like, "You are here for Horizon Forbidden West help. We're glad to help you with Horizon Forbidden West and this mission," and they'll name the mission. "On this mission," and they'll name the mission again. It's just like, I worked at IGN. I know how this shit works. And like what, and how websites, like we had a person at IGN's entire job was to figure out how, like what we could do to game Google the best we could. And so that kind of shit annoys me. And I feel like strategy guides fall susceptible, prey to that. You see them on Polygon, Push Square, other sites. So I have a soft spot for strategy guides, and I thought I would say, since we were talking about physical games earlier, that I would love to see them come back. I think Prima still exists in some form. I don't know, but God, I would love to get a physical games label off the ground, a physical games strategy guide label off the ground. I think that would be really, really cool. And I'll do that one day. What do you think, Chris?
No, I loved strategy guides back when I was younger. I don't know if I really used them. I really liked collecting magazines that were game oriented for some reason. Like I really liked Game Informer. I liked Official Xbox Magazine. I liked PlayStation Magazine. I liked getting strategy guides for games that I had already beaten, just because it was just kind of cool to have like a representation of a game that you really liked in like print medium.
Yeah, you could almost like read the game.
Yeah, there was something like really cool about that. And then you would learn shit that you had no idea about, like, because especially at that, when I was 2002, 2004, like I was so young, like there's a bunch of shit that was like going way over my head that I had no fucking idea. I wasn't Googling. It wasn't until like maybe like 2005 that I started going on like Game Cheats or whatever and like looking up like actually like getting into it. But those Prima strategy guides, like I had a Brady Games one. I can't remember if it's Prima or Brady Games. I know those were the two big ones that I had. But I had one for Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3, and I had one for Spider-Man, the original Raimi one for the Xbox, and that was like the one that apparently there was like a secret level in the Xbox version that wasn't in the PS2 level, and I was like, what the fuck? I had no idea this was real. And you just learn shit like that, where like you'd be talking to your friends about a game, and they're like, I don't know, that's not a real level, and you're like, what? No, what are you talking about? It's in the game, and then you'd learn why you had that argument like 2 years ago, and it's like, oh, they just didn't have that level. There's always like revelatory things in those strategy guides, even when I had finished the game or had been long done with it. And I do miss those. I probably have a bunch of them in like a bin somewhere that I should probably dig those up.
Yeah, when I have you over to the house, I have so many game magazines and strategy guides, dude. Like you can go through boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes.
That's such a bitch to move too. Those boxes.
It is. Jesus, they're all going into
collapse.
The attic.
They just collapse through the cardboard. You got to get like metal bins.
Yeah, I bought a bunch of really nice bins. I'm slowly, as I said earlier, I'm slowly getting things from my life into these bins and bringing them to the attic where they will rest forever until I die. And so I'm like going through all my papers. I'm a pretty people know I'm a pretty not nostalgic only, but sentimental person. Like any letter or card that anyone has ever sent to me, I've kept. So like I have a shit ton of things, just like papers and stuff. So amongst those are the strategy guides and the magazines and Nintendo Powers and PSM and all these bajillion random strategy guides I had for SNES games. I used to love the unofficial strategy guides, especially during the SNES era. I have like a 600-page fucking Final Fantasy VI strategy guide that was like the unofficial one, and it's got like no pictures in it, and it's like a translated from Japanese, so like all the names are wrong. It's so interesting, like what people were trying to do back then. But I think there's a place for those, and I would love to. I actually softly explored doing it last year. I had a game in mind and everything else, but I don't know, maybe I'll get that off the ground one day. I think that would be cool. I have all these ideas and not enough time to execute. What I really need to do is write the next game. Maybe I should do that at some point. But our new game, Super Perils of Baking, is out right now when you're listening to this on all platforms, so please buy it and support us if you can. And thank you for your support. That's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols Plus.
Wait, Colin, what? I wanted to share about strategy guides.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Dustin, I'm sorry. I didn't let you answer. I apologize. Please.
It's okay. It's a short answer.
No,
I didn't use them very much growing up. But for me, sometimes it was about, even if I beat a game, there was a few that I like wanted to have the guide. Like in particular, there was like this special edition Kingdom Hearts 2 guide that actually had 2 books within it. And so I remember when I got it, my dad was like, why do you even want this? Like, didn't you beat the game already? And I'm like, well, it's kind of just feels like there's not a lot of Kingdom Hearts stuff for me to get right now. And this has like cool artwork and stuff like that. And so I have that. And then I've gained some random stuff through collecting over the years. Like it's not worth anything because the condition is horrible, but I actually have the very first issue of Nintendo Power in my collection,
nice.
Which is, it's cool
the
to just
claymation Super Mario 2 one.
Yeah, it's in terrible condition. It's worth probably nothing, but it's cool to have. And then I have some of those Nintendo Power guides. Like one of the more expensive ones is I have a guide for Super Mario RPG.
Nice.
That was, and like I think I have a Mario 64 one as well. So they're fun to collect and look at. I've got dude, I still have my Tomba 2 guide from when I originally played it. And that was helpful for us then because there was like a bunch of stuff that if you played Tomba 1 and had like a Tomba 1 save, you could unlock like extra content. And this was like a revelation to us. So we had to like rent a copy of Tomba 1 from the Giant Eagle video store, which was appropriately titled Eagle Video, which is like a Pittsburghism because it was Giant Eagle and stuff like that. So yeah, I like guides. I don't think I would buy one now unless it was like extra special, but
yeah, that was my idea, was like, I don't want to make strategy guides for new games. I want to make strategy guides for old games. And for there to be like an accompanying beautiful strategy guide, print strategy guide for a game you love, you know? And
right.
No, none of the, because I think I've said this before in the past, but I actually never did it. I wish I did do it. I was too scared to do it. But people at IGN for years were writing strategy guides for Prima and Brady, like on the side for like enormous amounts of money. And with like under pen names, like when I was a freelancer at that point, like I know quite a few people that used to write guides for those guys, and no one at IGN knew. Not that there was anything wrong with it, you just weren't supposed to be moonlighting. But I always think about that too, and I think it would be fun to go back, because like the last 20 years or so, 15 maybe, strategy guides are just much less common, much less common. So think about all of the games that came out even in that era that really could use a beautiful strategy guide treatment. And I would really love to do stuff like that, like collect, like just like one a year or something, like really beautiful, pre-ordered, hardcover. I don't know. I'll think about it. There's too many other things to do, though. All right. By the way, Dustin, that's cutting you off and not letting you finish was payback for you ending the episode of Sacred Symbols Plus prematurely on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
It was like I got like played off of my own show. That was interesting.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, let's get the hell out of here. Do we have any closing comments, Chris?
No, man. I got so much work to do. It's so stressful. I don't even want to think about it. When does this state of play happen again? Like, what's the time for it?
It's right after. It's 6:00 tonight.
Yeah. All right, nice. We got 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna go in the pool.
Nice.
And float around and dick around before it starts at 6, and then we'll get together to record, and no one will be any the wiser. We'll stitch it all in. Dustin, closing comments.
Yeah. Closing comments. Tank controls. I'm glad we left them behind.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid suffers from it too. The first one, bad news.
Yeah. It's just it's fun. Both Silent Hill was a game that I recently played, or I'm currently playing. Tank controls, and I checked out Croc. If you remember that game,
of course, yeah. And the Legend of the Gobos.
Yeah, I loved that game growing up. It's not necessarily a good game, but it's a game that I like growing up. And also Tank controls. Woo.
Yeah, very bizarre. Okay. That's a cute game, though.
It is a cute game.
It's funny, man, the solutions people were coming up with, especially without dual analog sticks, with how to move in a 3D space. Like, you needed that extra stick. And they got there in the end. At least on GameCube, we still had the fucking C stick. I mean, people were so mad about that, I remember. But I was such a GameCube fanboy. I was like, whatever, dude. It's perfect. Perfect exactly the way it is. These mini discs, perfect. Exactly the way they are. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Thank you guys for your time, and thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Last Stand Media, Sacred Symbols, and all the rest. See you on Discord, see you on Patreon, see you on YouTube, see you on podcast services. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.